good planning, good execution, everything. General McNerney, good to have you on. Thank you.
Thanks, John.
We are getting word from our ace Pentagon producer, Justin Fischel, that the burial of Osama bin Laden has already taken place, that he was buried at sea early Monday, and that's all we know. We're coming up now 3:30 on the East Coast, 3:30 a.m., and it was just 12 hours ago that this firefight went down at that compound in Abbottabad, Pakistan, where 4 men died. One of them, Osama bin Laden, one of them, his son. That is the compound where it all took place, on fire now, perhaps after a U.S. military helicopter went down, but no personnel were lost. It was sort of a hard landing, and they blew the thing up afterwards. Now, think about this. Do you remember the words of George W. Bush, Bush 43, when he discussed wanting Osama bin Laden in the days after 9/11? Play the tape.
I don't care, dead or alive, either way. I mean, it doesn't matter to me. Secondly, I don't know whether we're going to get him tomorrow, or a month from now, or a year from now. I really don't know. But we're going to get him.
And get him we did. It took almost 10 years. President Bush, insiders said, was personally shaken by the actions of Osama bin Laden and the hijackers who pulled off that terrible, terrible attack on 9/11. You could see really in his face there the resolve that he had, and he was roundly criticized for using that phrase, dead or alive. I don't believe that he ever used it again in that regard, but at any rate, Osama bin Laden was given the chance to be taken alive, and he declined that chance. A U.S. Navy SEAL team took his life in a firefight, an intense firefight, we're told, at that compound in Pakistan. Certainly, bin Laden's death is a major event when it comes to America's war on terror, but exactly how does this impact our soldiers on the battlefield? That remains to be seen. For more on that, let's check in with Connor Powell, who is en route back to Kabul, Afghanistan at this hour. Connor?
Well, good morning, John. Well, I think it's important to keep in mind that in many ways this operation was relayed, about a year and a half ago when President Obama and the military sent a huge surge of troops into Afghanistan. This operation...
Connor, we're having real problems understanding the satellite telephone sometimes doesn't lock in on the signal so well, and we're having problems understanding Connor's report. We'll get back to him if we can clear that up. In the meantime, let's go down to where really it started, at least in the minds of so many people, Lower Manhattan, the site that has become known as Ground Zero, where the Twin Towers once stood, where many New Yorkers are convening right now. Our own Marianne Rafferty is there for us. Marianne.
Hi, John. I mean, the scene here is nothing but people who are just absolutely celebrating. This was a long time coming, nearly 10 years now, and I've actually got a firefighter here, former firefighter here with me, Gary Johnson. He was actually here on that day and lost a lot of friends, and you were saying that this is just emotional. It's the only way you could describe it.
Right. It's very emotional. There's some closure, I guess, but it's never going to be over. It was a life-changing event for me.
What did you think when you heard the news tonight? I asked you that. What was going through your head?
I was glad we got him. I'm very appreciative to our military for what they've done, going after this guy for all these years. And I just felt they needed to be here under different circumstances, because 10 years ago it was devastation. We came here hoping to find survivors, and it was evident right after we arrived that there weren't going to be any survivors, or very few. And
and knowing that you lost friends, the fact that they sent a SEAL team in and they got him. I mean, and they got him to the point where, we're not showing pictures of him. How does that make you feel?
It makes me feel great. I'm glad that we were the ones that got him. you know, it's, as far as I'm concerned, it's going to be a long process. There's always someone else to step in and, you know, take his place, but I don't want to dwell on that because it's, you know, it's sort of a night to reflect on what took place in the past, and I'm just happy they got him, and, you know, it's a bit of an emotional night, and, you know, I have a lot of mixed emotions right now.
Gary, as we're talking, I don't know if we can show this, but there is a U.S. Marine flag going up right behind us as we speak, and we're seeing a lot of this down here. A lot of people waving U.S. flags and other flags. People that are just very proud and very happy that this moment has finally come because it was so long in coming. And like you said, and like we heard the mayor say earlier, this is not going to ease the suffering, but this is certainly going to help moving forward.
Oh, definitely. I would just hope that all the first responders who made the supreme sacrifice and all the innocent people who perished that day might be resting a little easier, and their families, because of what took place, you know, finally grabbing this guy and doing away with him. And hopefully it's closure for a lot of people, you know, but for a lot of people, like I say, it's a life-changing event, and I'll never be the same after that day. I mean, you know, it's changed my whole outlook, my emotions, and, you know, just the loss of all the friends, and, you know, coming down here hoping we were going to be able to find these people, and, you know, arriving here and seeing the devastation and not being able to, you know, spending days digging through the rubble and without any survivors. It was just very disheartening and very difficult thing to deal with. You know.
Have you been here many times since that day?
No, a few times. I was here last year for, not for the ceremonies, but for afterwards, later that night. We have annual firefighters gather at night down here, and you know, it's just I guess it's gotten bigger and bigger each year, and I'm sure this year is going to be even bigger. And we have our bagpipers here, and, you know, they're playing.
Yes, and definitely a festive, yes,
yeah,
a remembrance and a very...
Trying to make, you know, make it easier rather than, you know, you can't mourn forever, you know, and...
Certainly a festive atmosphere here, and people just consider this, as everyone else in the country does, a victory, not just for you New Yorkers, but for everyone in the country. John?
Marianne Rafferty on hallowed ground there at Ground Zero in New York, where so many thousands died in the attacks of 9/11. Marianne, we'll get back to you in a couple of minutes. We want to go to the Pentagon now. Jennifer Griffin has the very latest on Osama bin Laden and the disposition of his body, as I understand it. Jennifer?
Yes, we can now confirm that about an hour and a half ago, John, Osama bin Laden was buried at sea. We're told by a senior U.S. official that he was the only of the 4 bodies at the compound, the 4 people killed at the compound. He was the only person who was taken away, and that body has now been buried at sea. We can confirm that. It's not clear which sea. It's not clear how the body was dropped, but we are told that Muslim tradition was kept in terms of the burial, in terms of the washing of the body, and in terms of wrapping it. But Osama bin Laden is now buried at sea. John?
And again, for our viewers who might just be tuning in, the United States was concerned. There was talk about possibly calling up Saudi Arabia and saying, do you want to bury him in his home country? Possibly calling Afghanistan or Pakistan, but the fear was that if you put Osama bin Laden in the ground, he becomes, his burial site becomes a shrine and an attraction and maybe a lightning rod for the people who believe the same way he does. So by burying him at sea, the Pentagon is hoping to forestall any kind of hero worship, or at least worship of the burial site, because nobody's going to know where he is.
That's exactly right, and that's why they opted for sea. And it's important that they did it in these initial hours, because by Muslim tradition, you have to bury the body within 24 hours. So we were told that by 4 p.m. tomorrow, they would have buried him, but they opted for a quick burial, and U.S. forces took the body out to sea. And there are also some reports that there are pictures of Osama bin Laden that were taken. We can confirm that photos were taken of the dead body, but the photos that are circulating on the internet right now are not bin Laden, we're told, by senior U.S. officials. Those are doctored photos that have been out on the internet for some time. We're told from very senior officials with access to the latest intelligence that those photos that are out on the internet right now are not the official photos. But some photos were taken. They are not being released at this time, John.
I suppose at some point, though, as repulsive as it might be, the Pentagon will want to put out at least one photo just to prove to his followers or fans, if you want to use such a term, that he is in fact dead and gone.
Well, absolutely. You're going to want to show some sort of proof of death at some point. It's not clear why they aren't releasing those photos at this time, and there certainly will be conspiracy theorists out there and some of his followers who would say, how do we know that he's dead? I mean, it will become pretty obvious, I think, among his followers. You'll start seeing the reaction from those who are close to him. They're going to know that he's dead, and certainly word will travel pretty quickly. But there certainly is a concern about putting out those photos right now, and U.S. officials have opted not to do it at this time.
Jennifer Griffin reporting live from the Pentagon for us right now. Thank you. If you are just joining us, what an extraordinary 12 hours it has been. Osama bin Laden is dead. A U.S.-led operation killed the former head of the Al-Qaeda terror network. For more on all of this, we're joined by the former chairman of the House Armed Services Committee, former California Congressman Duncan Hunter joins us. Congressman Hunter, it must be a very fulfilling night or early morning for you.
You know, it's been a decade, and in fact, I remember the day after 9/11, my son Duncan, who now is in the U.S. Congress, walked across the aisle, quit his job, and joined the U.S. Marine Corps after that strike on 9/11. So we talked a little bit ago this evening, and it's been a long run, but this is a very important, obviously a very important milestone in the war against terror. I think the question that this will beg now is the effect that this will have on the Afghanistan operation. Is the air going to go out of the insurgency, which is a combination of Al-Qaeda operatives and of course Taliban in Afghanistan? That's probably the question that commanders on the ground in Afghanistan are looking at right now.
Well, I'm sure they will try to mount any kind of operation they can. They'll try to prove that they are still capable and still lethal. Whether they can do anything or not, whether they can actually accomplish any of that is anyone's guess, and Homeland Security is telling Americans to be on very high alert for any kind of blowback. But it's got to be a paralyzing blow, or at least a demoralizing blow for the Taliban, who just less than 24 hours earlier announced the start of their spring offensive. They're pounding their chests and saying, hey, we're going to go take on America. Now their number one guy, their number one sort of spiritual leader, at least from an Al-Qaeda standpoint, is gone.
I think that's true, John, and I think that this restores a lot of confidence in the region, in American capability, which is very important. The other question that this raises, of course, is bin Laden's compound being in the center of a military area that is close to the headquarters of the second Pakistani division, of course, raises the questions of the Pakistani military leadership and any knowledge that they might have had, or any acquiescence to bin Laden and his team's location at that point. And of course, we depend on those people to be the stewards of a fairly deadly nuclear arsenal in Pakistan. The senior military officials and the generals and their teams in Pakistan are considered to be the adult leadership that during turbulent political times keeps a cap on those nuke sites. So this is a troubling thing. The location of Osama bin Laden's compound is, of course, troubling, I'm sure, to American policy leaders right now.
But hats off to the president and his team for making a tough call, deciding to go ahead with an operation that was no guarantee of success.
Well, that's true, although I think if you have we've been soliciting Osama bin Laden's location for 10 years now, and we've had lots of leads. We've followed them. They've led us in the past to dead ends. This one led, in fact, to his real location. I think that you have to come to the conclusion that any American policy leader up to and including the president would give the go-ahead with a definite location of bin Laden on the ground in a targetable location in Pakistan. I think he had to go with the order to go ahead with this mission. It was carried out flawlessly. The SEAL teams, the fact that they came in, engaged in a heavy firefight without taking U.S. casualties is extraordinary.
It absolutely is, and my hat is off to the SEAL team who pulled it off. About 40 of them, 24 on the ground, we're told. Again, we're not getting a lot of operational details about what happened inside that compound, but they clearly did a great job. Former Congressman Duncan Hunter, let me just ask you this one more question. Your son, now a sitting congressman himself, you mentioned how he jumped into the Marine Corps as a result of the 9/11 attacks. What do you think this does for our military men and women, the death of Osama bin Laden?
Laden. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu hailed the operation as a resounding triumph for the U.S. Joining us now from Jerusalem is correspondent Phil Black, and the Israelis, no doubt, will be very pleased, even though Al-Qaeda was never much of a direct threat to Israel.
Yeah, indeed, John. This news has been broadly welcomed here politically and by the people as well. It is Holocaust Remembrance Day here in Israel, a very significant day, a somber, reflective one, where people remember the millions of Jews who were killed in the Holocaust. It's a very significant day here. A short time ago, sirens rang out across the city. Everyone stops what they are doing. They stop in traffic. They stand still for a number of minutes to mark this. And it is a day when broadcasting, television, radio, is normally dedicated to either ceremonies marking the day or to other more reflective programming. A lot of broadcasters close down for the day altogether, but today it's been a little bit different. It has been dedicated through the morning to rolling news coverage, rolling discussion on television and radio about just what this means. The political reaction, as we've been saying, has been very positive. Israel's foreign minister has said that in many ways it's symbolic that this has taken place on Holocaust Remembrance Day. And from the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, he has said that Israelis are feeling the same joy as the Americans today, and he's talked about this being a resounding victory for all countries that are together fighting terrorism. John.
And for what about in the West Bank and Gaza? Al-Qaeda did have its supporters there. There was certainly a lot of admiration for Osama bin Laden, that he managed to avoid capture by the U.S. for so very long. What has been the reaction there?
Well, I think Israel will be very interested in this today as well. What will be the reaction among Palestinians? Israel will tell you that there are Al-Qaeda affiliated groups operating in the Gaza Strip. Al-Qaeda affiliated in the sense that they share the same global ideas for jihad and Islamist politics. They are there. They're small in number and influence, and as much as they are an irritant to Israel, equally so they are to Hamas, in itself an extremist group, but one that governs the Gaza Strip currently, but is very much focused in opposing Israel and Israel's existence. You may remember that after the 9/11 attacks, there were some scenes of celebration among Palestinians, celebrating the fall of the Twin Towers. It'll be interesting to see as the day progresses what the reaction among Palestinians may be, because equally so, it's a point, their struggle, their plight against Israel was something that Osama bin Laden, Al-Qaeda, has spoken about over the years that followed. But while it would seem that Osama bin Laden claimed to have cared for the Palestinians, it does not necessarily mean that most Palestinians cared for Osama bin Laden. They are not necessarily Islamist in their outlook. Fatah, the party that has dominated Palestinian politics for so long, is very secularist. But it will be interesting to see, as the day progresses, just what the reaction among Palestinians will be to this news that Osama bin Laden has died. John.
Yeah, okay. Phil Black there, live for us in Jerusalem, keeping a close watch on the situation there across Israel and also the West Bank and Gaza. Thank you, Phil.
Well, if you have just joined us, you're tuned into CNN's special coverage of the death of Osama bin Laden.
Thank you.
And crowds of Americans have been celebrating in the streets overnight, and there's also been a strong reaction from the international community. Let's turn to our Zane Burgee, who joins us now from CNN London. Zane.
Hi, Rosemary. Well, the United Kingdom has been a staunch ally with the United States in fighting terror. Just a short while ago, the Prime Minister of Britain, David Cameron, had this to say. Listen.
This news will be welcomed right across our country. Of course, it does not mark the end of the threat we face from extremist terror. Indeed, we'll have to be particularly vigilant in the weeks ahead. But it is, I believe, a massive step forward. Osama bin Laden was responsible for the death of thousands of innocent men, women and children right across the world, people of every race and religion. He was also responsible for ordering the death of many, many British citizens, both here and in other parts of the world.
More reaction from other parts in Europe here. Rosemary, France's President Nicolas Sarkozy calling it a major event in the world's struggle against terrorism. Germany's foreign minister saying it was good news for free-thinking men. And Italy's foreign minister says that it was a victory of good against evil, of justice against malignancy. Rosemary?
All right, Zane Burgee, keeping an eye on developments there in London. Thanks so much.
Okay, well, joining us here now is our executive editor, Tim Lister, who has actually been following this story pretty much since September 11, 2001.
Yeah.
We were together in Tora Bora for a time.
We were.
And we've been, across the region. So let's just start with Tora Bora and what happened after that. Why couldn't they get bin Laden for such a long time?
I think after the first few months, the trail really ran cold. Everything suggests that they had a pretty good idea in the immediate aftermath of Tora Bora where he might have gone. But then the trail ran pretty cold. There was someone in German intelligence suggested that they were onto him again for a little while in 2004. But I remember leaving Tora Bora in the company of a great Pakistani fixer that we had. And as we left and went through the Khyber Pass and into Pakistan, he pointed up to the left and said, there's places there where man has never set foot. That's where he's gone.
Right.
And that was Kunar province. And,
Yeah.
and a lot of people said that for the longest time, that's probably where he was, Kunar province, which is actually only about 120 miles away from
far.
where he was finally found.
So, Tim, how surprised were you when news first came to
Very
you about
surprised.
what had happened?
Very surprised, simply because of the location. You're talking somewhere that's barely 50 miles from the capital of Pakistan. You're talking somewhere that's a major garrison town where the Pakistani military, a lot of them retire. There's golf clubs, hockey fields. This is a genteel hill station that was part of the British Raj, and suddenly it's become the place where the most wanted man in the world was finally located.
It's terror capital. There's one thing which I'm curious about is the fact that he was suddenly in this $1 million mansion, not in a cave. He was surrounded by luxury, if you like, and this was a man who'd made a lot about, living in a cave and roughing it out to avoid the U.S. forces. Suddenly he's been caught in a $1 million mansion. Does it suggest to you that he got a bit soft?
No, I don't know about that. One thing I do wonder about, though, is whether, because he had one kidney and he needed dialysis treatment, whether he had to come down to somewhere relatively sophisticated to get regular medical treatment. That is quite possible. After all, he was, what, 56, 57 years old?
He was 54, but close
Something
enough,
like
yeah.
that. And so that's conceivable. We don't really know what was inside that mansion, apart from the fact that it was very well guarded with an awful lot of walls and security. Even on the third floor, there was a 7-foot-high terrace, balcony sort of wall to stop any prying eyes. So we don't know about whether he was getting soft, but clearly he thought he was safe in this place because he'd been there some time.
Since October, right, is what we're hearing from U.S. officials.
In a couple of weeks ago.
What does that do for his reputation, though? Because, you know, the image of this tough leader of Al-Qaeda living out this hard life, but in actual fact, as you say, you know, living in this mansion and the perception of having gone soft, whether he had or whether he hadn't. What's the impact of that?
I don't think we can tell what the impact's going to be, but I think the devotees of Osama bin Laden will be no less devoted now that he's dead.
Especially now he's a martyr. He got shot in the head.
He's now a martyr. He's died for the cause, like so many of their other comrades have. And a lot of them have sworn a personal oath of fealty to him, not just to the organization. If you go through all the Guantanamo documents, it's amazing how many of those who were held at Guantanamo had sworn a personal oath of loyalty to Osama bin Laden, the man, and were awed by being in his presence, even if it was just for a couple of hours. So he had a huge impact on the followers. What it'll be like now he's gone, it's difficult to tell, because Al-Qaeda was already a much more dispersed organization with franchises, if you like, popping up in Somalia, in the Maghreb, in Iraq, all over the place. It wasn't as though it was a centralized organization anymore.
And the question I asked Peter Bergen this, we didn't really get into it, but I'm just curious if there is anybody, a particular name, which comes to mind who could succeed bin Laden, who can have the same charisma, who can instill the same loyalty, who can essentially convince people to strap on explosives and go blow themselves up.
There's someone who's already doing that on a regular basis, and his name's Anwar al-Awlaki, and he lives in Yemen.
Okay, so is he likely to become the overall leader?
I'm not sure there will be an overall leader after Osama bin Laden's gone, but that's something that will only tease itself out over the next few months. But in terms of the inspirational figures that are in Al-Qaeda today,
there's a few.
Zawahiri is not one of them. He's number two. He's a very grey sort of character by comparison. But Anwar al-Awlaki is of a different generation. He knows how to use the internet. He knows, after all, how to produce this magazine they do called Inspire every couple of months that comes from Al-Qaeda in Yemen. It's very glossily produced in English. He knows how to get the message through, after all, he's US educated, to an English-speaking jihadist community. And of course, given the situation in Yemen at the moment, it's quite possible that they will find that a safer haven than parts of Pakistan or Afghanistan in years to come.
And just very quickly, though, this news that we just received, I mean, it's not confirmed yet, but a word of the possibility that Osama bin Laden's body was buried at sea. What is the likely impact of that?
I think that's also very difficult to tell. Amongst some of the bin Laden supporters that will say they could not provide evidence that he was dead, and therefore they've done this. But he's not really dead. He's still somewhere up there in the mountains, and he's still fighting the cause. That may be part of it. But others will accept that he's gone, and in fact we may get a message from Zawahiri in the next few days confirming that, but also confirming that jihad goes on. What will be interesting, most interesting to see now, is the relationship between the Taliban in Afghanistan and Al-Qaeda. And
Al-Qaeda's best friend.
Al-Qaeda's best friend, and how that then affects the entire peace process for the region. It's too early to tell.
And the bad news is we all still have to take our shoes off at airports and our belts, and that still will go on for quite some time.
Which just goes to show that he was really more an icon, an inspirational figure than an operational one. Al-Qaeda's gone way beyond just being Osama bin Laden.
It's been great talking with you. We have a first statement coming into us from the Pakistan government. It released a statement saying in part, Osama bin Laden's death illustrates the resolve of the international community, including Pakistan, to fight and eliminate terrorism. It constitutes a major step back to terrorist organizations around the world. Al-Qaeda has declared war on Pakistan. Scores of Al-Qaeda-sponsored terrorist attacks have resulted in deaths of thousands of innocent Pakistani men, women, and children. Well, we'll take a short break here right now. Our coverage, though, of the death of Osama bin Laden will continue.
It will. Right now, here are some live pictures from Ground Zero in New York, where Americans are gathering in celebration for the news that they heard just hours ago, over 5 hours ago, now that Osama bin Laden is now dead.
Al-Qaeda. As I mentioned to you earlier, I was told that one of the brothers, the courier, or one of the couriers, was a protege of Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, and also this sort of top, if you will, ideas man for the network, religious ideas man. So I think it's going to be very important to see in the next 7 to 10 days what we learn about how that compound operated, because that is going to shed a lot of light on his ability to go undetected for so long, presumably within Pakistan itself after 9/11.
Catherine Herridge, live in Washington. Catherine, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
You've been watching the pictures next to Catherine, the live pictures from Ground Zero in Lower Manhattan, where the Twin Towers used to stand, and absolutely extraordinary. It is 3:57 in the morning here, and yet the streets are filled with people who have gone to that sacred spot to mark, pardon me, to mark the death of the man who launched the attacks that took so many thousands of lives that day. Nearly 10 years after the 9/11 attacks, the world's most wanted terrorist is dead, with reaction to this incredible event, and it's really just now 12 and a half hours old since the first bullets were fired. Well, joining us with a reaction, the former speechwriter to President George W. Bush, Mark Thiessen. During the September 11th attacks, he was working for Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, and Mark, it's my understanding you were actually at the Pentagon that day when American Airlines Flight 77 hit.
I was in the building. We were watching the television reports, first of the first plane that hit the World Trade Center. We all thought maybe it was a plane that had gone in the wrong direction or had an accident or something, and then when the second plane hit, we knew it was a terrorist attack. And one of my speechwriters, who was an Air Force colonel, said, well, if they're going to hit Washington, wouldn't we be ground zero for an attack? Shouldn't we evacuate? And everyone was just glued to their television, and no one really took it seriously. And then a few moments later, the walls in my office shuddered, and, the smoke filled the hallways outside, and, we were fortunate to be a couple corridors down from the impact site, but you felt it and smelled the smoke. And the interesting thing about the day was that none of the alarms went off in the building. We all just sort of walked out on our own and sort of turned around on the river terrace there and looked back at the burning building. It's a sight I'll never forget. I'm very, very gratified to see the man who did that and who killed a good friend of mine, Commander Dan Schanauer, who was an intelligence officer who was at the site of impact, classmate of mine at the Naval War College. He was killed that day, and I'm very glad to see that his killer is finally met justice.
I'm sure you probably wish you were back on the job writing speeches for the Defense Secretary for a speech to be delivered tomorrow, for instance, about the fine work of our U.S. military personnel who helped to make this happen, along with the CIA. I do not want to forget the CIA in all of this.
Absolutely. Well, what's interesting is what's coming out. Catherine has been reporting that the information on this came from Guantanamo detainees. And according to a senior administration official, reportedly said that it was 4 years ago that we uncovered the courier's ID. 4 years ago, it's very interesting, because that was a time when we had a vigorous interrogation program going. There are people in Guantanamo that are military detainees, but there are also people in Guantanamo that are CIA detainees. And it'll be very interesting to see whether any of the CIA detainees had anything to do with informing us about the courier. And the other thing is interesting is that in this town where he was captured, just a few months ago, we captured, the Pakistanis captured the highest-ranking senior Al-Qaeda terrorist to be taken into custody alive since Barack Obama took office, a fellow named Umar Patek. He was a member of Jamaat Islamiyah, the KSM network, that was going to carry out the second wave of attacks, and he was in hiding for 10 years in the Philippines. And all of a sudden, he was spotted in Yemen. AP reported that he was at a meeting of jihadists in Mecca, and then all of a sudden he was in the very same town where now it turns out Osama bin Laden was killed. So it's very interesting to see whether the interrogation of this guy, whether we finally got access to him, because the Pakistanis were denying us access to him, and what role he had to play in the information that led to this raid.
Mark Thiessen is a former speechwriter for President Bush, Bush 43, also for former Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld. Mark, thank you for your insights.
Thanks for having me on.
If you are on the East Coast and by chance set your alarm for 4 a.m. and are awake and hearing the news, what an extraordinary 13 hours it has been. Just about 3:30 in the afternoon Eastern Time, a team of U.S. Navy SEALs swept into a compound in Abbottabad, Pakistan, about 60 miles northwest, northeast, I should say, of the capital, Islamabad. The CIA had developed information that Osama bin Laden might be in that compound. About 24 Navy SEALs swooped in from the sky, rappelling in on helicopters at about 1:30 in the morning, Pakistan time, 3:30 in the afternoon, U.S. East Coast time. They got into a firefight. They offered Osama bin Laden the chance to surrender. He did not take it. He was killed. We understand that his son, one of his sons, a 24-year-old who was with him, was killed, as were two couriers whose activities, in part, had led the CIA to believe that that was the compound where Osama bin Laden was located. We are also told, although there has been precious little information forthcoming about this, that a woman was in the compound and was used as a human shield by one of those men. She was also killed. No U.S. personnel were killed, and as far as we know, nobody even seriously injured in that firefight. The compound is on fire right now, or at least partly on fire, possibly because a U.S. helicopter, one of the 4 helicopters that was dispatched to take this Navy SEAL team there, crash landed, had a hard landing inside the compound itself. And so the Navy SEAL team on site destroyed the helicopter to prevent any of its secret information from falling into Al-Qaeda or Taliban hands. That may be what is burning there. We're not absolutely certain. We probably will find out tomorrow. Well, upon hearing of the death of Osama bin Laden, and I should also add, not only is he dead as of about 12 and a half hours ago, he has already been buried at sea with full Muslim rites, but dropped into the ocean someplace by the U.S. military, we presume, who wanted to prevent him, the military did, and the administration concurred, wanted to prevent his gravesite on land from becoming, you know, another Mecca-type place, another sacred site to those of his ilk who would worship the things that he stood for. Horrible as they may be to us, he has a following, or had one. Well, upon hearing of the death of Osama bin Laden, Americans flocked to Ground Zero in Lower Manhattan. That's where our own Marianne Rafferty is there live right now at 4:04 a.m. on the East Coast. Marianne.
Hi, John, and yes, this has been a very festive atmosphere down here. People celebrating, people chanting USA, USA over and over again, bagpipes playing earlier. I mean, people really consider this a victory, not just for New Yorkers, but for everyone in the country, and a long time in coming. There are a lot of people who lost loved ones, who lost co-workers down here at Ground Zero. I have a retired NYPD detective, Ed Wyatrek, here with me, and you were actually down here that day trying to help with the rescue effort. What is it like now knowing that he is gone, he is dead?
Satisfaction, definitely satisfaction. Feel like my friends and co-workers that lost their lives, got sick from being down here, have a little closure.
How does it feel to you, though, that, you know, it has been a long time in coming, but everyone is calling this, you know, a victory and, you know, something that everyone was waiting for? What does it mean to you?
It means a lot personally to me. I said I get sick from being down here. I personally lost a lot of friends. I think it was good that we got him, set a symbol that anybody that kind of messes with our country, that we will get you, and not to mess with us.
And the fact that you see all of these other people that now they've been moved back just a little bit, but the crowds were, and there must have been hundreds, maybe thousands of people out here this morning for hours celebrating. How does that make you feel as far as watching all of these people that, you know, that are with you here right now?
It makes me feel great. It makes me feel special that our armed forces protected us. They did their jobs. Everybody should give a shout out to all our armed forces for doing a great job. I know I can say for myself, thank you all. And I'm glad he's finally laid to rest, just like the rest of my friends and co-workers.
You know, Mayor Michael Bloomberg said that this, you know, will ease the suffering, but it's never going to erase any of the pain.
No, I definitely want to erase the pain, but it does give a little closure to our friends and co-workers and loved ones that we lost, not only from New York, but for the whole country. And I feel like we finally got a chance to say, you know, we got a little satisfaction.
And tell us why you came down here. I mean, at this hour. I mean, why it was important for you to be down here tonight.
I was stationed at Pine Street and Granite Street, and Building 7 almost came down on top of me on September 11th. And I felt I should be here today when I heard about the news. And basically, I came here for one of my friends who lost his aunt, friend Brian McLeod, and thought I had to be here today.
And I'm really sorry for your loss, and thank you for being here and speaking with us about it. You said you lost a lot of your close friends. Tell us about them.
I don't know what to say. Some of my friends were here. The buildings fell. A lot of them were crushed. Didn't know what happened to them. I lost other friends. I got sick from the aftermath of 9/11. And going to continue to lose people. A lot of people got very sick over this. I said, I just hope they catching bin Laden and killing them, or bringing them to justice, gives their families a little closure, and I hope the country could rest a little easier, knowing that he's gone.
Indeed. Ed Wyatrek, thank you so much for telling us your personal story. And we are hearing a lot of personal stories everywhere we turn here tonight. People that came down here because they thought it was very important based on this news and based on the fact that everyone considers this a victory and a long time coming. John?
Marianne Rafferty at New York's Ground Zero, the site where the Twin Towers once stood. Marianne, thank you. I just want to go back through the chronology of this attack as we are understanding it. Some information out of the Pentagon. At about 3:30 this afternoon Eastern Time, it was 1:30 in the morning in Abbottabad, Pakistan, when about 24 Navy SEALs dropped out of the sky from helicopters hovering overhead. They rappelled into that compound that you see there where the fire is burning. They made their way into the building and confronted a man who turned out to be Osama bin Laden. He was offered a chance to surrender. He did not accept, and he was shot in the head. The residents, we are told, put up a huge fight. There was a lot of gunfire. Photo analysis of his corpse was done on the site. They took a picture and apparently sent it back, transmitted it back to headquarters. They also had one of the residents of the compound who was there, presumably a woman. They asked that resident, is that Osama bin Laden? And the resident said, yes, it is. There were Black Hawk and Chinook helicopters. Chinook, the big twin-rotored things that are about the size of a flying bus. The Chinooks and the Black Hawks picked up the Navy SEALs who had been on the ground, the 24 of them. They landed outside the compound and picked them up. One of the helicopters somehow had a mechanical failure and made what's called a hard landing, basically, you know, dropped, hit pretty hard, but everybody on board, the pilots, were okay. They destroyed that helicopter to keep its sensitive communications equipment and other secret material from falling into enemy hands, and that may be what is still burning there in these pictures you see from that compound. Bin Laden's body was taken from the compound. It was the only one of the 4 bodies taken from the compound. The other 3 victims, one of them his 24-year-old son, also 2 other men who were apparently couriers who worked for him, who also lived in the compound. And there was a woman who was also killed in the attack. She apparently had been used as a human shield by one of the victims. We're not sure who at this point, though we'll probably find out. She was killed as well. No U.S. military personnel were killed, no serious injuries even, we understand, as a result of this brilliantly executed attack by the U.S. Navy SEALs. 24 of them involved on the ground, about 40 in all in the air. After the 9/11 attacks, President George W. Bush formed the Department of Homeland Security to defend this country. In 2006, Chad Sweet was appointed by Secretary Michael Chertoff to be Chief of Staff of that agency. Chad joins us now from Washington. Chad, U.S. police agencies around the country are saying they're going to be extra vigilant after the death of Osama bin Laden. Presumably, Al-Qaeda is going to want to try to strike back. Can they?
Well, they certainly can, and if you think about what we've seen in the last just 2 years, we're coming up on the 10th anniversary of 9/11, and we saw the Christmas Day bomber with Abdul Muttalib. We saw Shahzad in Times Square. They are attempting to pull off something on the order of a 9/11 plot, but unfortunately we've continued to foil them. And I think what the death of Osama bin Laden will mean is that in order for Al-Qaeda to prove that they remain relevant and alive, they're going to have to do something. So the likelihood of an attack here, especially before the anniversary of 9/11, is extremely high.
I guess maybe the good news is if they are going to try to pull something off, it's going to have to be a rush job. I mean, they're going to try to do something big and spectacular, I suppose. That leads to mistakes.
Well, we've seen that in the case of Abdul Muttalib on the Christmas Day bomber, that they basically have appealed to a young man who really had very minimal operational training, which led, as we saw, to him not being able to successfully detonate the explosives. And the same thing with Shahzad in Times Square. So your point's well taken, John, that in these times they are going to have to rush to mobilize. But one thing we have to remember is that they can be right just 1% of the time. We have to be right 100% of the time. And because of that asymmetric threat, especially with soft targets, the potential for them to do damage is quite high.
I hear what you're saying, Chad. You know, I was on the air through most of the 9/11 attacks on this network. After the second plane hit, I mentioned the name of Osama bin Laden at a time when I think most Americans hadn't really heard of the guy. And it seemed on that morning like the sky was falling. I mean, like everything was coming to an end. Everywhere you looked, there was more mayhem. Planes crashing into buildings, buildings falling down. And if you had told me that day that in 2011, almost 10 years out, we would not have endured another major terror attack like it, another successful one, I would have told you you were crazy. But frankly, Homeland Security and our intelligence agencies and everybody else has pitched in to really keep this country safe, and we ought to recognize that.
Well, you're exactly right, John. If you look at the statistics kept by the NCTC, the National Counterterrorism Center, over 20,000 innocent men, women, and children around the world have been slaughtered by terrorists, and that's excluding all deaths in Iraq and Afghanistan. Just take the straight-up terrorist attacks. And when you think about that, those took place not just in developing countries like India or Indonesia. They took place in London. They took place in Madrid. So when you see these happening all around the world and then they're not happening in the United States, you have to ask yourself the question, why is that? And the answer has to be, it's not just luck. This is a function of deliberate policies on the part of the Bush administration and then, frankly, continued in large part by the Obama administration. The continuity and the programs has been strikingly similar, and I think the fact that Osama bin Laden sought refuge in an urban city actually is a function of the Obama administration continuing the use of drones that the Bush administration pursued that basically put tremendous pressure on the operating environment in the Northwest frontier provinces as well as in the tribal areas. So it's a great testament to the men and women of both the intelligence community, Homeland Security, and of course our armed services.
Also, just testament to the American spirit. I mean, a lot of people have assumed that because we're an open society and a free society that we have to be vulnerable in some ways, maybe more vulnerable than some of the other places you mentioned. And yet, you know, despite our freedoms and despite the availability of information out there on the internet about, you know, American perhaps sensitive sites and targets and so forth, no successful attacks since 9/11.
It's extraordinary, and like you said, if you think about America as one of the most open and free countries, we still have over 90 million visitors come to this country per year by our airports. We have open mass public events, whether it's the Super Bowl or we just got through seeing March Madness. So Americans are continuing to enjoy our freedom, and I think in defiance of what the terrorists have tried to do to keep the average citizen from living their normal lives, we've continued to do that in the face of this challenge, and I think it's a tremendous testament, as you said, not only to the intelligence community and Homeland Security and our military, but to the average citizen. And if you step back and look at the success that we've had in disrupting these plots, you can see numerous examples of where they could not have been disrupted had it not been for a vigilant citizen having reported or identified the threat.
Chad Sweet was Chief of Staff in the Department of Homeland Security under then Secretary Michael Chertoff. Chad, thank you for getting up early or maybe staying up late. I'm not sure which it is, but sharing your information with us. We appreciate it.
I was staying up late, John. I was just over at the White House with the exciting students over there. It's just a real electrifying event, as you saw with Geraldo. Yeah.
Well, it's an exciting night, and for those of you who might just be waking up, the world has changed dramatically in the last 13 hours. Osama bin Laden located in a mansion, really, in Abbottabad, Pakistan, about 60 miles northeast of Islamabad. A Navy SEAL team, 40 members in all, swooped in there via helicopter, found him, confronted him, offered him the chance to surrender. He did not take it. He was shot in the head and killed. His body already buried at sea. It was prepared in the Muslim tradition, burial tradition, but buried at sea because the administration, the United States, and our allies were concerned that if you put him in the ground in some Islamic country, it would potentially become a shrine for those who worship the guy. So he has been buried at sea. We do not know which ocean. We do not know the coordinates, and we probably never will. More details continue to be uncovered about this operation that killed bin Laden, his son, and 2 other men. For the very latest, let's go to our own Greg Palcott. He's joining us on the phone. Greg was in Afghanistan the day after the tragic attacks of September 11th, 2001. Greg.
John, I don't think we ever imagined we'd be having this conversation, or if we did, maybe we thought we'd be having it a few years ago. Remarkable stuff, 10 years on, and the capture of Osama bin Laden. You're right, 9/11 happened, and I was on the next plane going to Pakistan, then working my way into Afghanistan. Spent all that time along the border at Tora Bora, just as he made it back from Afghanistan into Pakistan, and spent a whole lot of time on both sides of those borders. And frankly, from everybody that we talked to in our travels over these years, the speculation has been, where would he be? Is he in that cave along the border between those 2 countries? Or is he in a more urban area? Could he be in a basement in Karachi or near Islamabad or Peshawar? And now we're finding out that our suspicions for the latter, that is the urban hideout, is absolutely true. Remarkable stuff, John. Abbottabad, that's just about an hour north of Islamabad. Remarkably, according to my contacts, it is, get ready for this, about 1.5 miles from this from this Pakistani military school, the place where Osama bin Laden was found. Publicly acknowledged, John, cooperation with the Pakistani authorities on this raid. According to my contacts on the ground, the suspicion very much so that the ISI, the intelligence body in Pakistan, or at least elements thereof, could very well have had a handle on where bin Laden was before, frankly, we knew about him. But the raid went on successfully. I remember also all of these memories start coming back to you on this occasion. I remember talking to one Special Forces fellow a couple years into the search for bin Laden. He said, hey, we want you guys there. We want you guys to show us as we go into that cave or as we capture bin Laden. Well, the recording, the documentation of this is a little bit sketchy right now, but I'm sure those men and women involved in the raid and everybody behind this are pretty proud right now, John.
Oh, that is for sure. I think everybody in the U.S. military is very proud right now. This thing has gone off flawlessly. The worst you can say is that a helicopter had a hard landing, a sort of a crash landing, you might call it, and was destroyed by our own forces, but everything else went absolutely swimmingly. 40 SEALs swooped in, 26 of them on the ground, the others remaining in the air, and went in, got Osama bin Laden, and took him out.
John, some more information I'm getting from my Pakistani contacts. I think one word is shock. One word, another word is surprise, and that's what I'm hearing. Shocked that he was in that area. Surprised that he was alive at all. As the years went on from the point of the 9/11 attack, a growing feeling that perhaps bin Laden wasn't alive at all, that he was being kept alive in the minds and the memories of the Al-Qaeda terrorists, just as an iconic linchpin for any future operations. So those two elements, that he was alive and that he was alive in this area so close to the military bases of Pakistan, coming as a big surprise to some of my contacts I've been able to reach in Pakistan. Also, I've sat in on planning sessions, discussions at least of planning sessions about what the U.S. military could imagine to contact when they got close to bin Laden. Concentric security rings of steel around him going outward from the exact point. It looks like they just barreled their way in there, got into the compound, and didn't worry about exterior, concentric circles of security, that they made it in there. It's remarkable stuff, John.
It really is remarkable, and it's going to make a gripping book and a movie and all of that one of these days, assuming the SEALs will provide the information about exactly what happened in there, and that's a big presumption.
Exactly.
Greg Palka, thank you.
Thanks, John.
Well, it has been a stunning half day or so. About 6 hours ago, we were waiting for some kind of an announcement from the White House of a significant event in the war on terror. The supposition around here in this newsroom was that the news, whatever it was not going to be good. We thought we would be hearing bad stuff out of the president if, in fact, he was taking the extraordinary step of holding a media briefing at 10:30 on a Sunday night, 10:30 Eastern time. Then that briefing was delayed by an hour or so. But then in that intervening hour, we found out what the news was: the death of Osama bin Laden. President Barack Obama stepped to the podium and announced it at about 11:30 Eastern time tonight. Actually, 11:30 Eastern time yesterday, Sunday, May 1st. Take a look.
Good evening. Tonight, I can report to the American people and to the world that the United States has conducted an operation that killed Osama bin Laden, the leader of Al-Qaeda, and a terrorist who's responsible for the murder of thousands of innocent men, women, and children. It was nearly 10 years ago that a bright September day was darkened by the worst attack on the American people in our history. The images of 9/11 are seared into our national memory. Hijacked planes cutting through a cloudless September sky, the Twin Towers collapsing to the ground, black smoke billowing up from the Pentagon, the wreckage of Flight 93 in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, where the actions of heroic citizens saved even more heartbreak and destruction. And yet we know that the worst images are those that were unseen to the world. The empty seat at the dinner table, children who were forced to grow up without their mother or their father, parents who would never know the feeling of their child's embrace, nearly 3,000 citizens taken from us, leaving a gaping hole in our hearts. On September 11th, 2001, in our time of grief, the American people came together. We offered our neighbors a hand, and we offered the wounded our blood. We reaffirmed our ties to each other and our love of community and country. On that day, no matter where we came from, what God we prayed to, or what race or ethnicity we were united as one American family. We were also united in our resolve to protect our nation and to bring those who committed this vicious attack to justice. We quickly learned that the 9/11 attacks were carried out by Al-Qaeda, an organization headed by Osama bin Laden, which had openly declared war on the United States and was committed to killing innocents in our country and around the globe. And so we went to war against Al-Qaeda to protect our citizens, our friends, and our allies. Over the last 10 years, thanks to the tireless and heroic work of our military and our counterterrorism professionals, we've made great strides in that effort. We've disrupted terrorist attacks and strengthened our homeland defense. In Afghanistan, we removed the Taliban government, which had given bin Laden and Al-Qaeda safe haven and support. And around the globe, we worked with our friends and allies to capture or kill scores of Al-Qaeda terrorists, including several who were a part of the 9/11 plot. Yet, Osama bin Laden avoided capture and escaped across the Afghan border into Pakistan. Meanwhile, Al-Qaeda continued to operate from along that border and operate through its affiliates across the world. And so shortly after taking office, I directed Leon Panetta, the director of the CIA, to make the killing or capture of bin Laden the top priority of our war against Al-Qaeda, even as we continued our broader efforts to disrupt, dismantle, and defeat his network. Then, last August, after years of painstaking work by our intelligence community, I was briefed on a possible lead to bin Laden. It was far from certain, and it took many months to run this thread to ground. I met repeatedly with my national security team as we developed more information about the possibility that we had located bin Laden hiding within a compound deep inside Pakistan. And finally, last week, I determined that we had enough intelligence to take action and authorized an operation to get Osama bin Laden and bring him to justice. Today, at my direction, the United States launched a targeted operation against that compound in Abbottabad, Pakistan. A small team of Americans carried out the operation with extraordinary courage and capability. No Americans were harmed. They took care to avoid civilian casualties. After a firefight, they killed Osama bin Laden and took custody of his body. For over 2 decades, bin Laden has been Al-Qaeda's leader and symbol, and has continued to plot attacks against our country and our friends and allies. The death of bin Laden marks the most significant achievement to date in our nation's effort to defeat Al-Qaeda. Yet his death does not mark the end of our effort. There's no doubt that Al-Qaeda will continue to pursue attacks against us. We must, and we will, remain vigilant at home and abroad. As we do, we must also reaffirm that the United States is not and never will be at war with Islam. I've made clear, just as President Bush did shortly after 9/11, that our war is not against Islam. Bin Laden was not a Muslim leader. He was a mass murderer of Muslims. Indeed, Al-Qaeda has slaughtered scores of Muslims in many countries, including our own. So his demise should be welcomed by all who believe in peace and human dignity. Over the years, I've repeatedly made clear that we would take action within Pakistan if we knew where bin Laden was. That is what we've done. But it's important to note that our counterterrorism cooperation with Pakistan helped lead us to bin Laden and the compound where he was hiding. Indeed, bin Laden had declared war against Pakistan as well and ordered attacks against the Pakistani people. Tonight, I called President Zardari, and my team has also spoken with their Pakistani counterparts. They agree that this is a good and historic day for both of our nations. And going forward, it is essential that Pakistan continue to join us in the fight against Al-Qaeda and its affiliates. The American people did not choose this fight. It came to our shores and started with the senseless slaughter of our citizens. After nearly 10 years of service, struggle, and sacrifice, we know well the costs of war. These efforts weigh on me every time I, as Commander-in-Chief, have to sign a letter to a family that has lost a loved one, or look into the eyes of a service member who's been gravely wounded. So Americans understand the costs of war. Yet, as a country, we will never tolerate our security being threatened, nor stand idly by when our people have been killed. We will be relentless in defense of our citizens and our friends and allies. We will be true to the values that make us who we are. And on nights like this one, we can say to those families who have lost loved ones to Al-Qaeda's terror, justice has been done. Tonight, we give thanks to the countless intelligence and counterterrorism professionals who've worked tirelessly to achieve this outcome. The American people do not see their work, nor know their names, but tonight they feel the satisfaction of their work and the result of their pursuit of justice. We give thanks for the men who carried out this operation, for they exemplify the professionalism, patriotism, and unparalleled courage of those who serve our country. And they are part of a generation that has borne the heaviest share of the burden since that September day. Finally, let me say to the families who lost loved ones on 9/11 that we have never forgotten your loss, nor wavered in our commitment to see that we do whatever it takes to prevent another attack on our shores. And tonight, let us think back to the sense of unity that prevailed on 9/11. I know that it has at times frayed. Yet today's achievement is a testament to the greatness of our country and the determination of the American people. The cause of securing our country is not complete, but tonight we are once again reminded that America can do whatever we set our mind to. That is the story of our history. Whether it's the pursuit of prosperity for our people or the struggle for equality for all our citizens, our commitment to stand up for our values abroad, and our sacrifices to make the world a safer place. Let us remember that we can do these things not just because of wealth or power, but because of who we are. One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. May God bless you. And may God bless the United States of America.
President Obama in an extraordinary Sunday night White House address just about 5 hours ago, and that address made just about 8 hours after Osama bin Laden was confirmed killed in a compound in which he'd been hiding in Abbottabad, Pakistan. The nation found out about it in that extraordinary address, as I mentioned, from the president a short time ago. If you take a look, there are some pictures from Ground Zero in Lower Manhattan, where the Twin Towers stood and where so many thousands of Americans lost their lives on that horrible day. Lieutenant Joseph Levy was a member of the fire department of the city of New York and died in the attacks. His brother-in-law, Tim Sumner, joins us now on the phone. Tim, you might have heard the president say in the replay of his White House speech tonight, he said, "Justice has been served with the death of Osama bin Laden." Has it?
Well, I think justice has been served on the leader, obviously, of the attack person that sent these people to murder 2,976 men, women, and children. I think also he did say we must remain vigilant. I believe that this war is far from over, and this was an important step, I would say a great moment during this war for America, and for, I would call it a victory. But it is far from over. We need to remain vigilant.
Yeah, we do need to remain vigilant. Did you ever think it would take this long for that justice to arrive?
Well, I guess, yes. It seemed that it took a good while. This was a very difficult area to find folks in. Obviously, this network was well organized. We know from post-9/11 reports that tens of thousands of terrorists trained in those camps. They had a extensive network, and the terrain and just the conditions there it made it difficult. I'm a former member of the United States Army, retired, and I've operated difficult terrain, and so I would say it's not unexpected. It is good news, but it's not unexpected. It took quite a while.
Tim Sumner, whose brother-in-law was a fire department firefighter for the city of New York, who died there in the 9/11 attacks. Tim, again, it has been 10 years, and yet it occurred to me just now how extraordinary quickly this day's events have taken place. Bin Laden, his compound was identified. I guess the president basically authorized the strike last Friday. It was carried out today. 8 hours later, the president told the nation about it, and within 5 hours of that, I mean, in the last 13 hours, bin Laden has been buried at sea. He's already gone. He's gone from the face of the earth. That has to feel pretty stunning after you waited for justice for almost 10 years.
Yes, but it's very fitting that it was conducted not by some drone attack or some accident or that type of thing. It was very fitting to conduct it by U.S. military forces, and reportedly without not telling any other nation, including Pakistan. It's conflicting reports there. But it seems like we kept this one very close to the vest, and I think it signals to Pakistan, who is wavering now, obviously, a very questionable ally. But I say, send a message to Pakistan and other nations that when we need to act, we will act in our best regard, regardless of who the president is, or, that all that aside, America will do what is necessary to hunt down mass murderers and those that attack our nation, regardless of where they are.
Tim Sumner, again, whose firefighter brother-in-law was lost in the World Trade Center attacks. Tim, thank you. What you're looking at on your screen is a fire burning at a compound in a, until now, little-known city in Pakistan called Abbottabad. In that compound, U.S. authorities were able to determine Osama bin Laden was living with his youngest, the youngest of his 4 wives, one of his sons, and a couple of other families, 2 men who apparently served as couriers for him. Everything that Osama bin Laden was doing in these latter years, he was doing essentially by dispatching written letters to people. He figured out that the United States was able to eavesdrop on his conversations back in the days when he was using satellite phones and cell phones and so forth, and he nearly lost his life as a result of it. So, because of that, he started doing everything simply by written word and dispatching his instructions to his evil henchmen around the globe, dispatching them by courier. Well, those couriers apparently led to his undoing. The CIA noticed this compound, a house much larger than any of the surrounding homes. It was built in about 2005 in this city, Abbottabad, that I mentioned earlier. It had fairly high security, very high security. It had very high walls, 18-foot walls in some respects, or in some places, surrounding this compound in Abbottabad. There were some other unusual things about the people who lived there. They always burned their trash. Other people in the neighborhood would leave their trash out for pickup, not these folks. That and the high security gates there, the fact that there seemed to be security personnel, and the fact that these 2 men who appeared to own the property didn't seem to have any visible means of making an income. That is all part of what led the CIA to point it out and figure out that Osama bin Laden was likely the guest of honor there. A Navy SEAL team swooped in about 13 hours ago, got into a firefight, offered bin Laden the chance to surrender. He did not accept. He was shot in the head and perhaps several other places. We understand it was a vicious firefight with bin Laden and the other men returning fire. So after this vicious firefight, bin Laden was killed. His body was taken by the U.S. Navy SEAL team that was there that took him out. His body was taken. It was verified that bin Laden, in fact, is the guy who died, is one of the 4 guys who died, and his body has already been buried at sea. It is such rapid justice to a search, a rapid end to a search that has taken 10 years, ever since the attacks of 9/11, when the World Trade Center, the Pentagon, and the Pentagon were attacked, and when that Flight 93, United Flight 93, went down in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Our own Marianne Rafferty is at Ground Zero, live in New York at, well, 4:45 in the morning, and people are gathered there in somber celebration. Marianne?
John, you can't see them right now. They've actually moved a lot of the people about 100 yards away from where we are, but earlier, right here where we're standing, there must have been thousands of people gathered. They were chanting USA, USA, singing patriotic songs, holding up signs, just an atmosphere of just absolute celebration here. We did have the opportunity to talk to a former firefighter and a retired police officer that were actually here on 9/11 helping in the response effort, trying to save people, and they said they actually ended up losing very good friends of theirs, and so it really meant a lot to them to come down here, just to be here and experience this. Of course, they say it was a long time coming, but it really feels like a victory, and like one firefighter put it, it should give families a little bit of closure. Because these are people that have been suffering for a long time. To echo what Mayor Michael Bloomberg said earlier, this is not going to end the suffering, but it will hopefully ease a little bit of the pain, knowing that Osama bin Laden is dead, the person who is behind killing so many thousands of people on 9/11. And that's what we're hearing from most of the people that were gathered here, celebrating, again, chanting loudly, just a feeling of absolute celebration. And even as we talk, you can't hear it, but people are still chanting and waving flags, still celebrating, and they probably will be even after the sun comes up here. John?
Yeah, it's normally a sight of such somber mood, such sadness. It's generally a sight that we equate with the playing of mournful bagpipes and roses dropped into a small reflecting pool. That's the kind of thing that generally happens down there at Ground Zero when you talk about the 9/11 attacks. And yet tonight, as you mentioned, it's a celebration. We got the bad guy.
That is absolutely true. And one thing that we were hearing from everyone, especially those who lost loved ones and lost their co-workers, you know, they said it's really a tribute to our military as well, that those Navy SEALs went in there and they got him. You know, it was, they really feel like it was a true victory for New Yorkers and for the rest of the country. John?
Well, that's absolutely correct. Marianne Rafferty live at New York City's Ground Zero, where the Twin Towers once stood. Marianne, thank you. Well, what does this do to the future? For more on how the death of Osama bin Laden impacts the war on terror, let's check in with Amy Kellogg. She just got off the phone with Pakistan's former president, General Pervez Musharraf. Amy.
Yeah, John, I did, and his words were sort of similar to the ones that former President Bush used to describe this as being a victory for peace-loving people. But basically, Musharraf said to me that because bin Laden had declared war on Pakistan, he was enemy number one in Pakistan as well. Now, I asked Musharraf about sort of a fundamentalist backlash that a lot of people are expecting. He said he believes that the vast majority of Pakistanis will be vastly relieved that this person who was either the planner or inspiration for so many terror attacks in Pakistan post 9/11 is now dead. He said, of course, that there are a lot of silent majority people who are overshadowed by the fundamentalists or people who are cowed into silence. He did say that he feels that it was a mistake that it was not Pakistani forces who took out bin Laden ultimately. Of course, the argument to that is that bin Laden has been living in Pakistan and Pakistani forces were not apparently able to do that. Musharraf also pointed out, and this is something that we've discussed already, the fact that this home in Abbottabad was so very close to where the Pakistani military academy is. He said that there's a 9-mile run that goes very close to that house. So if in fact bin Laden was there for a long time, it would have been right underneath the noses of Pakistan intelligence and military, and that would be a huge lapse. President Musharraf said that he thinks any anger that American forces, in his words, breached Pakistani sovereignty would be manifested in the form of demonstrations. He said that this is an important battle that's been won, but it's not the end of the war on terror, and that this must continue. I spoke to another contact in Pakistan who said that Pakistanis are angry at bin Laden for the fact that now there is Taliban in Pakistan as well, a very active Taliban presence in Pakistan, and this person, who happens to also be quite close to former President Musharraf, said that this is something that has made the Pakistani people very angry. He said he doesn't think that Al-Qaeda is going to get a bump from this martyrdom of Osama bin Laden. He said because, frankly, the organization has to be on the wane at some point. It doesn't have a focused goal. He said at least with the Taliban, their goal, whether you support them or not, and obviously we wouldn't, but he said they are trying to liberate Afghanistan, whereas Al-Qaeda is just such a murky organization with simply violence at its helm. So again, Musharraf saying that he was very happy that Osama bin Laden had been eliminated, and he said also that he and other Pakistani leaders did not really know if bin Laden had been on Pakistani soil. That had always been a question too, John. Is he in Afghanistan? Is he in Pakistan? Is he in the tribal areas? But of course, very dramatically today, we find out that at least recently, he was living not far at all from the capital of Pakistan, Islamabad, John.
And so back to this question as to whether or not the ISI, the Secret Intelligence Service in Pakistan, may have known or may have suspected that Osama bin Laden was in that compound. What did Musharraf say about that?
He said that he believes that, of course, American intelligence is much more sophisticated than Pakistani intelligence. He said that he believes probably if Pakistan had had the intelligence firmly, they would have acted with their own special operations team. So he believes that it would have come from the United States, but he claims that the intelligence, that is, John, he claims that he's not privy to that knowledge at this point. Of course, he is not able to go to Pakistan after more or less being ousted from power. He has been in exile between London and parts of the Middle East. John?
Amy Kellogg reporting live from London. Amy, thank you. So it has been an extraordinary 13 hours or so. Osama bin Laden located in a compound in Pakistan. A Navy SEAL team swooped in from the skies, encountered him, offered him a chance to surrender. He didn't take it. He's now dead, and he's already been buried at sea. Let's talk about all of these stunning developments with another family member of a victim of the 9/11 attacks, which were engineered by Osama bin Laden. Peter Gadiel from the 9/11 Families for a Secure America joins us. His son James died in those attacks nearly 10 years ago. Peter, thank you for being with us.
You're welcome.
And your thoughts?
Glad to be here on this occasion.
Well, your thoughts on the death of Osama bin Laden?
Well, first of all, I want to thank the SEAL team that went in and took him out. And I also particularly want to remember all those soldiers who have been in the Middle East in the last 10 years, in Iraq and Afghanistan, and of course down in Pakistan, and especially those who gave their lives. This is a happy day.
It appears that we're losing the cell phone signal with Peter. Peter Gadiel, his son was lost on 9/11 in the 9/11 attacks. Like so many thousands of other Americans, the sting, the pain of that day is not going to go away no matter how many Al-Qaeda leaders you kill. But the fact that the man who boasted about it, who bragged about the engineering of the 9/11 attacks and told the world really that he was going to bring down America by way of these attacks and the things that followed on to them. He is gone now. He has received justice at the end of an M16, I'm guessing, from a Navy SEAL team. Osama bin Laden, dead, gone, and already buried at sea.
There were many people signing up, and many of those people graduating knew that they were heading off to Afghanistan. So obviously very jubilant scenes there right now.
Indeed.
We are still learning a lot more about the raid that killed Osama bin Laden, but many people are also curious about his compound in Pakistan. Journalist Omar Warrich has just arrived at Abbottabad. He's with Time magazine. We should also mention that is the same parent company as CNN. And Omar, you're in that city of 1 million people. You're heading towards the compound. Just describe to us, what are you actually seeing right now?
Well, the actual compound itself has been cordoned off by the army. This happened apparently before the raid last night. Right now, there's the only traffic allowed through are the Army officers or residents themselves. This is it's a quiet garrison town. I mean, you mentioned West Point Academy there earlier. This is home to Pakistan's West Point Academy, Kabul, where Pakistani Army officers are trained. The rest of the town is actually seems to be going by its own business. Some shops are closed, but there seems to be traffic around, school children walking about. And having spoken to people, they seem to be just expressing total bewilderment that something like this could have happened in this sleepy Pakistani town where such things are, where even hearing a helicopter is highly unusual.
And Omar, you say that the Pakistani security forces have deployed around the compound. They've set up a checkpoint. They're preventing you from getting there. Who said that they were actually in place before the raid happened? Are you getting that from residents, or are the officials telling you that?
It's the local Army officers there who are saying that they had cordoned this off since last night. The residents themselves I've spoken to who heard this, the people who lived across a radius of about 6 or 7 kilometers, they said that they heard helicopters last night, then they heard a loud blast, something that was very unusual. One resident who used to live in Lahore said it reminded him of something quite intense like a suicide bombing, but they didn't hear any sirens afterwards. There was movement of very fast cars passing through the street at the time, and then the sound of helicopters leaving. This is what the residents here have told me that they heard last night.
And did anybody in that town have any idea of who their famous resident was?
No, they're completely and utterly bewildered by it, and some residents are in total denial that such a thing could happen. Like I said, this is generally quite a small town. It's a small Pakistani city, or town. It's not densely populated. It's not known for many things beyond. And the irony is that it's also a garrison town in terms of military base and, like I said, a military academy. So the idea that bin Laden was hiding here, where there are sensitive security installations nearby, there is a military presence. The fact that he went unnoticed for all this time is something that seems truly shocking to people here.
There is actually a great deal of love among some Pakistanis for bin Laden, so I'm curious if you've managed to speak to people there to gauge their reaction about his death.
Well, I did, yes, and there have been a series of opinion polls in the past which have registered high amounts of support for Osama bin Laden. Principally, this is sort of anti-American sentiment that has seen him as some sort of icon in that regard. However, attitudes towards terrorism and militancy have come a long way in Pakistan, where when Pakistan has been suffering these attacks themselves, there's been a great deal of hostility has risen. So far, we've not seen any public support in the country manifest itself. There was some people speculated that we may see large rallies, but I mean, these would be seen in the port city of Karachi, the largest city. They've yet to be seen right now. That could change later in the day, but we haven't seen anything of the sort yet. I mean, the Pakistani government itself sort of insisted on these facts in its own reaction, saying that they are relieved to see someone who was involved in spreading terrorism here in Pakistan gotten rid of, and that Pakistanis have suffered up to 30,000 lives as a result of it.
Okay. Omar Warich, thank you very much, from Time Magazine, on the line for us there from the town of Abbottabad, which is where Osama bin Laden was shot dead in the head by U.S. Special Forces. Thank you, Omar. Well, the United States is bracing for a potential retaliation from Al-Qaeda forces. The U.S. State Department is asking all Americans living overseas or planning to travel to be aware of possible violence against them following bin Laden's death. They're being urged to limit travel and avoid mass gatherings until the alert expires on August 1st. U.S. citizens overseas can sign up for emergency updates by heading to travel.state.gov. And we will take a short break.
We will. Do stay with us. Our coverage will continue from here.
I'd be astonished if it doesn't turn out that the ISI was fully aware he was there. There were certainly local police who were looking at a compound that we've heard explained was 8 times larger than other buildings. There were local cops around that area that must have been observing what was going on. So I think the Pakistanis, and the fact we did a U.S. unilateral operation was astonishing. That is deep inside Pakistan. That was a long haul from their launch points, which I assume are in Afghanistan.
Well, General McCaffrey, I want to thank you for being part of our coverage as we, begin to explain really to all of us how it is this military raid was launched half a world away, successful, minimal loss of life on the enemy side, the principal Osama bin Laden, one woman who was being used as a human shield, these couriers, perhaps 1 or 2 assorted hangers-on. From that battlefield, a live firefight, the U.S. grabbed the dead body of Osama bin Laden, yet to be released. How exactly they will prove to a skeptical part of the world that he is indeed dead. You've been watching this live picture from Lafayette Square as it spills into Pennsylvania Avenue. Look, we should say, I hope the security personnel down there are not being heavy-handed with this crowd. This is about the people's right to just feel good, and even though that might involve making a lot of noise and a lot of flags and lights and all that kind of thing, John Adams believed we should flood into the streets to celebrate the Republic itself, and we've done so after every major national event, and that's a continuation of what you're seeing tonight. We're hearing from all kinds of viewers about gatherings going on where they live. We're hearing from people who say this is in memory of the 72 police officers in New York, the 343 firefighters who died in New York. But the news tonight, announced in the East Room of the White House, after close to a decade, the personification of evil in a world that was tilted sideways on 9/11 by the specter of this perverse terrorism, killed so many of our fellow citizens. Osama bin Laden has been killed by United States military special forces, an order that was issued by the President of the United States, who announced to the nation and the world tonight it had been a successful mission. And now what for the United States, for foreign policy and the world reaction? It gets interesting now, but for tonight, a lot of people are celebrating what some members of the crowd say is simply justice. That's why they're there.
Breaking news, nearly a decade after the worst attack ever on American soil, the U.S. announces Al-Qaeda founder and 9/11 mastermind Osama bin Laden has been killed. Good morning, everyone. I'm Lynn Berry, and welcome to our continuing coverage of the death of Osama bin Laden. You are waking up this morning to history being made. Late Sunday night, President Obama announced that the most dangerous terrorist in the world, the leader of Al-Qaeda and the September 11th attacks, Osama bin Laden, has been killed. Led by U.S. Special Operation Forces, President Obama authorized the mission on a custom-built compound in Abbottabad, Pakistan. The operation that reportedly lasted 40 minutes ended the most intense manhunt in U.S. history. NBC News has learned that in keeping with Muslim custom, bin Laden's body has been buried at sea. Now, across the country, Americans took to the streets to celebrate. President Obama saying in a rare Sunday night press conference, quote, "Justice has been done." NBC's Brian Moore is in Washington for us with more details on just how bin Laden was taken down. Brian, good morning.
Good morning, Lynn. Some 7 months after receiving a very promising tip, U.S. Special Forces ended one of the most extraordinary manhunts in history. This is where Osama bin Laden met his end. Not in a cave, but a suburban mansion in Pakistan. The world's most wanted terrorist and the mastermind of 9/11, taken down by U.S. forces at the order of President Obama.
The United States has conducted an operation that killed Osama bin Laden, the leader of Al-Qaeda, and a terrorist who's responsible for the murder of thousands of innocent men, women, and children. Justice has been done.
Impromptu celebrations erupted outside the White House.
It was important to bring a wicked, murderous person to justice.
And at Ground Zero in New York. In towns large and small across the country, what can best be described as patriotic victory rallies. But for families who lost loved ones on 9/11, it's a day of closure wrapped in complex emotions. For nearly a decade, bin Laden had taunted the United States. U.S. intelligence received a break last August.
It was far from certain, and it took many months to run this thread to ground.
And on Sunday, the president gave the go-ahead.
A small team of Americans carried out the operation with extraordinary courage and capability. After a firefight, they killed Osama bin Laden and took custody of his body.
Former Presidents Bush and Clinton, who each tried to end bin Laden's reign of terror, were among the first to receive the news from President Obama. Lynn?
Brian, thanks so much. Well, Al-Qaeda continues to be an inspiration for hatred and terror, but no doubt the death of Osama bin Laden will cripple the network. Retired Army Colonel Jack Jacobs is an MSNBC military analyst. He joins me now for more analyst perspective on this. Now, Jack, you heard Brian report this was a special tip. Last August, we got word that we may know where Osama bin Laden is. Experts really speculated for some time that it was going to be a slip-up. Somebody was going to turn their back. What do we know about what led to today?
Well, we thought for a long while that somebody was going to jump at the $25 million that we were offering, but of course nobody did that. And then ultimately we figured that it would be some information would get out. What had happened was the following, as far as we know. He was communicating with other people through couriers, and it was because of the regular routes of the couriers, and the fact couriers were going inside and out of this compound that we managed to get a tip that in fact he was there. But it's interesting that he was there for a long time, and in probably one of the largest residential compounds anywhere near the capital of Pakistan. And it's astonishing that we didn't hear this information from the government.
This was hardly the cave that many experts sort of thought would have been the end result. What does that say about a relationship with Pakistan, that he could have been living there for some 5 years?
Well, there are lots of people inside the government, inside the army, inside the intelligence service of Pakistan who are opposed to the United States just generally, and are in favor of Osama bin Laden, what he represents. As a matter of fact, we had tips before in other areas, up in South Waziristan, for example, to conduct attacks on Osama bin Laden, and people inside the government of Pakistan spilled the beans, and we couldn't make the attack, and so we kept this one secret as a result. So it's interesting to note that some elements inside the government of Pakistan are not on our side.
But even up until the moment that the press conference happened, it's remarkable. You know, it's word that President Obama ordered the mission on Friday, and here comes and goes a weekend where, not to mention on Saturday, the White House Correspondents' Dinner, he's joking with the press. It's remarkable just how secret this was kept.
There were only about 5 or 6 people inside the White House who knew about this at all, and of course on the military side, the Special Operations Forces, who have been training for this for some time. Don't forget, this is a practiced exercise, and it's a good thing that he was in the area for a long time because the compound didn't move.
It is hard not to think about the man that must have been behind the trigger of that gun, and the sense of relief throughout the men and women in the military, that many of them were inspired after 9/11 to join the military, to seek some justice. Can you give us an idea, if it's possible to even put into words, the sense of relief being felt?
No, it's difficult to describe. I talk to people who are out in the field, and although you're always focused on what you're doing individually in the field, you're focused on taking care of your friends and accomplishing the mission, there hasn't been this kind of focus for a long, long time on the cause of the whole thing in the first place. But it's not over, and everybody in the military establishment knows it's not over.
You know, these Special Operation Forces were in the compound reportedly for about 40 minutes. You would imagine this is sort of a treasure trove of intelligence information. Do we know anything other than, okay, they got the body, it's in U.S. custody, it's since been buried at sea. But what else was retrieved from that compound?
Well, a lot of stuff was, and we may hear about some of it over time, but a lot of it's going to remain classified for a long time. Even in World War II, for example, a lot of the information we received did not become declassified for 40 or 50 years. Some of this stuff that we retrieved, the public will never know about.
What's next? What's your analysis on what this could possibly, or what this will do to the network of Al-Qaeda?
Well, you know, it's already fragmented. Our attacks in Southwest Asia has fragmented Al-Qaeda. This has been good news and bad news. The good news is it's fragmented, but the bad news is it's much more difficult to defeat once it's chopped up into small pieces and operating as independent cells in other countries. We're going to focus our attention, continuing to focus our attention on the number 2 guy, al-Zawahiri, and we will also be focusing our attention on Al-Qaeda in Arabia and also Al-Qaeda in East Africa, which has got growing cells which are a great danger to our friends there.
But obviously a great first step. Jack Jacobs, a great day for our country. Thanks for your perspective on it. We appreciate it.
Well, thanks for having me on the program.
Well, let's get a quick check at your national weather with NBC meteorologist Bill Cairns. He has your Weather Channel forecast. Good morning, Bill.
Well, morning, Lynn. We're going to continue to watch what's going on, especially with our rivers out there. Of course, we'll get back to the breaking news in a second. Let me get you through your morning forecast first. And this was a picture that came into us this weekend from Arkansas. This is the town of Pocahontas on the Black River. Just to give you an idea, there's a lot of suffering being done out in the middle of the country, not just from the tornado outbreak. That was, just incredible, but from river flooding now, too. Now, this is the area of concern, and it's raining hard once again this morning. We have flash flood warnings covering the area. We got evacuations, we got water rescues taking place, and the Ohio River is peaking now between Louisville and Paducah. The Mississippi River will crest, in some areas, record crest as we go throughout this upcoming week. So how much additional rain do we expect today? As much as 1 to 3 inches right over the heart of the flood area, including areas like Little Rock, Paducah, and even thunderstorms this morning around Memphis. So as far as the forecast goes, travel-wise today around Dallas, some thunderstorms, same with San Antonio, and eventually some of those storms will head towards New Orleans. East Coast, we're looking okay today, increasing clouds though, Lynn, with a chance of showers late today, D.C. and Philadelphia.
We've worked tirelessly to achieve this outcome. The American people do not see their work nor know their names, but tonight they feel the satisfaction of their work and the result of their pursuit of justice.
Pakistan, the intelligence agency of Pakistan, and the CIA, and finally he was killed. So nobody is now ready to buy this theory that since he was very close by the Pakistan Kakul military academy, so there was any support not being given by Pakistani agencies to Americans. I think it's totally false. People are now realizing and saying that the CIA got all the support and cooperation from Pakistani intelligence agencies to conduct this operation and get him killed.
Itasha Malhaq, Director of News and Senior Analyst at CNBC Pakistan. We appreciate you joining us on the phone this morning. Let's get back to our guest host for the hour, Miles Nadal, CEO of NBC Partners. Obviously, the reaction is so different in the Middle East compared to the celebrations we've been seeing here in the United States. And this is similar to what we saw after Saddam Hussein's death. Do you think these celebrations, this euphoria, is a little bit too early, premature?
No, I think if you have a 10-year initiative of trying to accomplish something, and something that was so symbolic about the war on terrorism, I think there is a huge victory. But I mean, I think, what Christine had said is very indicative of the dichotomy of what's going on right now. Right in a residential community 35 miles from Islamabad, where retired military personnel is, he was holed up. I mean, no one would have ever thought of that.
He was in a cave.
Right, and he wasn't in the mountains, and he wasn't under some bunker somewhere. He was right in a residential community. So I think the problem also is that there's still other Al-Qaeda people all throughout Pakistan and all throughout a number of the other Middle Eastern countries. And so there isn't a unified view of this war on terror. There are a lot of people that were still celebrating, his survival and success. And so we don't have a unified view. Yes, we do in North America. We do wherever there is democracy. This is a big, huge victory. And I think they need to celebrate these kind of victories to keep morale high about competing with the notion that says the war on terror is a perpetual initiative that there's never a final victory. There's always just series of victories and probably series of setbacks that will be incurred over decades and centuries in the years ahead.
And how that affects business, not only as you're continuing to do business in the United States, but around the world. Miles sticks around for the entire hour. Any questions for us, for our guests, worldwide at CNBC.com. Let's take a peek at those futures this morning. Of course, we've been seeing that knee-jerk market reaction, futures rising on the back of the breaking news. Dow futures rose as the price of oil, gold, silver, all falling today. We're above fair value, about 82 on the Dow. NASDAQ futures are also above fair value, about 15, and S&P 500 futures are also higher, about 8, Becky, and we have been seeing that move in the dollar as well. The question is, how long does it last?
Indeed. Let's take a check too on the European bourses. Remember, in the UK, markets are closed. Elsewhere, though, we see some reaction, I guess, to what's going on today. The DAX is up by 0.8%, the CAC nearly 0.4% higher. The SMI is just moving high by a handful of points. The Spanish markets, the IBEX, just moving lower by a couple of points. We do have some breaking news as well in the corporate world. Just in the past few minutes, we've had Commerzbank pre-announcing their first quarter results, and the results are actually way ahead of expectations. Let me run you through a couple of the figures. Operating profit, 1.1 billion euros. That was ahead of the expectation of about 890 million euros. Net profit at 1 billion euros, expected at about 419 million euros. Revenue coming in at 3.6 billion euro too. So earnings well ahead of expectations, and that's certainly being reflected in the share price reaction. We can see the shares of Commerzbank are moving up by about 2.4% today. So pretty impressive reaction on the back of the pre-announced earnings there. Now, let's move on and get to our next guest, who joins me here in the London studio. Shashank Joshi is with us, military analyst and associate fellow at the Royal United Services Institute, also a doctoral student at Harvard. He's here to discuss some of the issues around the death of bin Laden. Let's start by talking about the relevance of this. It's 10 years since 9/11. Bin Laden's been in hiding for most of that time. Now he's dead. What difference does it make?
Well, there's a vast gap in the symbolic and the practical significance of this. Symbolically, this is a moment of utter catharsis for the United States. He was the one that got away famously at Tora Bora in 2001. He eluded American special forces. Practically speaking, however, we know Al-Qaeda is a franchise organization. Its most powerful members are affiliates. They're not core members of Al-Qaeda. We're talking about people like Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula, AQAP, responsible for the famous underpants bomber of a couple of years ago. Those affiliate groups may distance themselves a little bit as the central brand diminishes in prestige, but they will remain very potent threats to come.
So what happens now? Do those affiliate groups push themselves further away from the core because the core is seen as weakened, or do they take the other approach and start to retaliate against the death of bin Laden?
I think retaliation is actually unlikely on a major scale. These groups are rational, calculating groups. They have an objective, which is to inflict damage on the far enemy, the United States and its allies. They will not engage in petty violence just for symbolic gestural politics. They have an objective. That's to wreak significant destruction on Western Europe, North America, and those countries' allies. They will continue to plot, and in fact, if they symbolically distance themselves from the brand, it doesn't mean they are any less able to recruit, to plan complex operations, and retain their presence in places like Yemen, Afghanistan, which is a very small presence, but elsewhere as well, including some parts of Libya even.
We've got some more questions for you.
It's Miles Nadell. I was wondering, the fact that bin Laden's been killed, one of the critical things is their ability to raise money at Al-Qaeda. Do you think that this changes the prospects of further fundraising initiatives for Al-Qaeda, or is it not really that relevant? Because obviously, in order to really eradicate them, if you can reduce their ability to access funding, that's a big thing about training and obviously their ultimate prosperity. Do you think that will be diminished as a result of bin Laden being killed?
I think that's an excellent point, actually. I think we know bin Laden began life as a wealthy Saudi businessman. His personal wealth was significant in funding some of his operations early on, but since then, Al-Qaeda as an organization has relied on a network of financial flows coming in from places like Saudi Arabia, elsewhere in the Persian Gulf region, other Gulf Arab states. That flow could well diminish, because even if the operational capabilities of Al-Qaeda affiliates remain strong, if the brand diminishes in value, we could well see those funding streams not choke away, not completely be stemmed, but actually be diverted to other groups and perhaps go directly to militant groups themselves, directly to Yemen, directly to other parts of Pakistan, including people like Lashkar-e-Taiba.
Shashank, this is Chloe in Singapore. That's the exact point that I want to make. Just because the Al-Qaeda's figurehead has been put to death, does that mean ultimately does this give more weight to the Taliban, because it's a completely separate network and you have a very porous border in.
Great reportage this morning. We are learning, according to our sister network Sky News, apparently Saudi Arabia was either offered or queried whether or not they wanted to take possession of the body of Osama bin Laden, and they declined, hence the burial at sea.
And also, according to Muslim tradition, you have to be buried within 24 hours, so that's why it happened so quickly.
Too bad we couldn't have taken his body and thrown it off a building. That would have been more appropriate.
It would have been a long line of people wanting to do that.
And one of those buildings that once stood so tall is at Ground Zero. Marianne Rafferty is there now, where the crowds have been celebrating all night long. Marianne, we get news of this late on Sunday. The crowds began. Is the crowd continuing to grow?
The crowd was actually huge earlier right here where I'm standing. Yeah, you can probably hear them chanting. I'm going to try to get in as close as we can. They've actually been moved about 100 yards from where we are. But earlier we had a chance to be right in the middle of the celebrations. And these are really celebrations. People that had been waiting for this for a very long time. You hear them chanting USA. Earlier they were singing God Bless America. And, you know, you just get a real feeling that a lot of people who lost their loved ones and lost their co-workers, you know, have a sense of closure. And that is some of what we're hearing. We actually spoke to a retired police officer and a retired firefighter earlier. Listen to what they had to say.
Closure, I guess, but it's never going to be over. It was a life-changing event for me.
Satisfaction. Definitely satisfaction. It means a lot personally to me. I said I get sick from being down here. I personally lost a lot of friends. I think it was good that we got him, set a symbol that anybody that kind of messes with our country, that we will get you, and not to mess with us.
You know, earlier we heard from New York Mayor Michael Bloomberg, and he said that he hoped that bin Laden's death would comfort those who had lost loved ones on 9/11. He said, quote, "The killing of Osama bin Laden doesn't lessen the suffering of New Yorkers or anyone else, but it is a critically important victory," is what he called it, for our nation, and also a tribute to those millions of men and women in uniform who have fought in Iraq and Afghanistan, that they have fought so hard. Many of them have died. And after 9/11, you know, he also said that we would stop at nothing to get bin Laden, and he said that's exactly what we've done. We have kept our word. And I think that really says it all. And a lot of the people that we talk to, a lot of the people that are out here celebrating, they really feel that way. They really feel that that this is at least giving them a sense of closure, especially those who lost loved ones that they miss so much, and also that this has been a long time coming. This is something that they have waited for almost 10 years now. And so that's why there's just such a feeling of jubilation and joy and celebration, and also that word victory. I mean, it really feels like a victory to a lot of these people out here. Steve, Gretchen, Brian?
You're right, a victory and justice. Thank you, Marianne. Meanwhile, in the days and months after the September 11th attacks, President George W. Bush promised that the nation, that Osama bin Laden would be caught any way possible.
I don't care, dead or alive, either way. I mean, it doesn't matter to me. Secondly, I don't know whether we're going to get him tomorrow, or a month from now, or a year from now. I really don't know. But we're going to get him.
And it was 9.5 years later, and we did finally get him, and the news came late last night in an operation that took place on Sunday in Pakistan. Joining us now on the couch, Jim Riches, who's been here before. And Jim, you lost your son Jimmy on 9/11 in the North Tower. Your thoughts when you got word that the man who perpetrated that crime is dead?
Well, we were very glad. I mean, it's 9.5 years. We have 1,000 families who have gotten nothing. The bodies were crushed to bits when we recovered them down there. And, you know, this man was out there bragging that he did it. Finally, we've got some kind of justice. I mean, they went in and killed him. Thank God he didn't have to go on trial, because those other guys are sitting down there and they still haven't even been charged again. I mean, we'd have to go through that whole pain and hurt all over again. There's no closure for this, because my son's not going to walk back in the door. But it's a bittersweet victory. I'm proud to say that I'm an American today.
Mm-hmm. And our thoughts are with you, Jim. I know it's such a like you say, a bittersweet day for you, because it's so painful with the loss of your son, even 10 years later. But I'm wondering, and you touch on this just a little bit, about how you're so glad that he's dead. And we've had you as a guest so many times because of Khalid Sheikh Mohammed not being tried yet. Will that bring any resolve to you when that trial finally happens?
Sure it will, but I mean, they still have to recharge. They dropped all the charges against them, so they have to start and recharge them all over again. It's going to take another 5 or 10 years to get those guys on trial again. We would have went through the same fiasco. Is that American justice? It's not justice for the families, and it's not justice for anybody. We heard every day. These families, there's 1,000 of them have recovered nothing. They don't even have a gravesite to go to. Their gravesite is down at ground zero. And it's great to see the spirit of right after 9/11, that American pride is finally coming through. You can see with the crowds at these sites today.
Sure, and this particular operation, they figured out they figured out the guy's name 4 years ago. They figured out the area 2 years ago. We knew he was in Pakistan the whole time. We've known that. And yet, brilliantly, bin Laden selected this garrison town where it was filled with retired military from the Pakistani military and ISI members. And that would be the last place that the American forces would go into, but that's exactly what we did.
Yeah, and you know, we're giving them $1.5 billion a year in aid, and they're our ally, but it doesn't seem like they're on our side. All these countries, I think they need a stern message: either get on board or get off board. Throw them under the train. That's it. You have to play ball with us. We're out. We're looking for peace. We're not looking to kill people like these other people. All my son did was go to work that day, and he died. He wasn't a soldier, and these people are killing our innocent people.
Yeah. And as you look at how this whole thing unwound, it was a detainee who gave information about a courier that led to another courier to find out that he lived in a compound with no discernible income. In the big picture, it might be the Times Square bomber who was trained right in that area after another capture that led back there, again, from New York City to Pakistan.
Yeah, we have to be on the alert now and ever vigilant. They say never forget 9/11, but I mean, the terror factor is going to be high now. But I think with everybody pitching together, getting that American spirit, and the Homeland Security has stopped so many things before. We've been lucky. Let's hope that we remain ever vigilant.
Jim, one other person that I've been thinking about since the news broke was the former president, George W. Bush, who we saw before we introduced you, and who went through this as president of the United States. I want to read this statement to you. Sure. Earlier this evening, President Obama called to inform me that American forces killed Osama bin Laden, the leader of the Al-Qaeda network that attacked America on September 11th, 2001. I congratulated him and the men and women of our military and intelligence communities who devoted their lives to this mission. They have our everlasting gratitude. This momentous achievement marks a victory for America, for people who seek peace around the world, and for all those who lost loved ones on September 11th, 2001. The fight against terror goes on, but tonight America has sent an unmistakable message. No matter how long it takes, justice will be done. What do you think about when you think about President Bush today?
Yeah, and I think President Bush tried hard and President Obama tried hard. I'm glad that he did call him and talk to him, because this was an American effort. It wasn't a Democratic or Republican effort. Nobody owns 9/11. Everybody here was American, and we were all trying to get Osama bin Laden. And we congratulate all the brave young men and women that were involved with this and who did all the interrogations and everything else that led up to it. And we want to thank them, because it did bring peace to the 9/11
And
families.
you, who helped in the search and rescue after the attacks and all those months that happened. The first shot we see of Times Square, fire trucks. Fire trucks right in Times Square last night when the news came down. But for you, a lot of people are wondering, does it bring us back to 9/11 for you personally? Does it, as much as you feel, wow, I can take a deep breath now, so justice has been served, does it bring you back to that day?
It brings us back to the day, or every day. I live it every day. It was the worst day of my life. I would never wish it on my worst enemy. For them to lose your son, you know, it's not planned that way, and it's horrible But you know what? They can't speak for themselves, and we have to speak up for the people that died that day and make sure they get assured their rights and to make sure that America is a better place to live.
And in these almost 10 years since September the 11th, I'm sure there have been times where it's felt like, why haven't they gotten that guy?
Correct, and it's 9.5 years. We had no justice. We caught Khalid Sheikh Mohammed and the other one, and they laughed at our face in Guantanamo and said they were proud they killed my son, yet nothing was done. So it's been frustration for the families over and over, heartache, pain, but this brings a little bit of joy to the families, the hard work of these brave young men in the Army and forces.
You brought up a really important point about this $1.5 billion that America is giving to Pakistan, and yet so much will be parsed and disseminated over the next few days about how Osama bin Laden could be living in a wealthy suburb of Islamabad for all this time. What do you think should happen now with regard to the U.S.'s relationship with Pakistan?
I think they should look at all the nations, either you're with us or against us. And we're not out to hurt anybody. We're not looking to take over nations. We're looking to help them. And they should work with us to get rid of this terrorism where these people are killing not only Americans, they're killing innocent Muslims in their own country, probably more than they are killing Americans. And it's a shame, and we need everybody to stop these brutal attacks.
All right, Jim Rich is not only here for his son Jimmy, but the 343 firefighters who lost their lives that day, and the many more that lost in the air that they were breathing that was slowly taking their lives that we found out since. Jim, thanks so much.
Thank you.
We were just looking at some live images from the Ground Zero area, and you could hear in the background USA, USA for a moment. There have been similar cries just outside of the White House in the last 4 or 5 hours. Kelly Wright is there right now. Kelly, who are all those people? I read online that there are a number of kids from George Washington, which is nearby. They'd been cramming for their finals, and they heard the news, and they came to where you're at right now.
Steve, the way we use it in slang, they bum rushed the White House here, and actually it was basically wall to wall here just outside of Lafayette Park and the White House over my shoulder. This place was packed with people. Geraldo was out here earlier, and he was crushed by a sea of humanity, all of them chanting USA, USA, USA. When I arrived here about an hour and a half ago, there were people still standing out here. The crowd began to thin, but they were still standing out, waving their flags, chanting USA, USA, and also, wake up, Mr. President, wake up, Mr. President, we want to celebrate with you. Others were actually taking time out to sing the national anthem, not once, not twice, but as many times as they could conjure up enough strength in their vocal cords to sing it. And, of course, being college students, some of them were a little bit, let's say, they celebrate a little bit too much, but they were still well-behaved with their American flags and their sense of American pride. Someone who came into the city when all this was going on and really didn't realize it. This is Molly Cogan. She's from San Francisco. She's a businesswoman. And the reason why I called attention to her is because she flew into Dulles Airport. And Steve, as you know, Dulles Airport is the place where that flight took off from Dulles and then smashed, crashing into the Pentagon. So, Molly, when you're coming into Dulles and you see a crowd of people around the television, you mentioned that you were a bit concerned initially. What happened?
Absolutely. You know, you always get concerned in D.C. in general when there's news and everybody's crowded around, and all of the employees were watching the TV when I arrived.
So what did they tell you? Because obviously your curiosity was peaking at that time.
They said they got him. They got him. They got Osama. So it was an amazing thing to watch, not only in the airport, but when I went out to just wait for my shuttle, I heard the national anthem being played on the loudspeakers all across Dulles Airport. And when you're standing there at 1:30 in the morning, sort of by yourself, it's really, you know, moving, and it gives you a lot of goosebumps for sure.
So you actually made it here to your hotel, and you came right over here to the White House.
I did. I wanted to see the excitement because I wanted to celebrate with everyone, and it's a huge relief for the United States, and it's a big wake-up call for the international community for sure, and that we're not going to let people get away with this. And eventually we'll find them. So
that's exactly what happened. Molly Cogan, of course, is a PR director and she does a lot of work with healthcare, but the main thing is that she recognized what was happening at Dulles, and the irony of that, the fact that she flew into Dulles knowing the significance that Dulles has with the Pentagon and 9/11 almost 10 years ago, and then the throngs of people there at Dulles actually celebrating and then taking time out to play the national anthem over the loudspeakers there at Dulles International Airport. And while people were celebrating, here's one note of concern that the president expressed tonight in his speech. I'm quoting him here. He said, for over 2 decades, bin Laden has been Al-Qaeda's leader, and then he wanted to say the death of bin Laden marks the most significant achievement to date in our nation's effort to defeat Al-Qaeda. And then the president said this, yet his death does not mark the end of our effort. There's no doubt that Al-Qaeda will continue to pursue attacks against us. We must and we will remain vigilant at home and abroad. So while we celebrate right now, Steve, the death of Osama bin Laden, the most wanted terrorist on the face of the earth, it is still sobering that the president has pointed out, and rightly so, that we must remain vigilant here at home and abroad. Steve, back to you.
All right, Kelly Wright reporting live from Lafayette Square, the area just across from the White House, where there's been a party going on all night.
Parked my car over on 45th Street, and there was this loud noise, and it was really Times Square, and it was so loud last night. And the first thing I thought about is, as soon as I saw the White House celebration, I thought, what's happening at Times Square? Well, immediately, even though it was a Sunday night and people are in school or in college or going to work, they went right there. And it's where the ball usually drops. And people were dressed with the American flag as capes, holding it in their hand, wearing it on their heads, and chanting. Yeah. And I imagine it's going to be even bigger today if it doesn't rain.
The ball didn't drop.
See, because remember how America came together after 9/11, almost 10 years ago. Many would say that maybe we need to come together more in recent time, and maybe this is something that will bring us together. Somebody who has studied Osama bin Laden more than anyone else potentially on this planet is Michael Scheuer. He's the former head of the CIA's bin Laden unit, and he is our guest right now. Good morning to you, Mr. Scheuer.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm very interested in your initial thoughts because you have studied this man.
Hunted him.
Well, I'm delighted, of course, that he's dead. I think that's a very good day for America, a good day for the president. All credit goes to the men and women who were on the ground and who gathered the intelligence and then operated to eliminate Osama bin Laden. I think it's a very good thing for all of us that he was not captured and that he was killed. But I think the president is exactly right. Unfortunately, we have an awful high hill left to climb. And bin Laden dead is a very, very worthwhile achievement. It is not sufficient to protect America.
Now, Michael, if you would, let's take a look at the compound. The compound, we have video of it before the fire, and now it's on fire, which is sad because if there's a treasure trove of information there that might be burning up. But your thoughts about him living 25 miles from the capital of Pakistan, away from natural disasters and away from where the drone strikes were taking place?
Well, I think it's not a surprise that he was somewhere in Pakistan, and it's also not a surprise that the Pakistanis probably knew in some way where he was. What I think we all should be surprised about was it took 10 years and really 15 years for the United States to act like an adult and carry its own water. In this war against the Islamists, against Al-Qaeda and its allies, no one's going to do our dirty work for us, not Pakistan, not anyone else. And if we're going to defend America, we're going to have to keep doing things like we're done on Sunday and kill who needs to be killed with our own forces.
And what we have learned is what happened yesterday all happened because of some information we got from some detainees at Gitmo, because apparently they were trying to figure out who did bin Laden trust. And kind of walk us through this. And they figured out eventually it was they identified a courier. And they finally figured out after a couple of years where the courier lived. You know, I know some of it's speculation, but how do you put together those pieces of the puzzle?
Well, intelligence work is very often exactly what you said, Steve. You gather little pieces of information. Once they had the name of one of the persons, they followed him, or they tried to find out who his family members were, and you accumulate information over time. And very important in the war against terrorism is overhead imagery from the satellites, and from what I've read in the media and what I've heard, that was very important in being able to tell, for example, that there weren't electrical lines or internet lines going into the house. You look for things that are distinctive in the sense of what's not there that should be there. And I think our intelligence community is very good at that. and it took time, but it eventually put the picture together, and the president had enough confidence in it to go ahead and kill bin Laden.
Hey, Michael, let me back up to something you just said about no internet line. There were apparently no internet lines or no phone lines into that compound. Why is that significant?
Well, I think because it was out of the normal. In that kind of upscale area, probably all the other houses didn't have, probably all the other houses had telephone lines and internet lines. And so when one doesn't, you ask the question why.
Right. Just one piece of the puzzle there. Michael, is it just me this morning, or do you feel a sense of any anger that Osama bin Laden probably was protected by members of the Pakistani military? I mean, so many of the retired people lived in this same community, and I'm wondering how this is going to float through the American public as more time passes. Will there be anger that he was protected, and we give $1.5 billion a year to this country?
Oh, I think there will be anger at the Pakistanis, but I think it's more rightfully directed at the United States government.
Why?
The Cold War is over. There's nobody out there that's going to do our dirty work for us, and we're going to have to do it ourselves. And to expect the Pakistanis, my own guess is, ma'am, that the Pakistanis are going to have considerable domestic violence because of this event. Not that we shouldn't have done it, and not at all, but the Pakistanis' interests are not our interests. And in some ways, we've done, or our government has done, the American people a disservice by trying to depend on people who did not share our interests.
But the problem is, too, Michael, they don't give us free rein of their country. In fact, they're getting aggravated that we have contractors and CIA and military operations there today. But to your point, it's estimated that 30,000 Pakistani civilians have lost their lives to terrorist attacks, and about 5,000 Pakistani security and armed forces have lost their lives going after Al-Qaeda, half-heartedly in some respects, but still going after. But in the big picture, I understand that in the next coming hours, we could see other operations in progress, because in studying to take down this compound, they have found other operations that could be taking place, and they also know that those paths to getting more Al-Qaeda members could go cold. Should we expect to hear about more operations?
I certainly hope so, Brian. I think it was probably planned to hit several things at once, in addition to Osama bin Laden. Bin Laden himself was not going to attack us as an individual. There may well have been other things underway, and I certainly hope there will be follow-up operations conducted by U.S. forces.
Like Zawahiri?
Like Zawahiri, like Abu Yahya al-Libi, there's a number of people that need to be dead, quite a few, in fact.
Right.
And the United States is best equipped to do that itself.
Right. My last question to you, Michael, is about the relationship between Zawahiri and bin Laden. The bin Laden experts like yourself say Zawahiri is not somebody that can get the bin Laden faction together. He doesn't have the charisma. He's not going to be able to keep them. He comes from a different part, and they bonded together to form Al-Qaeda. Do you agree with that assessment?
I think al-Zawahiri will take over in the short term, Brian, but he's a very avuncular man. He's very abrasive. He's not well liked. And he's an Egyptian who never lets the rest of the Arab world forget that they've been there for 4,000 years. My own guess is Al-Qaeda always plans for succession. There probably is someone in the wings who they've been grooming to take Osama's place.
Well, what about the American-born al-Awlaki?
I think he's a little thin on most areas, on Islamic knowledge, on Islamic history. Certainly he doesn't have any combat experience. I don't think he would be the first choice, but again, it's kind of a mug's game right now to figure out who would be the person.
Sure. And of course, Michael, you for years tried to track down bin Laden, and the news this morning that not only did we kill him, but he's already been buried at sea. How many times did you worry, we're never going to see him again, he might die quietly, we'll never find his body, there will never be closure?
Well, I always worried that because so many chances were overlooked to kill him in the 90s, that there would be sort of a biblical justice here, Steve, that, you know, sometimes you only get one chance in your life, and we had 10 and didn't take it. So I'm very happy. I lost a very dear friend at Host in 2008, and I can't help but think that had we acted in 1998 or 1999, she would still be with her 3 children.
Wow.
As would all the 3,000 or more who died on 9/11, Michael.
And Michael, you have a great book out on bin Laden. If you want to know what that man is like and how formidable a foe he was, Michael chronicles that. Michael, thanks so much.
Thank you, sir.
All right, 20 minutes now before 6 a.m. Eastern Time. Now let's go to Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North, Fox News military analyst, joining us from D.C. Ollie, justice was served.
Justice served indeed, Steve. And, you know, Ronald Reagan once said after we captured the terrorists who'd hijacked the cruise ship Achille Lauro, you can run, but you can't hide. Took us 9.5 years to catch up with this guy, but we finally got this SOB before he could do any further damage. And notably, he'd done real no operations whatsoever after 9/11/01. He's been on the run literally since he crossed over at Tora Bora. He's been hidden very effectively, of course, all this time. And most effectively, I would point out, by members of his own family and folks that didn't want to, at least until now, step up and claim that $25 million. I'm being told that someone is going to collect that, and it's probably one of the Pakistanis who's been protecting him.
Jackpot.
Colonel, as you see, we see the map, and we have the map of Pakistan and how close it is to bin Laden. And you know that area. You've been in Afghanistan so many times. In the big picture, we did not feel secure enough to tell a single other nation about this investigation and the operation, including the Pakistanis in the aftermath. Now, where's the leverage? Today, tomorrow, and the next day.
Rob Lowe.
Well, I'm told that there's several dimensions to this, Brian. Number one is there is some signals intelligence collected by people who were talking about, not Osama bin Laden giving instructions, but talking about the fact that there's where he was. There was human intelligence collected that allowed them to pinpoint the objective. As recently as 6 days ago, it still wasn't validated. And when the raid went with those Navy SEALs and that special operations team, which included Army helicopter pilots, when that raid went, they had pinpointed where he was to about 99% accuracy. All of that is going to redound to some degree of frustration within the ISI, the Pakistani intelligence service, and obviously to the advantage of those in the Pakistani military who had to give a green light to at least some of this operation. Now, there's going to be a lot of frustration out there. I'm told that there's lockdowns in several American embassies in that part of the world right now. Additional measures have been taken. As recently as 2 days ago, additional troops being put in place to protect
Colonel, I don't
US
think they
embassies.
gave a green light to this operation. No. According to reports, they have not. They didn't know anything about it, and the president contacted them afterwards, and now I think they're covering their butts.
No, I think what I'm told, Brian, is that there were people within the Pakistani military, not the ISI, certainly not at the presidential level in Islamabad, but there were people within the Pakistani military who knew something was going to go down. They didn't know specifically, and they had to have given a green light to at least some of this.
How could they have trusted them?
Particularly the overflights.
Colonel, how could they have trusted them? Because look at where we found him. We found him in the middle of an enclave of retired Pakistani military. How the heck can you trust the military to tell him anything?
I'm not saying you trust everybody. I mean, one of the things that I've learned out there, you know, literally on the ground with these guys for months on end, is that there are some people within those various military structures that you must trust.
Okay.
And that's not to say that there isn't somebody in Pakistan right now who's got a new bank account with $25 million in it.
Yeah. And the story is that apparently when the Navy SEALs arrived at the scene, they asked one of the residents, is that bin Laden? And apparently the guy fingered bin Laden. And it is your presumption or information you've gathered that could be the guy who gets a $25 million reward?
Yes, and that he may have to split it with some other people who've been cooperating.
Now, what about the men and women fighting this war in Afghanistan? Bring us inside their mindset. We got a report from someone in General Petraeus' camp that everything stopped. They watched the president's address at 11:30 Eastern Time. Tell me about the men and women who fight this war every day and dream about taking down bin Laden.
I can tell you when that news broke, whether it was in Kabul at the U.S. Military ISAF Command Center or down south in Kandahar or down in Tampa, Florida at SOCOM and CENTCOM headquarters, there were people breaking out the champagne for a little celebration.
And do you know how many joined the military that day? We hear reports over and over again. Those who have lost their lives fight the war. They come back. After 9/11, they wanted to do something. They put on the uniform and they fight. And this is the day they were waiting for, like all of us.
Yeah, there is no doubt. To further to what Michael just said a few moments ago, Brian, there's no doubt that this is a really big boost for the morale of those who've been fighting this war for 10 years. There's also no doubt that this is not the end of the Al-Qaeda organization. There is going to be an effort to effect retribution for this.
And do you worry about retribution? I know the Department of State has already issued some travel warnings going forward.
Sure. Oh, certainly. I think we have to be very attuned to that. There's going to be an effort now to react in some way. But the important point is that Osama bin Laden has been incapable of conducting operations up until now. And of course, as Michael pointed out, the organization Al-Qaeda is much more diffuse, much more diverse, and much more widespread today than it was when he conducted the original attack on 9/11/01.
Do we have to show that picture of him dead to convince people that he is indeed not the omnipotent one, the myth?
Well, we may have to wait till WikiLeaks gets it out there, but that photograph will be circulated, you could be sure.
Yeah. All right, Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North, fantastic to get your thoughts this morning. Thank you so much for joining us bright and early. And now we have Lieutenant Commander Eric Greitens, who is a Navy SEAL and the author of the new book, The Heart and the Fist. You were just here about 3 weeks ago, and I interviewed you on this topic exactly. Here you are, a Navy SEAL. You know what these men and women did. What did they do?
I do. Well, it sounds like it was an excellent, fantastically conducted tactical raid where a group of Navy SEALs went in and used a tactic called fast roping. With a heliborne assault, they took down the compound, killed bin Laden, and managed to get out in a very short period of time. Sounds like it was an excellent, excellent operation.
And I understand, this is the numbers we're given, but you actually do operations like this, and one of your missions was to go find, hunt, and if there was the time was right, take down bin Laden, correct?
That's correct.
So they said 40 SEALs, but 24 repelled down on wires, on lines. Tell me about that.
So in some of the heliborne assaults, what they'll do is some of the SEALs will actually maintain an overwatch in the helicopters in order to take out targets. They use snipers. They also have intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance platforms on unmanned aerial vehicles, which are also providing intelligence. All of that intelligence is fed into the commander on the ground so that they can actually have an overall picture of what's happening on the battlefield.
There's an item in the Washington Post early this morning that talks a little bit about the firefight only lasted a couple of minutes, Eric, but apparently there was one wrinkle, and that is one of the guys who wound up dead, and we don't know if it was bin Laden or one of the couriers, apparently grabbed one of the women in the compound and used her as a human shield.
But one of the things that we know is that a lot of these terrorists they have no scruples, and they're going after this group of SEALs. Are warriors who are trained to live by a code of honor. Unfortunately, the kinds of terrorists that we're going after don't live by those same standards. I can tell you that the men who conducted this raid have not only physical and tactical strength, but incredible mental and moral strength.
Right.
A lot of the men who conducted this raid have actually been involved for over 10 years. They are great American heroes, and they did the very best job they could on the target.
Some of those men may have volunteered on September the 11th, 2001.
That's correct. My class was going through BUDS on September 11th, 2001, and we knew the day that the towers were hit that our class was going to war.
Are you surprised that when they ask the question, when they get there, where is Osama bin Laden? Is this Osama bin Laden? Are you surprised that that person says he's right here, or do you believe that that person was actually the informer to them?
A group of Navy SEALs with a bunch of rifles pointed at one person can be very persuasive. It can be very persuasive, and so I can't speculate as to exactly what happened on the target, but those SEAls probably were very persuasive when they approached that man.
But how long? We understand August. It could be the time, and then that's 2010. So here we are at this point in 2011. How often are you as a Navy SEAL, not necessarily making the decision back in the Oval Office, staring at this compound, wondering, how do we get to the interior walls? What about this third family? What if they are armed? What if they are booby-trapped? Like, what do you study?
So one of the things that you have to know about a group like this, it's a very elite group of Navy SEAls. They're probably the most highly trained commandos in the world. And knowing as we do that this is a raid that was planned for a long period of time, is that they practiced and practiced and practiced again. And they set up different contingencies so that no matter what happened on the target, they would be able to react appropriately and achieve their objective.
Apparently one of the choppers used in this particular mission had a very hard landing, and they had to blow it up. Why?
Well, if the chopper went down, they wouldn't have wanted it to be turned over to the enemy. So best possible circumstance for them is to actually leave, blow the chopper, and then get out.
Because when we look at some of the video of the compound, that big fire apparently is of the helicopter after it was detonated.
It very, very well may be.
I talked to you this morning, and we thought a treasure trove of information lies in that compound. He's been there since 2005, perhaps, and now it's on fire. Do you think it's possible the Pakistanis realize we've been had? We're gonna cover our tracks by blowing that thing up, or is the chopper something that could have ignited the entire place?
Well, the place might have been ignited, but I can tell you this, that if the SEALs actually set those explosives, one of the things that they did on target was take off every single piece of information that they could have possibly taken to grab that intelligence value off of the target.
But what I'm worried about is, I'm not worried about, what I would love to get is what bin Laden had. I would love to see bin Laden's office. Absolutely. Are we ever going to see that? Do you think that part of the mission was to gather the intelligence?
Absolutely, part of the mission was to gather the intelligence. When you do a raid like that, what you're looking to do is to take out, obviously, the most important target that we had in the war on terrorism, and we want to take down his network. And the best way to do that is to get as much intelligence as we can.
We know he didn't have computers because there was no internet service at this particular compound. Here's my other question for you, Eric. What will happen to the other people who were living in this compound, aiding and abetting him? So when the SEALs go in, you know, they take Osama bin Laden and his body, but do people stick around to then arrest the other people, or what happens to them?
You know, it's really uncertain, and a lot of that's probably going to be up to what happens with the Pakistani forces. I think a lot of that is out of our hands. When you're conducting an operation like that, you usually have one, maybe two or three really high-value targets that you're going after, and you recognize that you can't pull everybody off the target.
Eric, as we look at jubilation outside the White House with the news that bin Laden's dead, and we just saw bagpipes being played in Times Square, you dedicated your life to finding this guy for a while as a Navy SEAL. How does it feel?
I'm very happy today. And I cannot tell you, this morning, I must have had dozens of text messages from Navy SEALs and intelligence officers all over the world who I've been working with, who really are celebrating this day. And this is a day for all Americans to celebrate, and all Americans who've supported the U.S. military for the last 10 years.
Is there a part of you that wishes it was you?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I've got great admiration for every single one of those guys who conducted that raid, and I'm really proud of them. They're all heroes.
Well, do you know any of them? Do you know any of them?
I don't know if I do or not. I'm not sure which guys actually.
Well, it's not like you came home and didn't do anything else, because your book, The Heart and the Fist, is all about involving veterans of war in community service and to give back to their community, continue to give back to their community. You're an Admiral American. Lieutenant Commander Eric Greitens. His book is The Heart and Fist, if you want to check it out. Thanks for being our guest.
Thank you.
And Eric, we're going to be on for a while, so if you hear anything from your buddies overseas, let us know.
We'll fill you in.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks, Eric.
Absolutely.
Meanwhile, we just saw demonstrations outside the White House and Times Square. Now, new video from West Point, where late last night, cadets at the U.S. Military Academy heard the news. Here they are celebrating by singing the national anthem on the apron on top of Washington statue. Look at this. How great is that? A spontaneous celebration last night at West Point.
Let's go over now to Pakistan because Fox News producer Sid Kaifi joins us now on the phone. He's right on the ground where all of this went down. Sid, what can you tell us?
Gretchen, well, the same jubilant atmosphere in the U.S. is not being shared here in Pakistan. Many are still not convinced that bin Laden is dead. Others just not expressive on hearing this. But one man I spoke to said, why should we be happy? Bin Laden was against America, and so are we. But that is the sentiment of one individual. The 180 million people in Pakistan do not represent this man, and many are kind of not really convinced that he's dead or alive. They're asking for proof of death. Right?
Yeah. That's what I thought. I mean, that's why was the theory behind showing Saddam Hussein on video and his son's dead on video, because people needed proof. Now, in the big picture, does this back up America's contention that we have a reason to think that Pakistan is at the heart of the war on terror?
Well, Pakistan right now is not saying much on his killing, apart from that the Prime Minister, Sayyid Yusuf Raza Gilani, has come out and said that the killing of bin Laden is a great victory. Pakistan military, on the other hand, is pretty mum about all of this. They're not saying that what the military operations, was it a joint one? Was the intelligence operation that was done? How many days or months before this was planned out? But many of the people in the political arena are very happy that this has happened, but they're still warning that this is not the end of the war, and the second man in command of Al-Qaeda, Ayman al-Zawahiri, he would take the place of Osama bin Laden, and Al-Qaeda's fight will still carry on, and we might see reprisal attacks in days or maybe weeks later if the information is actually true that his body was dumped in the water. He was buried at sea.
That is the word we are receiving, and now we're looking at some video from earlier in the early morning hours of Rob Lowe in Times Square down to celebrate the death of Osama bin Laden. All right, Sid Kaifi, Fox News producer in Pakistan. Thank you, sir.
Let's go to Lieutenant Colonel Tony Schaefer now, a guest who's frequented our show. He's with the Center for Advanced Defense Studies, and he knows a thing or two about the Osama bin Laden situation. Good morning to you, Tony.
Morning.
Your initial thoughts?
Thank goodness. Long overdue, bloody good job. I think it's amazing that it went down as it did. I've talked to my own sources. A lot of them have confirmed what Ollie said earlier, and it was brilliant. This shows if we put our mind to do something, we can get it done. My only concern is it took too long. We should have done this back in the mid-decade.
Not that they weren't trying, right?
Well, now, let me honestly, we were not trying. Part of the issue was, and this is one of the things that I think my book got me in trouble over, is that there was a huge policy battle about going into Pakistan, going in alone. And I think that's one of the issues which Michael Schroer talked about, Ollie talked about. The fact was this. I think a lot of folks for a while now have known that bin Laden was in Pakistan. My book talked about WANA, and we knew that one of the leaders that turned out to be Zawahiri, Dr. Zawahiri, was there. And one of the reasons why I fought personally of giving the intel regarding that to the Pakistanis is because we knew it would be compromised as what happened. So we've known for a while that we would have to do this by ourselves in some form.
Yeah, right. We did it without Pakistan. And what do you make of the fact that this particular compound was in a garrison town filled with retired military of Pakistan Army, etc., ISI members and stuff like that? It seems like he was in a place which would be the last spot that U.S. forces would hit.
Right, and I think this is one of the notable things of the whole thing. It was literally right under the nose of a lot of folks. I think it's a good possibility that we did cut a deal with someone to get in there as smoothly as we did. I think more will come out on this. But it clearly demonstrates, and there was a retired ISI leader who behind the scenes has commented, the Pakistanis were clearly helping protect this bin Laden for two primary reasons. First off, they enjoyed the money we were making, they were making off of us giving them the support to find him. You know, what better than to benefit from being paid to look for someone you know where he's at all along. The second factor has to do with the fact that bin Laden was intimately involved with some of the more radical elements in Pakistan, and that is a sad fact. So I think we may see some radical uprisings within Pakistan as they become more convinced of his death.
Yeah,
but the bottom line is, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Lieutenant Colonel, why don't you stay right there, because we just want to recap, because a lot of people are just waking up. This is the time we usually start our show. We've gone up early because of the stupendous news. It's incredible that it came off last night. In Washington, the President of the United States walked up to the podium and confirmed the rumors that indeed bin Laden was dead. He was caught and killed in Pakistan, an operation that really began in August of 2010 and culminated after a series of meetings from March to April, and then given the green light on Friday night, and it was aptly implemented on Sunday and executed brilliantly by 40 Navy SEALs, 24 who actually rappelled down on the ground from 4 different helos.
They choppered in.
The most amazing aspect was that he was actually shot in the head. When I first heard the news last night, I thought, well, certainly a drone must have taken out the compound in which he was living, but no. In fact, they were up close and personal. They got into the house and they said, is that Osama bin Laden? And they asked him briefly if he wanted to surrender. He apparently didn't take him up on it, and he got shot in the head.
That's right. And Ollie North was with us a little while ago. His intel tells him that perhaps one of the guys who said, yep, that's Osama bin Laden right there, who was a resident, could be the recipient of the $25 million bounty on the head of the world's most wanted terrorist. Since then, the U.S. military has taken custody of bin Laden's body, and in Islamic custom, he has already been buried at sea because they didn't want any sort of a shrine that people could be going to for years and years and years.
You're looking at live pictures right now of Ground Zero, where people have been out celebrating, draped in American flags and waving them for the better part now of about 7 or 8 hours since the news came over here to us in the United States. We've also been watching live pictures out of Times Square and Washington, D.C.
Meanwhile, our own Greg Palcott with a look now at the worldwide hunt that began nearly a decade ago on September 11, 2001.
He was the most hunted and arguably hated person in the century. His face consequently one of the most recognized around the world. Accused of masterminding the 9/11 attacks on the U.S. and numerous other terrorist outrages, Osama bin Laden topped the FBI's most wanted list for more than a decade. The $25 million offered as reward for his capture, the highest bounty in U.S. history. Bin Laden became the face of America's war on terror, as authorities sought to bring to justice those responsible for the attacks that killed nearly 3,000 civilians on September 11.
We'll get him running. We'll smoke him out of his cave. And we'll get him eventually.
Despite that pledge, the Al-Qaeda leader proved elusive. He vanished before U.S. Special Forces and their Afghan allies could overrun his mountainous hideout. Reports suggest he walked across the nearby Pakistan border with trusted bodyguards before a massive bombing operation obliterated his former base at Tora Bora. It's widely believed he went into hiding in the lawless tribal areas in Pakistan, from where he taunted successive U.S. administrations with video and audio clips condemning American foreign policy and offering support to jihadist causes globally. Translated, Al-Qaeda means the cell or base, and bin Laden was its nucleus and figurehead. Born in Saudi Arabia in 1957, he belonged to the large and massively rich bin Laden family, which had its roots in neighboring Yemen. His father, a construction magnate and one of Saudi Arabia's wealthiest businessmen. It was after graduating as an engineer that bin Laden got involved in Islamic Jihad. He joined the CIA-backed Mujahideen fighting Soviet occupation in Afghanistan.
He wanted to die as a martyr. He doesn't want to die like everybody else. And he loved the fighting and, you know, that military atmosphere he enjoyed during when he was one of the Mujahideen.
Initially, bin Laden used his wealth and family connections to provide logistics support, building accommodation and training facilities for thousands of foreign Muslims that flocked to the Afghan resistance movement. Along the way, he forged close ties with numerous militant groups, including Egyptian Islamic Jihad, led by Ayman al-Zawahiri. It was with this religious fundamentalist that he created Al-Qaeda in 1988, a vehicle to channel funds and fighters into Muslim struggles.
I believe Dr. Ayman al-Zawahiri, his deputy, played a major role in transforming the image of Osama bin Laden, the character of Osama bin Laden. He gives him the vision, which he lacked. Osama bin Laden, in the beginning, he was concentrating on kicking the American out of Saudi Arabia, Arabian Peninsula. He never actually looked beyond that. But Ayman al-Zawahiri, because he is a shrewd politician, I believe he influenced Osama bin Laden to enlarge his vision, to look beyond the borders of Saudi Arabia. So that's why he managed to globalize Al-Qaeda.
Al-Qaeda quickly morphed from a logistics hub into the philosophical nerve center for holy war. Prominent in its sights, the Saudi royal family and the arch-infidel, America. Bin Laden's hostility towards Saudi's rulers stemmed from them agreeing to allow American troops to be stationed there before the first Gulf War in 1991. Less than a year after that war ended, a bomb ripped through a Yemen hotel. The device intended for U.S. soldiers killed innocent tourists. It was the first terror attack linked to bin Laden and Al-Qaeda. 2 months later, Muslim fundamentalists attempted to blow up the World Trade Center in New York. U.S. intelligence reports said bin Laden, financing terror training camps in Sudan at the time, had ties to the key suspect in the Trade Center bombing. In 1996, under pressure from the U.S., Sudan expelled bin Laden. He returned to Afghanistan, where he issued a fatwa urging Muslims to drive American troops out of the Arabian Peninsula. That year, a truck bomb destroyed Khobar Towers, a U.S. military barracks in Saudi Arabia. 19 American servicemen were killed. In 1998, bin Laden extended his declaration of jihad to killing all Americans anywhere in the world. That year, simultaneous explosions devastated the U.S. embassies in Kenya and Tanzania. The death toll was massive. An outraged U.S. President Bill Clinton ordered cruise missile strikes against bin Laden's suspected training camps in Afghanistan and a pharmaceuticals plant near Khartoum reportedly linked to the production of chemical weapons for bin Laden. It didn't stop the attacks. In 2000, a dinghy packed with explosives rammed the Navy destroyer USS Cole, killing 17 sailors.
Sheltered by the Taliban regime, hidden in the rugged Afghanistan mountains behind me, Osama bin Laden had a free hand to plot his next terror atrocity. With key lieutenants by his side, including spiritual advisor Ayman al-Zawahiri, he helped to mastermind the 9/11 attacks against America. The United States responded quickly. The Taliban regime was toppled several weeks later, and then Osama bin Laden went underground.
Shortly after the devastating suicide strikes on the U.S., bin Laden, in hiding, released messages praising the attackers. In the years that followed, bin Laden and his network inspired dozens of terrorist attacks around the globe. Now that bin Laden is dead, the only question that remains is whether Al-Qaeda will continue its murderous campaign against perceived corrupt Muslim governments and Western infidels. Will fanatical Islam wane now that its favorite poster boy is out of the picture? Greg Palcott, Fox News.
Yep, he's out of the picture, killed by U.S. forces yesterday in Pakistan. Meanwhile, or earlier today, Fox News security analyst and former deputy assistant to the Secretary of Defense, KT McFarland, joins us live. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Interestingly enough, there's a story that's just crossing. The country of Pakistan is stressing to the people in Pakistan, hey, we had nothing to do with this. This was the U.S. soldiers, not us.
Well, then they've got an even bigger problem, because then they wouldn't be able to protect the sovereignty of their own country. I think that the reason this is significant, not just because of the symbolism of Osama bin Laden, it's going to get all those countries, Pakistan, Afghanistan, the Pakistani intelligence service, Pakistani military, they've been sitting on the fence for the last 10 years, hedging their bets. Maybe the Taliban's going to win. We've got to make sure we have good relations with them. Well, maybe the Americans are going to win. We've got to make sure we have good relations with them. Their moment of jumping off that fence is now.
I just wonder, you just got back from Afghanistan.
Yes.
I'm just wondering what the turbulence and the trouble, the relationship seems to have been at an all-time low right now.
Between the United States and Pakistan.
And I'm wondering, does that have anything to do with the operation that was about to take place? Were we picking up the pace at a level in which Pakistan couldn't tolerate because we knew it was worth it because we're zeroing in on this target?
I think that we took advantage of an opportunity that presented itself, but on the other hand, I want to say, when did all this cooperation start? About the time Patriotic took over in Afghanistan. I don't think those are unrelated.
I don't want this to go unnoticed, KT. We're looking at live pictures right now from Ground Zero and the intense emotions that people are feeling as they gather there today. They're celebrating, but they're also feeling highly emotional at the loss, no doubt, of loved ones almost 10 years ago today, as Osama bin Laden has now been killed.
You know, KT, there have been a lot of people who thought, you know what, we may never get him. He might just die in some cave. We heard he was living in a cave. As it turns out, he was living in a luxury house with an 18-foot fence around it.
Built for him in 2005.
How does that go unnoticed?
The Pakistanis knew it. But again, they've been hedging their bets. They don't want to take down Osama bin Laden because they wanted to hedge their bets in case the Al-Qaeda, Taliban-related group came back into Afghanistan. For them, it's all what's in their best interest.
Let's see if we can hear what she's saying.
Look at the positives. You're going to be on all the newspapers. Who's red?
Pardon me.
I just hope they all rest in peace.
I just hope they all rest in peace, she just said. What happened in Pakistan yesterday, a gigantic win for the U.S. military, intel, and President Obama.
It's like the curse has been lifted. You know, for the last decade, America's been buffeted not just by terrorists and not just by international events, but by domestic events. And it's sort of a feeling like the curse is lifted now. You know, we are doing better in Afghanistan. We've got Osama bin Laden. America's on the move again, economically, other ways. So I think that there's a psychological impact that the world will notice. You know, the world's been doing a sort of dance over the grave of America. America's best days are over. I think what this shows unequivocally is America is back. America knows how to do a military operation. America took a takedown. This is a very good thing.
And yet you believe that terrorist attacks could come as a result of
I think
this.
what will happen now is that Al-Qaeda, the leadership of Al-Qaeda, they'll want to show they're still relevant, that they can survive the death of the founder. So you'll see them wanting to do bigger and more attacks. You'll also see all the franchises who want to say, I'm the new Osama. You know, whether it's al-Awlaki in Yemen or in other parts of the world, I think you will see an uptick. Now, you probably won't see an uptick in attacks on military targets, but on soft targets, because those are easier. So you'll see one-offs, you'll see quickly, hastily planned. I don't think you see, you know, a neutron bomb in the middle of the Paris subway system, but I do think you're going to see more stuff.
Remember at 9/11, the Palestinians celebrated the attacks. They were so happy that the towers had fallen and all the Americans had died. A little bit different now. The world has changed a lot, especially in the Middle East. We're trying to catch up and find out how it's changed, but they're saying the right things in terms of freedom. The Palestinian Authority said today the killing of Osama bin Laden by U.S. forces was good for the cause of peace. That shows somewhat of a change of tack.
Here's the thing. In the Middle East, there's a sea change going on. These are people who don't, none of these countries, the leadership isn't popular in any of them. So for young
They didn't do this for Al-Qaeda.
No, but Al-Qaeda offered an alternative way of going, you know, an alternative narrative. Go be Islamic jihadist. The other alternative that you're seeing in the streets now is Arab youth saying we want a different narrative, we want democracy. Nobody's burned the American flag throughout these demonstrations. And what I think you now will see is that narrative of go the Osama bin Laden way, go the Islamic jihadist way, the extremists, the caliphate, that's going to be a little discredited. So this does, again, I think the curse has been lifted.
Interesting editorial I read this morning about the fact that Osama bin Laden is killed at the same time in which we're seeing what you're describing across the Arab world. Leaders, dictators going bye-bye, and the people talking about freedom. Is there any relationship there?
I don't think there is. I think it's just a coincidence of timing, but I think it will have a profound effect going forward, again, because that narrative of go the direction of Islamic jihad, the only way you're going to tear down this government you don't like, whether it's in Egypt or Tunisia or Libya or whatever, is to go in that direction. I think that's now discredited. And the stronger way to go is, let's see if we can have some kind of democratic self-rule, self-government.
All right, KT McFarland joining us live today. Thank you very much. And there you can see a woman down near Ground Zero crying at the news of the death of the killing of Osama bin Laden yesterday in Pakistan, essentially in the area where we knew he was all along. We just couldn't get the Pakistanis to help us. We've also seen the demonstrations outside the White House, and now more pictures from West Point. This video taken just moments after the president took to the airwaves and broke the news that Osama bin Laden is dead. Listen to the cadets celebrating by throwing glow sticks into the sky and waving great big American flags.
And a short time later, they gathered in front of Washington Hall to sing the national anthem around the George Washington statue.
victory.
Yeah, and you think how many of those cadets went right from when those attacks happened, went right to war afterwards.
Absolutely.
And everyone's looked to them, and so many speeches given at West Point since that time, since the war on terror began. Meanwhile, there's going to be something different on the 10-year mark since the 9/11 attacks. Number one, there's actually some progress being done down there.
65 floors.
Yeah, you see buildings being built, and of course the museum is almost done. And now we're going to be able to celebrate the death of the man who perpetrated that act of war, and that is Osama bin Laden. Fox Business Network's Adam Shapiro is live from Ground Zero right now. And Adam, the sun is coming up, and the people are coming out.
Yes, it is. People are coming out. I mean, you heard it from that woman who you saw earlier, just within the last few minutes, said this is the dawn of a new day. The crowd here thinned out a bit. It was several thousand earlier this morning and overnight. But as you take a look at the people here who've been celebrating, a lot of people who've been coming are former servicemen. I want you to meet Corporal Alex Balaba. He's a Marine who served 2 tours in Iraq. He joins us here at Ground Zero. He came in from Connecticut when he heard the news that Osama bin Laden had been killed. You were 12 years old when Ground Zero was attacked. You enlisted when you were 18. What made you decide to do that? And then what did you think when you heard that news last night?
I'm a patriot. That's why I joined. You know, I love this country. I'm a nationalist. When I heard the news last night, I felt very happy. I was really proud that he was finally taken out.
What do you think this sends, the message this sends to the other men and women like you who are serving overseas? What kind of morale boost will this be for them?
It's a great morale booster. It is. You know, it's a great booster. So, like, you know, I'm happy that, you know, he was finally taken out. And now that they hear it, you know, we can step the actions up.
And as I wrap up with you, Alex, let me ask you, what does it mean to you to be standing here at Ground Zero on this day? We see the Freedom Tower behind you rising 64 stories tall where the World Trade Centers once stood. What does it mean for you personally to be here?
It makes me feel really proud. I can feel alive.
We really appreciate the service you gave our country, along with the other men and women who are serving overseas. And there was a woman, I don't know if you got to hear her earlier, she said this is the dawn of a new day. And it is the dawn of a new day thanks to people like you. Alex, thank you very much. Guys, I'm going to throw it back to you, but here at Ground Zero, the best way to describe how people are feeling, because it has quieted down a bit, is just to take one last look, at least for this moment, of the Freedom Tower rising 64 stories tall from Ground Zero. Back to you.
Eventually, it will be 1,776 feet tall. And the sooner they get it done, the better. Somebody who was down in that area on September the 11th, 2001 was Tim Brown. He is a firefighter for New York City, and he joins us live. Good morning, Tim.
Nice to see you.
How do you feel at the news, Osama bin Laden dead?
Mixed emotions. 1 minute you want to jump up and cheer, and then you remember what happened that day and what was lost. And you want to cry. So it's been, I've spoken to a lot of family members, a lot of my friends in the last 10 hours or so, and it's pretty much the same, the mixed emotions. I spoke with my friend Donnie Regan, who was a firefighter in Rescue 3, his daughter, Jill, and she also had the mixed feelings, but when she got through that, she said to me, I'd still rather have my dad back.
Of course.
So I think that's how the families feel.
When we look at these pictures of the people who've come out to Times Square or down to Ground Zero or to Washington, D.C., as an American, how do you feel today?
Very proud. It's the proudest moment I can remember. Well, I guess since September 12th and in those days afterwards also, but this is bringing back that kind of spirit. I cannot express the thanks we have to the 24 Navy SEALs that carried out this successful mission. And the people that developed this intelligence. One of the things I read this morning was that this intelligence became actionable where they started figuring things out through a detainee interview somewhere over 4 years ago.
That's right.
Which means that it was done under a previous administration, with interview techniques possibly that have been greatly criticized in the past.
Right, and the guy is Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, and the other one is the number 3 that replaced him, Al-Libi, both captured. Then it was corroborated by a guy that was captured but not in January, but not announced until March. They kept saying this courier is one of the few people that bin Laden can trust, and he had a brother. And then they start building this compound. And they can't figure out how they got the money to build this compound and why they need walls 18 feet high surrounded by barbed wire. And who is this third family? And that third family fit the description of bin Laden. And looking at surveillance photos and watching this, the construction of this fortress, they realized how to attack it and how to take him down.
Brilliant operation. The families, the firefighters, the police officers, you know, 37 Port Authority police officers, 23 NYPD police officers, 343 firemen, all their families, I can say pretty comfortably, give a great thanks to the military and to the intel folks that made this happen.
One of the things about what happened in Pakistan yesterday was it brought justice for all those faces over on that poster.
Yes.
You brought this poster in today, the fallen members of the New York City Fire Department, all of them right there, memorialized forever. Today, Tim, this is justice for them, isn't it?
This is justice for them. This is in their honor. They were innocent heroes.
Just doing their jobs.
Yes. And stepping forward, too. I mean, you know, they went in the building. We've said this a lot, but, you know, they ran in the building. The cops ran in the building. And another point, it's not just the 343. We've lost a lot of guys since then from cancer. There are a lot of construction workers, firefighters, police officers who are very sick as we speak. And a lot of stuff that's incurable. So this was on their behalf. I would love the day that I could shake the hand of the Navy SEAL group that did this.
I'm sure you will.
I'm thinking in my mind, you serve America as a firefighter in a slightly different way as they do.
Right.
But you have this common bond.
Absolutely. We have a very strong bond. I don't know if people remember the pencil drawing of the firefighter handing the American flag to the military after September 11th, right? And that is the bond that we have with the military. Our gratitude is just deep.
It'll be interesting to see if they actually say who the members of that Navy SEAL team are.
Right.
Well, we know who took down Saddam Hussein. I mean, we pretty much knew that at Operation Who Found Him in the Spider Hole. To me, this would be something for the military to be proud of.
Absolutely. I know every family member I spoke with has the same sentiments, and they would love to hug and shake their hands.
And we're looking at some pictures from earlier in Times Square where, as you can see, that bagpiper and his friend are playing. You have heard the bagpipes at many, many funerals. It has always been a sad song until today, and it is a...
It's a great point, Steve. In fact, I rarely wear this uniform. I wear my suit usually when I come on. And today I felt that in respect for my friends, the other firefighters that I didn't know, I wore this uniform to hundreds and hundreds of funerals and wakes. And I wear it today with
in their honor.
Great pride.
And you know, for those who don't link the firefighters with 9/11, all you have to do is picture the president of the United States. Where was he standing on a fire truck? Who was he standing next to? A firefighter. And what was he holding in his hand? A bullhorn. And that's pretty much forever linking you guys with that day.
Well, I mean, the numbers tell it. We lost 343 guys. That's a lot. That's a lot. And that just shows the dedication of the New York Fire Department.
And Tim, also, you don't have to tell you, I'm thinking about the people who lost their lives in the embassy bombings. What about the 1993 bombing? It goes back to bin Laden as well. The Khobar Towers, there's a belief there. Cole in 2001, and of course 9/11 that happened, and all those who fought since.
All of them that were victims, and a lot of Muslims that were victims of this real bad guy. You know, he was the devil on this earth, and we took care of that problem.
And he is dead.
He is dead. Outstanding.
Well, Tim Brown, you continue to serve as a firefighter.
No, I'm retired now.
Oh, you are?
Okay. Yeah, I'm retired
now.
Well,
nonetheless,
for those
you
that
did serve.
Yeah. And
you still wear the uniform.
Yeah, proudly.
Proudly. Thank you for your thoughts.
Thank you, Coach.
Tonight, shortly after President Obama's address, the police commissioner in Philadelphia, Charles Ramsey, instructed police radio to notify all districts to pay special attention to all mosques and synagogues with hourly checks. This heightened alert will apparently last until further notice.
Meanwhile, last night, as word spread around the country that this news came through, The news of bin Laden's death spread to Major League Baseball. Yes, and thanks to cell phones, the celebration did as well. Check out this video from last night's game. Philadelphia hosting the Mets as the chants took over the stadium during the top of the ninth.
On the night. And he rips the ball into left field. That's a base hit, and it's going all the way to the wall.
We were shouting at our house when we watched Geraldo with the news last night. What a perfect fellow to be on the air when the news broke. Geraldo Rivera last night with the news that Osama bin Laden dead. Jennifer Griffin joined him live at the Pentagon. And Jennifer, I know that this moment had been so long in coming, and you told Geraldo that you were so nervous you could hardly even hold your BlackBerry and do any typing because you were shaking so bad.
Shaking because I couldn't believe my ears. I couldn't believe what I was hearing as I was confirming things with senior U.S. officials. And once we finally had it confirmed and I had to literally type those words into the BlackBerry, my fingers were shaking. So, yes, but we still, I think, are pinching ourselves. And certainly, as I walked into the Pentagon, you know, we've been here for hours now, but the overnight staff has changed over, and the security guards were cheering as we walked into the building in the wee hours tonight.
Right. But, you know, it was one of these things, Jennifer, sometimes there's dribs and drabs of information, and you have an idea what's happening. But all you heard about is a major address from the White House. You didn't know if this was a possibly nuclear attack. You didn't know if something happened with Gaddafi. Were we pulling out of Libya operations? And then all of a sudden, this news came. How did you find out?
Yeah. Well, we were all on the track. Everyone was sort of focusing on Gaddafi, thinking of Libya. No one was even thinking of bin Laden until suddenly the penny turned. I got a call from a source and said, what about bin Laden? I didn't have it confirmed, and so I started making the rounds of calls, and eventually, very quickly, actually, I had a senior U.S. intelligence official confirm to me that he was dead. Then there were some murky details in the beginning. We weren't sure how it went down, but what came out, and what we do know at this point, it was a very dramatic raid led by a squadron of Navy SEALs. They took off in 4 helicopters from Afghanistan, a base in Afghanistan. They didn't want to have to refuel over Pakistan. They made their way to within 30 to 60 miles within the capital, near the capital, to Abbottabad. It's a highly, you know, it's a garrison town, a military town. You can't overstate the fact that this is where some of the most senior military leadership, retired leadership as well as active leadership, lives in this town of Abbottabad. And this is, for him to have been living there in one of the largest compounds, it's about 8 times the size of any other building in that area, no windows out to the rest of the world. It had 7-foot-high, protective screens on the roofs. What I'm told is that 24 U.S. Navy SEALs rappelled out of the helicopters into the compound, made their way into the compound.
Jennifer, right now we're showing new video of the compound with Pakistani armed forces now surrounding it. Go ahead.
So right now, these are daytime pictures. You also have seen some nighttime pictures of that compound on fire. What we understand happened is one of the 4 helicopters actually had to make a hard landing into the compound. There are many courtyards in that compound, and before they left, the SEALs had to detonate explosives to make sure that that helicopter was not, and the valuable technology on board was not left behind. That likely set off fires at the compound because a lot of those compounds are heated by natural gas. But what we understand is that they approached very quickly. One of the combatants grabbed a woman as a
human shield. She was killed. They shouted to one of the non-combatants, "Is that Osama bin Laden?" Quickly, he was identified. They gave him a chance to surrender. He resisted, and within moments, he was shot in the head. He is the only body of the 5 people killed at the compound, the only body, I'm told, that was taken away in the helicopters, the SEAL helicopters that landed outside the compound, and the 3 that returned back to Afghanistan. And then at about 2 a.m. Eastern time, we reported that he had been given a burial at sea because the U.S. officials did not want them to create any sort of shrine or any sort of place of pilgrimage for anybody to go and worship bin Laden.
But Jennifer, let me ask you this, because this is going to be on the minds of every American watching this as they're waking up this morning. Will we see the picture of Osama bin Laden dead?
It's an excellent question, Gretchen, and we've been asking intelligence agencies all morning and Pentagon officials, please show us the picture. We know they exist. I was told pictures do exist. The ones that are floating around on the internet right now are not official pictures. Those are doctored pictures that have been floating around for some time, I'm told. The question is, will they release those pictures, and why not? They're quite gruesome, we're told, but there are always going to be doubters until they see the proof of death.
You know what's amazing too is it's relatively heartening that the fire that we saw did not destroy everything. Jennifer, we know that when there's an operation or a major takedown like this, the next 24, 36 hours are key, because you get information from that area, from bin Laden's office, and then you got to act quickly. Do you hear anything about subsequent actions?
Well, I think what was not anticipated is for one of these helicopters to have mechanical failure and have to be detonated within the compound. So that's why likely you see the fire there. That was not anticipated, but otherwise it was a mission that went off without a hitch. Not a single American was injured. What they are concerned about right now are the spillover effect. What I'm told from the intelligence community, they're going to be watching the active threat streams right now and be reporting to the president this afternoon. There's a meeting scheduled at the White House where the intelligence folks will go there and say, here are the active threat streams that we're watching, and here's where we think there could be a potential threat to Americans. But they are very concerned. That's why the State Department issued a worldwide warning to Americans to be careful right now.
We're looking now. We just saw some video out of Boston overnight where a spontaneous demonstration there, as is the case in Times Square. Jennifer, let's talk a little bit about this operation and the intelligence that led to the takedown of bin Laden. The trail had gone cold until about 4 years ago, I understand, where thanks to some detainee information from somebody at Gitmo, they gave the nickname of the Trusted Courier. And then and then 2 years ago, they finally figured out the neighborhood that the guy lived in. So they have been, you know, through process of elimination, putting all the pieces together, trying to figure out where this guy lived, and they figured it out in August.
Well, it's really significant, Steve, because the 2 detainees at Guantanamo Bay that helped lead them to this courier, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, who you'll remember extreme interrogation methods were used against Khalid Sheikh Mohammed that have become controversial. Right. But he mentioned the nickname, the nom de guerre of this courier. It was then verified by another key lieutenant of bin Laden's. When he was caught, he was captured by the Pakistanis. His name was Abu Faraj al-Libi. He's the Libyan, Abu Faraj the Libyan. He's currently at Gitmo. And he also was interrogated, and he corroborated that there was this courier, and it turns out they had the nom de guerre, but it wasn't until 4 years ago that they had the name. Right. And then they found out that he had a brother. Both of them were living in this compound, and they started honing in on this area. 2 years ago, they realized it was in this area. They started studying all the satellite photos, and then in September, they realized they had actionable intelligence. That's when the president started to get the national security team mobilized. They came up with a plan. He had 5 separate national security meetings on this mission since March 14th. The last one was he ordered the raid on Friday. It took place at 3:30 p.m. Eastern on Sunday. So May 1st.
All right, Jennifer Griffin, we'll continue to touch base with you as you gather more information throughout the morning, live from the Pentagon. Thanks very much, Jennifer.
Great job.
In the meantime, let's bring in Fox News terrorism analyst Waleed Faraz. I'm very interested in getting his thoughts. Waleed, let me start with this, because our own Amy Kellogg, a reporter for us in London, has apparently been on the phone now with former Pakistani President Musharraf. And here are some of the things that he told Amy Kellogg. He believes that it was a mistake that it wasn't Pakistani forces who took out Osama bin Laden because he was actually living in Pakistan. He also went on to say that he and his people did not know that Osama bin Laden was in Pakistan. Your thoughts?
Well, first of all, this is a statement that is expected not just from him, but you're going to hear it also from other leaders in Pakistan. The story is going to run later that this is basically a Pakistani achievement, that it is not really an incursion by the United States, because they're going to have a backlash inside their country by the Taliban, by the allies of bin Laden. So expect a lot of that. I've been, for the last few hours, dealing with a lot of interviews, interaction in the Arab and Muslim world. The first wave of question was, is that true? I mean, can we see the body? Can we see the picture? Maybe the Americans had him for many months. So expect to see a lot of this jungle of stories happening in the region about the killing.
But why does that matter, Waleed? Why as Americans, why should we be concerned about that?
Well, look, if we are concerned about our role in Afghanistan, about the rise of post-Bin Laden Al-Qaeda, as of this morning, there's a post-Bin Laden Al-Qaeda, and we need to be concerned about that because it has metastasized. It exists not just in the compound where he was or in Waziristan. Now we know it exists in Yemen, in Somalia, in the Sahel of Africa. And let's not forget, those who have been inspired by Bin Laden, the homegrown jihadists. All of that is still around. How will they be affected? We will be affected as well.
Well, you know what? I also think this verifies and reinforces our need for action on our own in Pakistan. Everything changes with this hit. Because we say not only was he there, just like we told you all along, but he was 100 yards from the Kakul Military Academy, where all retired military people were. It was a fortress like no other, an affluent community. So now we have a legitimate reason to go in with our own national interests, and it's hard for the government to tell us or the people to explain to us that we don't and we can't.
Well, look, in the discussions we had in Washington and elsewhere, including in the media, we often mention the fact that he must live in an urban area or next to an urban area. Remember why? Because he has a health condition. He can't be far in the mountain and the valleys. So that should have been a very important tip for the Pakistani authorities to go and do a better job in trying to find him. But of course, this is now behind us. The next is not going to be what happened to find bin Laden. It's going to be what's going to happen to find the other leaders, because by now I'm assuming that the war room of Al-Qaeda is going to be meeting and selecting, if not electing, the number 2, the CEO, Ayman Zawahiri. So the war, now we are celebrating, but the wars are going to be happening very soon.
Sure. Waleed, there have already been warnings by the U.S. Department of State, travel warnings for people traveling abroad. You know, keep an eye out. You never know what's going to happen. Do you think somebody at what's left now of Al-Qaeda Inc. is going to try something, or would it be a copycat, or what happens going forward?
Well, let's put it in a framework here. What has been left from Al-Qaeda is all of Al-Qaeda minus bin Laden and those 3 people. That's what it is. So the entire network is there. The question for me is, who is going to be doing the first immediate reaction? And that's, I think, what State Department and other agencies are concerned about. And I think that they're right to be concerned, because it's not a all Al-Qaeda reaction that we're going to expect in the next few hours or few days. It's going to be people who are going to be angry and upset and may try to do something.
Yeah.
Long term is the most important. What would be the strike that Al-Qaeda would like to do as a revenge long term is the question that we need to be exploring.
I'm under the belief that bin Laden had to keep some type of roster, some type of communication. You have his, evidently his youngest wife is there. He's got some survivors there. They can tell who's coming and going. This could be the ultimate turning point from the Al-Qaeda in Yemen to the entire the Saudi Arabia. Everywhere. You could pull the plug on this planner's war.
Look, you could do that, but at the same time, let's understand what's Al-Qaeda today. That's not the Al-Qaeda of 2001. What kept Al-Qaeda around the world together symbolically is bin Laden. Now he's gone. I would project something else. I project that those regional franchises in Yemen, in Somalia, in Africa, in Indonesia, and still in the AFPAC region, they will be on their own. I don't know if Ayman Zawahiri will be able to do and to be charismatic as bin Laden was. So we're going to wait and see in the next at least few months who is going to be issuing the first press release talking about the killing of bin Laden. That would be very telling for us.
In a way, it's almost more nerve-wracking because instead of going after one organization, you may be going after many. Wally, go ahead, finish your thought.
And many of those emirs, now they're going to feel, I am the successor to bin Laden. Look at that as well.
But I got to ask you this question because you're uniquely qualified to answer it. It's a different Middle Eastern world than the one in 2001. Maybe bin Laden was resonating somewhat, but this whole revolution and this turmoil really has nothing to do with him and his message.
Absolutely, and I think the timing of doing it right now is impressive because today in the Middle East, each country is concerned with its own situation. I don't think their priority is going to be retaliating because of bin Laden. Only the Al-Qaeda members would, but majority of people in the Middle East are busy with their own business now.
All right, Waleed Ferris joining us live. Thank you very much, sir. We still don't know why Rob Lowe was in Times Square as we keep showing.
Well, he's got a book out. He's promoting it in New York City.
Yep.
That he would choose that moment to show up, as many people have. It's interesting, apparently, and we've been showing you some of the images of Times Square. I see, according to the Associated Press, apparently somebody earlier was holding up a cardboard sign that read, Obama 1, Osama 0.
Yeah, well, that would be the score. As of today, Kelly Wright is live for us outside the White House, speaking of President Obama, where a bunch of crowds gathered there as well. I imagine you've been seeing a lot of the American flag, too, Kelly.
Yeah, Gretchen, good morning to you. We had the American flag waving behind us just a few moments ago, but some people were here. But then a nice little morning shower has come through, so we're being rained upon as we speak. But I tell you, the crowds here overnight had swelled to thousands of people who were just coming out to celebrate. And like the other crowds that we've seen in other areas, they were shouting and chanting USA, USA, USA. They were also singing the national anthem several times and waving that American flag. And one gentleman who just arrived, he got into the city last night, but was unable to get here because he couldn't get through. And he's here this morning, and it's John B. Wells, an attorney at law. And by the way, he's a veteran, 22 years of service?
22 years in the Navy, yes, sir.
And you were a commander in the Navy?
I was. I retired as a commander.
And you came out here for what purpose?
Well, I wanted to get here last night, and by the time the president was speaking and everything, the metro had shut down, so there's just, I didn't have a car, there was just no way to do it. So I did want to come, pay my respects, and also to, help memorialize the fact that we finally got bin Laden. I mean, a lot of brave guys went out there, Navy SEALs, and, did what they needed to do.
Well, John, let me ask you this then. When you came here and you saw the people, you mentioned to me how proud you were to see people from all walks of life out here.
Yeah, I mean, you had everybody. You had the young kids, you had the older folks, you had Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives, blacks, whites, Asians. Everybody was here. And this was all one thing. Yes, we got him, and we're very proud to be Americans today. And, I had an opportunity to talk to a couple of folks that are on active duty right now. They've been out here all night, and how proud they were. It made me feel proud because, my generation has passed, military has passed the baton to these guys, and they're just doing a super job.
Yeah, and you would agree, though, as a veteran, that there's still a lot of work to be done in the war on terror, as the president has mentioned. And we should mention here that while we're here at the White House, let us not forget not only New York, Ground Zero, and the Pentagon, not far from us. And I understand that you visited the Pentagon in the wake of what happened more than almost 10 years ago. And we should also mention that Shanksville, Pennsylvania, you tried to get there and you weren't able to get there.
I couldn't find a sign to it. It was weird. I was coming down the Pennsylvania Turnpike and I thought there would be some sort of sign, and there wasn't. And this was several years ago. I'm not sure what's out there now.
Yeah. Well, John B. Wells, I want to thank you for your service to your country.
Thank you.
And your service to Fox News this morning, hanging out here in the rain to talk to us about something very near and dear to you, and not just the death of Osama bin Laden, but what you saw out here with the kids, the adults, the blacks, the whites, the Republicans, and Democrats, the liberals, conservatives, all out here celebrating, but then realizing there's a lot of work to be done.
Roger that, Kelly. USA, let's go.
All right. John B. Wells from Slidell, Louisiana. He's going to take care of business, and we'll toss this back to you, Gretchen, and we'll see you later on throughout the hour.
All right, Kelly Wright live for us in D.C. Thanks so much.
Where the rain is starting. Meanwhile, more reaction coming in for the cadets of the U.S. Naval Academy now in Annapolis, Maryland. They react to the news, letting out a loud cheer, clanging bells, and breaking into song.
Navy SEAL!
It's almost as if, I mean, I don't know for sure, but it sounds to me as if they got word that it was the Navy, Navy SEALs, and that's when at Annapolis they said, it's one of our guys.
Sure. Meanwhile, the U.S. Air Force Academy joined in for the celebration, where cadets sang the national anthem in unison.
Right on cue and key. Some very good singing there as they were being patriotic and obviously singing the national anthem after the big news came out. Let's bring in Richard Miniter. He's the author of Losing bin Laden, How Bill Clinton's Failures Unleashed Global Terror. I guess we know what the book's about, right, Richard? What do you?
It's a bestseller.
Of course. What do you think? What do you think today, knowing that all these years later we finally got him?
Well, this is clearly the greatest foreign policy accomplishment of the Obama administration. And, I mean, if you were out last night and saw those people in the streets, this wasn't a partisan event. This was an incredible celebration for America. A great across-the-board operation. This wasn't Desert One. There are a lot of conservatives who criticized Obama, comparing him to Jimmy Carter. This certainly wasn't that. Even with a mechanical failure to a helicopter, the SEALs continued. The untold story is what documents and computers and phones they captured, and what next steps that led to around the world. There are Al-Qaeda operations from the Philippines to Morocco that might well be in danger.
You know, in your book, you talk about the opportunities we had. We didn't recognize the severity of the threat in the 90s, and then, of course, what happened on 9/11 since then. But he's been perpetrating and killing Americans for a long time. But, Richard, in the big picture, did you ever think that we'd find him 100 yards from a military academy and miles from the capital of Pakistan?
Yeah, we're 35 miles from the dead center of Islamabad, the capital. Well, more than 2/3 of all this Al-Qaeda leadership killed or captured since 2001 have been killed or captured in Pakistan. This is where we got Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, who's actually the subject of my new book, Mastermind. That's where we got Ramzi Yousef, the guy who blew up the World Trade Center in '93. That's where we got every major Al-Qaeda figure was in Pakistan, usually in cities, and sometimes quite close to police stations and military stations.
Sure.
That's the question. What is the interconnection between bin Laden and the various Pakistani political parties and the military and intelligence establishment?
Right.
Obviously quite close, and that's frightening.
It is.
He was hiding in clear sight. What do you make of the fact that apparently the reason those people in front of the White House are celebrating that Osama bin Laden is dead is because of the intel that we were able to get from some of the interrogations of people like Khalid Sheikh Mohammed at Gitmo, and he identified the nickname of the courier, and that's how we wound up with those Navy SEALs dropping out of the helicopters yesterday.
That's right. I mean, that's the thing that people forget. Even though these guys have been in custody for years, the people at Guantanamo, most especially Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, KSM, continue to provide ongoing and useful information because they know the social structure and the backgrounds. And in fact, the courier that KSM identified had earlier been a KSM lieutenant before he was captured. So he knew the man quite well. And that courier was trusted by bin Laden and lived in the very compound where bin Laden was later killed.
How does George... sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, Richard. How does George Bush fit into this whole story today?
Well, I thought Bush's announcement was very somber and short. He wasn't trying to steal the thunder from President Obama, but obviously quite happy for America. There were a number of earlier attempts to kill or capture bin Laden in the Bush years, all of which failed. Obviously no one's talking about that today.
What about the audacity of building a castle in the middle of Pakistan? Does that profile the way, is that the bin Laden that you studied?
Well, that kind of shows the boldness on the audacity of him. I mean, he's always been a big player. But it also shows that he must be very comfortably ensconced inside the Pakistani political establishment. Less than 2 years ago, we saw several senior Pakistani generals quoted in Pakistan's largest newspaper saying they hope that bin Laden is never captured, and they certainly hope he's never captured in Pakistan.
Right.
They were saying that because great parts of their military and intelligence and economic apparatus favored bin Laden, sheltered him, welcomed him. There are photographs with bin Laden, with Nawaz Sharif, the former prime minister of Pakistan. So he felt comfortable because the large elements of the Pakistani political establishment welcomed him and protected him. There's going to be a lot of hard questions about our ally, Pakistan, in the coming days.
Exactly, and the $1.5 billion we give that country every year. Richard Miniter, author of Losing Bin Laden, thank you so much for being our guest.
And we'll look forward to reading your new book, Mastermind, on Khalid Sheikh Mohammed as he goes to trial. Meanwhile, we cannot forget what's happening down south and what has happened down south.
Sure. Rick Burgess and Bill Bubba Bussey are the hosts of the Rick and Bubba Show down in Birmingham. We had intended to talk to you about what's going on with, you know, digging out from those terrible killer tornadoes on Friday, Thursday into Friday, guys. But we've got to get your reaction to Osama bin Laden finally dead. Rick, Bubba?
Well, yeah, well, Steve, it's a big day, especially where you guys are. I just, what a feeling of elation for the people of New York and all of us as Americans for the, you know, right at 3,000 innocent people that were killed by this horrible, horrible person. And once again, I think the president was right. I think this country showed resolve, that we are relentless in our pursuit of bringing those to justice when they kill innocent Americans. So, you know, hats off to our special forces, the Navy SEALs, the greatest military in the world. Well done.
It was
Steve,
really
if
an operation
anything,
of great
it was
position.
a little late in coming.
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, it was a little late in coming, but we're glad that it finally got done.
Yeah, and we got to be proud of the intel community and the men and women who wear the uniform and pull this off.
Yeah, I mean, they're the real heroes in all this. Bub and I talk about it on the program all the time, especially, guys, we're living in a time where this is a 100% volunteer military. These are our fellow Americans who volunteer to do this of their own free will, and they are definitely a different breed, and I sleep well at night knowing they're doing their job.
What do you expect you're going to hear from your listeners this morning? Because I know that obviously they are concerned about their livelihood and the horrible storms that went through your region. But do you think the topic will be also on Osama bin Laden?
Oh, absolutely. Gretchen, I don't know of any decent, civilized person in the world who should not be happy about this. It's been a long time coming. It's been a great resolve, but, you know, hats off to our military, our intelligence agencies. It looks like they played this very well. This has been in the plan for some time. I'm sure they've got all the intel out of this situation they could. They know who he's been talking to, what he's been doing. So I think not only the fact that he's gone, which is you know, a personal victory for all of us as Americans and civilized people everywhere, but I imagine that we got a lot of good intel over the last 9 months or so that we've been watching him very closely.
And Rick, tell me about the people that listen to you all throughout the South. You're the most popular by far of any radio personalities there. We cannot understand the pictures and comprehend what's been lost. How can we help?
Well, you know, this is the thing that we love about this part of the world. And when you guys were talking about Osama bin Laden, I couldn't help but to think about the people in Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, part of Tennessee, and even Virginia, who are sitting there where their house, at one time was there, and here's Osama bin Laden living in a mansion. But the thing about this part of the country is we fully understand that it's really not the government's job to take care of our problems. And I think you'll see the southeastern United States, as we've seen in the past, will step up and show the rest of the country that, sure, the government has a role, but it's really our job to take care of each other. And you'll see the faith-based charities doing an outstanding job working with the governments. One of the greatest moments the other day, guys, was a friend of mine tried to go into one of these communities, and he's a pastor, and they said, Pastor, with all due respect, we got 12 churches, 15 churches already on the ground. Let's send you somewhere else. And so, we do need, help from our brothers and sisters privately around the rest of the country, but know that the southeastern United States has a reputation of taking care of our own, and we will do that again.
What a great message. And of course, our thoughts and prayers have been with all of you folks down there who, hundreds were lost in the tornadoes. But then, given the fact that this news broke last night, it's been a while since we've had some good news, Rick and Bubba, and this was some good news. It came just at the right nick of time.
Yeah, Steve, there's no bad time for good news. I mean, we always need it. But, with the tornado outbreak, I think, too, just to follow up on what Rick said, we've seen people in pickup trucks heading out in groups. We've got churches raising money. And it's going to be a long-haul effort, but certainly news like this today will help to lift everybody's spirits, too, because it does, reassure you in your heart that eventually things will right themselves.
Sure.
Right. And go ahead, Steve.
And going back to the relief efforts down there in Alabama, you're located in Birmingham. I was looking at your web page last night. If people
and they see there's nothing there, they offer no solutions. Egypt, what happened in 2011 was a rejection of Osama bin Laden, who began this jihad originally, along with Zawahiri, to get rid of Mubarak, to change Egypt. His world crumbled before him, didn't it?
Yeah, well, it did. But, Joe, I was just out in that part of the world, as you know. I was in Iraq and Saudi Arabia and also in Jordan. Everyone understands, and no one understands it better than the people on the ground there, that what's going on is going to change that region forever. They just don't know how it's going to change it. Who's going to percolate to the top? You have the Muslim Brotherhood in the best position in Egypt, for example. What does that mean? So what I'm trying to say is that we have many issues yet to be resolved here and to be worked through.
David and Roger, quickly, what do you think the reaction, David, what do you think the reaction is in Riyadh today to Osama bin Laden's death?
Well, I think the bin Ladens have been a problem for the Saudi government big time, and they know it, and I think there'd be a sense of relief. The thing to watch today is the reaction in Pakistan. I'm told the reason the president made that unusual, just before midnight disclosure of what had happened was the Pakistanis wanted it. They wanted the news out that we had taken bin Laden, that's what the purpose of this raid was, before their public woke up for today, fearing the reaction, the public backlash. So I keep my eyes on that. I think Saudi Arabia, the reaction will be muted.
David, you talk about the reaction in Pakistan, and obviously there are several different Pakistans. The Pakistan Taliban, crossing the wires right now, are threatening attacks on Pakistani leaders, Army and the U.S. as well, after the killing of Osama bin Laden. That's according to a Taliban spokesman. And also Hamas is condemning the U.S. killing of bin Laden, calling it an assassination of an Arab holy warrior. So reaction from around the world. It is the top of the hour, 7 o'clock on the East Coast. Welcome to a special live coverage of the breaking news overnight. We have Tom Brokaw with us, Mike Barnacle, Nicole Wallace, and my father's on deck. You're taking off?
Well, as long as your dad's here, I can go.
You bet. Okay, you can go. If you were just joining us, we have breaking news overnight. A senior Obama administration official says the operation to kill Osama bin Laden goes back 2 years. President Obama announced in a White House address last night that it was officially done. He addressed the families of the nearly 3,000 Americans who died on the attacks on 9/11 and also talked about the attack on the compound where Osama bin Laden was hiding. Take a listen.
We must also reaffirm that the United States is not and never will be at war with Islam. I've made clear, just as President Bush did shortly after 9/11, that our war is not against Islam. Bin Laden was not a Muslim leader. He was a mass murderer of Muslims. Indeed, Al-Qaeda has slaughtered scores of Muslims in many countries, including our own. So his demise should be welcomed by all who believe in peace and human dignity.
All right, the White House, as I said, says that back in 2009, President Obama directed CIA Director Leon Panetta to locate bin Laden. Then in August of last year, intelligence officials briefed the president on a possible lead to his whereabouts. In the past 2 months, there were 5 national security meetings on the issue of Osama bin Laden. And on Friday, President Obama gave a final order to launch the operation. In Pakistan, U.S. officials say a small elite team from Navy SEALs conducted a helicopter raid on bin Laden's compound and stayed inside the area for about 40 minutes. U.S. forces killed bin Laden's son and 2 couriers. After bin Laden apparently resisted in a firefight, officials say he was eventually shot in the head and killed. And joining us now in place of Tom Brokaw, the president of the Council on Foreign Relations, Richard Haass.
We also still have David Ignatius with us, and also the moderator of Meet the Press, David Gregory. David Ignatius, let me go to you first. We have been talking about Pakistan for the past hour and a half. You have warned us, as Richard Haass warned us at the beginning, the head of the Council on Foreign Relations, that there are many Pakistans. This is very complicated. Sometimes things don't line up the way they seem in America, like after 9/11. The Iranians actually helped us with intel going into Afghanistan. So let's discuss, because moving forward, the great challenge, I think, out of this story is trying to explain to the American people why the Pakistanis are not our enemies when they allowed Osama bin Laden to live in a very large compound in the suburbs of their capital.
I have asked my sources in the intelligence community, Joe, is there any evidence that Pakistan officially understood that bin Laden was living in this mansion, in this large compound? They have all kinds of ways of knowing if that's true, and they say no, they didn't. They say further that the Pakistanis were useful over the last several years in figuring out who the courier whose name they had gotten from interrogation of detainees, who this courier was, and where he might be living. They didn't pinpoint the mansion in Abbottabad, but they helped. So, you know, there's still lots of questions about Pakistan's role. What did they know? When did they know it? What did they do? But in terms of the kind of outright concealment of bin Laden as a knowing effort by the ISI, their intelligence service, no, I'm not hearing that.
Richard Haass, our lack of confidence in Pakistan's partnership here is laid bare by the fact that we did not share with them at any point the mission that we undertook sometime yesterday morning.
Absolutely, because the fear is they would have tipped them off. Going back to what David just said, I don't know what's worse. If Pakistan knew some of this and didn't act and didn't share the information, if they didn't know about this, that somehow all this could be taking place so close to their capital and that lack of capacity. Either way, we have a partner or non-partner that's either unable or unwilling to work with us. This is not a reassuring scenario for what's come up to now. It's certainly not a reassuring scenario going forward. And we've tried everything with the Pakistanis. We've tried incentives to get them to cooperate. We've tried penalties when they don't cooperate. And essentially neither's the key that unlocks Pakistani cooperation. And I think that's probably reality going forward.
You know, another part of the story is how long the White House and specific facets of the Navy SEALs and everyone else involved are working on this operation and how it never got out. It never leaked.
Right.
Even over the course of months and months and months, the biggest get you could get in terms of what we need to do to protect this country. And there was this event this weekend, the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and that is when the media and the White House and politicians get together, and usually tips are exchanged in some way, shape, or form, even a wink. Nothing. Before we go to David Gregory, let's take a look at Seth Meyers, who made a bin Laden joke, and you can see the president responding or not. Take a look.
People think bin Laden is hiding in the Hindu Kush, but did you know that every day from 4 to 5 he hosts a show on C-SPAN?
No.
David Gregory, that is what you call a poker face. It was one of the funnier lines of the night. But look at that smile. It is, for so many people, remarkable that even at that point he knew.
And now it means so much more looking at it.
That something very big was happening.
Look, it's a reminder of how little we sometimes know about what's going on inside the government. Look how long this has been an operation that's been underway, that intelligence has been gathered at a time when the president's rivals have been criticizing him for failing to lead in the area of national security, failing to pursue as robust a counterterrorism policy as his predecessor, President Bush, and yet it was every bit as robust. And indeed, one of the big stories in the area of the war on terror is the continuity between one administration to the next. One of the reasons that bin Laden was effectively shut down in his capacity as command and control of Al-Qaeda was because of the work that was done over the years following 9/11 that had him on the run, that had him living this way. Although ironically, for all the thought, even talking to military officials as I did last summer in Afghanistan, the thinking that he was buried deep away in the mountainous region of Pakistan appears to be untrue, at least where they found him. But again, how little we know about what's going on and how important an operation like this is to gather steam on, to gather intelligence for, and to ultimately execute.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, David, I was watching Meet the Press, as I do every Sunday yesterday.
Religiously.
Part of the conversation, of course, was on the birth certificate. Do you think we have finally turned the page and we don't have to raise this question anymore and we can move on and talk about serious things because this is such a serious development? Barnacle?
Well, before David answers, in addition to answering your question, David, do you think that that people like Trump will now demand to see a death certificate?
I mean, seriously.
Well, you know, but that's actually not having to do with Donald Trump. But, you know, as we were gathering this information last night, as we were reporting the story out, a key piece of it from government officials was that the United States had his body. That would be tremendously important. I was thinking back to when Saddam Hussein was captured and the images were released of him being inspected by a military doctor. Proof of life or proof of death in this case is going to be very important for the rest of the world, for America, but ultimately proof that it was he who was captured rather than somehow still being on the run, which is underscores the importance. And yes, Mika, I do think this moves the needle a great deal past the silliness of what we've been talking about in politics and beyond. This is a huge leadership moment for any president and for this president as well. You have to add that there's continuity in this operation. This is the strength of the military as well as the CIA, of course, in pursuing this over a long period of time and, of course, putting bin Laden on the run. But as David Ignatius has talked about, Roger Cressy and others, as your father would talk about, Mika, the diffuse nature of the threat. We think back to the Christmas Day bombing last year. This was not Osama bin Laden pulling the strings on this. This was this franchise quality to Al-Qaeda, a diffuse threat where they're throwing everything at the United States.
All right, David Gregory, thank you so much. And I want to follow up on what David talked about, Richard, continuity. That is the word that we want to hear from you and everybody else. There was continuity. You know, there's all this back and forth and this screaming and the scratching and clawing in the political arena, but there was continuity between the Bush and the Obama administration in the end. That may have made the difference.
Absolutely. The reorientation of U.S. intelligence resources, this became a priority after the Cold War. Indeed, it's the Cold War that I'm thinking of. One of the reasons, if not the principal reason, we prevailed in the Cold War over 4 decades is it really didn't matter a whole lot whether you had a Democratic president or a Republican president. American foreign policy largely was consistent. And I'd say the same thing here. The reason that we've done as well as we've done, not just getting bin Laden, but essentially over the last decade since 9/11, not having any terrorist attacks, is that this has been a largely consistent policy across the board. It didn't change dramatically, even after the new administration came in and talked about major changes. In fact, the policy really didn't change all that much, and the military and intelligence parts in particular were largely extraordinarily familiar. Indeed, if a lot of the people who served in the previous administration stepped into their old jobs today, I think they'd be pretty comfortable with what it was they inherited.
By the way, we asked David Gregory if he could stay with us. I thought he had to bump right over to the network, but fortunately, Willie, David's able to stick around.
Yeah, David, you talked about we in the press and people in the country not knowing exactly what goes on in the government at all times. Can you talk just briefly about how this unfolded for you last night? I know our Blackberries were hit at about 9:45 last night, something like that. The president will speak at 10:30. At what point did you know that this was huge news?
Well, just hearing that the president was going to speak at 10:30 at night indicated to me that there was something big overseas. I think a lot of people felt instinctively that it was about Gaddafi and about Libya, particularly because of the bombing the night before. You talk about the Correspondents' Dinner. I spoke to senior intelligence officials and military officials, one of whom was a guest of NBC News, about the need to monitor a situation. And we were talking about the NATO strike at that particular time in Libya. But, you know, even covering this story, as I have since 9/11, the notion of getting bin Laden was something that was not on my radar screen on a day-to-day basis. And so then as this unfolded, you realized we got word that it was bin Laden and that the president was about to speak. And it was just, you know, a huge moment as it continued to unfold. But immediately, if the president's going to talk at 10:30 at night on a Sunday night, he's got something pretty major to announce.
Yeah, absolutely. And with us now, we have NBC News Chief White House correspondent Chuck Todd, who can give us the behind the scenes of what led up to that moment where the president walked the red carpet and made that statement to the nation.
And also, let's just, because it's Morning Joe, Chuck, let's talk about the 3 letters you talked about last night. I was following your coverage. It was your first tip-off that this is not your typical presidential press conference.
No, it wasn't. You know, you're bringing up the fact that I got a 3-letter emphasis on getting down here from a White House official who said, I can't say it's a BFD. And it was like, get down here, and you sit there.
What does that mean? It wasn't Biden, was it?
Exactly. No, it wasn't the vice president, and it was, but it was this. It was, you know, they weren't trying to be funny about it at the time, but it was sort of like trying to almost steer us a little bit away, because what David brought up, I think there was a lot of initial thought that maybe this has something to do with Libya. We knew what happened with Gaddafi's family in the 24-hour previously, and boy, is there something going on there. And it was their subtle way of saying, number one, ATV network people, you need to break in. Just trust us on this. And number two, this is a little bit bigger even than the stories that you might be thinking that this is about in the 24-hour period, Joe.
Wow. Hey, Mike Barnacle, that really is something.
It definitely beats the long-form birth certificate.
Something huge was coming up.
And it also, it begs the question in my mind, and I'd like to ask Chuck this. You're there at the White House each and every day, Chuck, almost each and every day. Right. The mind warp that is that job, that on Friday, after having given the green light to this operation, the president travels to Alabama and other places in our South where they've been devastated by storms. On Saturday, he is standing up doing comedy, really, at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, having pulled the trigger on this operation. Right. So you've got all of that going on, and if you could just discuss, you know, it is a mind warp to think of a job so huge, so multifaceted, that, you know, you have to do all these multiple things.
Well, think about that compartmentalization. The president gives the order on the Friday morning in the Situation Room, and then literally walks out onto Marine One, gets on a plane to go to Alabama to tour that devastation. Here's the other part of this. Had everything gone as planned, this may have broken on Saturday night. Not last night, but they had a bit of a delay, number one. And two was one thing that I wanted to emphasize. You guys were talking earlier about this continuity. You know, there's one one person in particular who's been on this hunt as long as anybody in either administration, and he was one of the holdovers, and that's John Brennan. He's sort of the president's chief advisor on terrorism. This is a guy more than anybody else that has been on this. This is on his desk every day, every second. And, you know, David's right. You know, we sit here, and bin Laden hadn't been, quote, on our radar because, you know, we're in the middle of dealing on the Libya front. We got all the childish, ridiculous games on the political front that we're all forced to deal with front and center. All of that stuff, and bin Laden hadn't been in our front burner. But John Brennan, as much as anybody here in this White House, in this West Wing, provided that continuity. He's somebody that was part of the Bush administration right after 9/11, getting the startup of the counterinsurgency and of the counterterrorism center, something that we didn't have pre-9/11, didn't have those things. So this guy has been involved in this and in this hunt for bin Laden as long as anybody, and I'm sure there's nobody feeling as vindicated today as him.
David, on that same theme, the continuity theme, Chuck mentioned John Brennan. Could you speak to the fact that basically, under the Bush administration's war on terror and the clandestine war on terror, the Obama administration, they didn't really lose a step here. They built upon the building blocks that were out there.
Oh, there's no question about it. I mean, just look at the record. Ramping up troops in Afghanistan, not directly related here, but what is more germane, of course, is continuing to work the detainees at Guantanamo Bay, despite the fact that the president said on nearly day one that he would close it down. So continuing to work those sources and ramping up intelligence operations in Pakistan, drone attacks, and of course, when necessary, covert action that we know has been going on launched from Afghanistan in the border areas, but now something as sophisticated as this. And then some of the other areas, too, in terms of how they've been run through the justice system as well. So that continuity is striking. I was reviewing President Bush's memoirs last night. He talks about the great unfinished business of his presidency. The biggest regret he talked about was never getting bin Laden. It fell to his successor to not rewrite, but to write Chapter 2 of the War on Terror, which include finally bringing justice to bin Laden. And, you know, Mike, you talk so much about kind of mood of the country and the emotion of all of this. I was watching last night as that crowd was building outside of the White House and watching as well, of course, what was happening in Times Square. And I looked at the faces. I had a young friend at American University who went down there with his other friends. And he was probably 10 or 12 years old when 9/11 happened. So for these young people, this was literally a nightmare for them when they came of age under this threat of global terror. For my own children, I talk about this only in cryptic terms because I don't want to explain the full trauma of what the nation experienced on 9/11. And so this was something, as Nicole Wallace mentioned a few moments ago, that was a tangible victory, a tangible elimination of someone and something that could really hurt you. And I think that must be said in the middle of this dissection of this event.
You're exactly right, David. This 9/11 affected everybody in this country, but many who weren't even in the towers and at the Pentagon, it affected their lives deeply. Richard Haas and also David Ignatius, I want to follow up again on the word of the morning that we heard out of the White House from Chuck Todd, that we heard from David Gregory, and that is continuity. Again, and I want to go back to it. President Obama has been abused by his base for continuing many Bush-Cheney policies, whether it's Gitmo, whether it was actually ramping up in a very dramatic way drone attacks, and actually keeping a scorecard inside the agency headquarters of those killed during drone attacks, something that even shocked agency insiders who've been there for a long time, tripling the number of troops in Afghanistan. All of these things enraged the president's Democratic base, but Richard Haas and David Ignatius, the president must feel justified this morning.
Oh, he's got to feel good, particularly against the backdrop of all the criticism over Libya, the New Yorker article about leading from behind. There's continuity strategically. I think people are exactly right. But what you also pointed to is change. The fact that the United States began to act more unilaterally in Pakistan with the drone attacks, with the sort of special forces attack we see over the weekend, that also tells you something. There has been something of a tactical shift. For decades now, we have largely worked through Pakistan, whether it was to defeat the Soviets in Afghanistan or more recently against the terrorists in Afghanistan and in Pakistan. Now you're beginning to see a more unilateral American effort. It's an interesting calculation. We'll work with you, Pakistanis, when you show yourselves willing and able to work with us. But when you're not, we're not going to give you a veto anymore. We're going to take the initiative ourselves. So yes, within a context of continuity, that's also actually quite a significant departure.
David Ignatius, when did the president shift from candidate Obama that that had one set of beliefs as far as foreign policy goes to Commander-in-Chief Obama, who, like Bill Clinton, became a much tougher commander-in-chief than anyone would have suspected?
I think, Joe, that he made the shift as he became president. I was struck last night watching him that this is the commander-in-chief, an increasingly self-confident one. You learn on any job, and I think we'd all say that Obama's performance in the first year in office was sometimes uncertain, except on these intelligence-related activities. From very early on, he decided that he was not only going to continue the Predator drone attacks over the tribal areas of Pakistan, he was going to step them up significantly from what they'd been during the Bush administration. His willingness to conduct unilateral operations, as they're called, and that's what we saw yesterday in Pakistan. In the killing
unilateral,
of Bin Laden.
and again, David, let's talk. It's so dramatic. Unilateral operations in Pakistan. This is the sort of thing, I know you'll remember, that got students in the streets when Nixon did it in Cambodia. But you look at the drone attacks over Pakistan. You look at Navy SEALs going into a sovereign nation. And just remarkable.
It's a decisive use of power, but it's discreet. It's not the invasion of Pakistan, and as the invasion of Cambodia was. It's a discreet use of highly trained special forces who go in for a mission, to take out their target, and are gone 40 minutes later. What's striking about this, what's a measure of the robustness of our forces today, is that when one helicopter went down, unlike in Desert One during the Iranian crisis, we were able to get another helicopter in there, blow up the one that was unable to fly, and get everybody out of there safely. I mean, just the pure technical competence of this operation is striking to me.
Wow. Those Navy SEALs, the guys in there, keeping their wits about them, carrying out this operation, not necessarily sure they're going to have that ride out. That's the definition of bravery under extreme conditions.
Well, it's also, I would think, just an amazing story, because when it all spills out, and it will over a period of time, we're not talking about a company of men. We're talking probably about 2 squads, maybe 12, 15 Navy SEALs. We're also talking, David just alluded to it, David Ignatius just alluded to it, in terms of the mindset of Al-Qaeda on the ground in Afghanistan, Pakistan, wherever. What this does is it revitalizes the thought that America can do whatever it is we have to do at any moment, and we can do it quietly, quickly, and lethally. And it's got to disturb, perhaps shatter, the confidence of many of the leaders of Al-Qaeda. They did this, they got him, they could come and get me.
We have a terrible, swift sword.
Peggy Noonan's with us.
Hello, good morning.
Keep going.
Gosh, I'm happy.
Yeah.
I just think it's a wonderful moment. It took 9 years and 9 months, if I am counting correctly. It took a lot of persistence and patience. U.S. Armed Forces did the job. An actual monster has been removed from the face of the earth. It is good damn news.
Yeah, really.
I want to go to David Ignatius again and just ask you, David, about how this has been going on behind the scenes, despite the fact we haven't heard Osama bin Laden's name very much, frankly, coming from the mouths of government officials and certainly not from President Obama. We read in this timeline now that within a couple of months of coming into office, he told Leon Panetta, I'm giving you a directive to capture or kill Osama bin Laden. So can you just talk about how important it was for the president and his team to keep bin Laden's name out of the public discussion, even as they were pursuing him behind the scenes?
Willie, in talking to my sources, I heard about an operation that dates back over many years. As I said, the initial tip that led to yesterday's killing of bin Laden came from some of the detainees who were subject to our very aggressive interrogation methods, who gave up the nickname of a courier that they thought bin Laden had used, the nickname. It took from 2004, let's say, until 2007 to figure out who the real person behind that nickname was. So that was going on all through the Bush administration.
All right, George.
And then they had to figure out where does that real person live, and that happened mostly on President Obama's watch.
Adding to the conversation now, joining us also from Washington, former National Security Advisor for the Carter administration, Dr. Zbigniew Brzezinski. And Dad, I just wonder, as we look at the intricacies of this operation, big picture, what does this say in terms of where we found him and how he was living about our relationship with Pakistan as we move forward now?
I think they're going to be tested. They're going to be tested very seriously, because on the one hand, the Pakistani government will have to swallow the fact that we could go in close to their capital and do what had to be done, apparently without their compliance or knowledge, which puts them in an awkward position. But I assume the Pakistani government will be intelligent enough to identify itself with what happened, to disown any notion of protection for bin Laden, and essentially to take the stand that this is a good thing for Pakistan as well. The more problematic aspect is what's going to happen on the popular level. This is a country of 180 million people. We went right into the middle of it. We did what had to be done. We did it well. But for them, and for some of them, it may be an extremely bitter pill to swallow. So we have to watch the political play in Pakistan. And then incidentally, there's another country which bears watching, somewhat for the same reasons, and that's Saudi Arabia. Because bin Laden is from Saudi Arabia. There is a public outlook in Saudi Arabia on a part of the population that's rather sympathetic to what he has symbolized. So that's going to be the other country to watch in terms of our sort of major relations with some of the key Islamic states.
Dr. Brzezinski, David Gregory is also in Washington, moderator of Meet the Press, and he has a question for you now. David.
Dr. Brzezinski, you're quoted widely in a Ryan Lizza piece in The New Yorker about the president's approach to foreign policy. And I wonder, with such a huge development on the map as this, what you think we learn in more detail about that approach to that next chapter in the war on terror, and how it extends now to the kind of leadership that will be required to bringing the war in Afghanistan to a close. His disapproval for the war in Afghanistan is at a high of 49%, just months now before we're going to start withdrawing troops. And of course the debate was, if you want Al-Qaeda, they're not in Afghanistan, they're in Pakistan. No greater example of that than what this has just been pulled off.
Well, first of all, let me say I was really proud of the president last night. I thought he was presidential. I thought he had this historical perspective. He was balanced. He was committed. He was strong. And that came across. And that was really impressive and reassuring. I have disagreed with him on issues. I've been critical of him on some issues. And now the test, as far as I'm concerned, is how do we play it after this great, great breakthrough? And I think we are in a position to ask ourselves, can we in some way, if not put to an end, then at least greatly reduce what was mounting over the last decade, namely a bigger and deeper conflict between America and the world of Islam? This is a chance. We shouldn't crow. We should make it clear that we consider Osama bin Laden as an aberration. We should re-emphasize the common interests. And on that basis, we should address some of the outstanding, lingering problems that have complicated our relationship with the world of Islam. And among them, very important, it's maybe awkward to be raising it at this moment, but it's relevant, the Israeli-Palestinian peace process. All of that now has to be addressed, in addition to other issues such as Libya, Egypt, and so forth. But this is a moment of opportunity, and I thought the president played it well, and now is an opportunity to really develop a strategy and to implement it assertively. And he showed himself as a leader yesterday, and I hope that is going to be now the momentum that will carry him forward.
Dr. Brzezinski, given that Pakistan has been a very weak ally of ours, if you can call them an ally, let's circle back to another country that you mentioned a few moments ago, Saudi Arabia. What can be done now to strengthen our relationship with Saudi Arabia, perhaps get them more aligned with us in this war on terror, given the fact that they've been estranged for a couple of months over what happened to President Mubarak in Egypt?
I think we have to reopen the dialogue in whatever fashion it is possible, and preferably quietly. The Saudis are proud people. They have a sense of their own worth. The dynasty, at the moment at least, is still strongly established. I don't think we ought to hector them publicly or lecture them publicly. Saudi Arabia is somewhat different from the other Muslim countries because it is simultaneously a deeply embedded dynastic state, more than probably is desirable in this century, and that's its longer-range problem. But it is also a state which is the seat of the religion. It's the center of focus point of the religion, and therefore it gives it a very special standing. And I think we have to be very careful how do we handle it and engage it at the same time in this larger process of promoting peaceful change in the Middle East within the Islamic countries and peaceful change within the Middle East between the Islamic countries and the non-Islamic participant in the Middle East, and that of course is Israel, because we have that too as a huge stake of importance to us, and it's something which is of great concern to the people in the region.
We've got the New York Times' Charles Blow with us. Charles, what are your thoughts?
Well, I mean, one thing that strikes me is to look back just a couple of months. You know, we just had a midterm election where the war never even came up. On so many people's radar, the entire war had disappeared. Pollsters had stopped even asking about the war on a regular basis. You have a whole generation of young people, as someone mentioned before, where this is not, they've lived with it for so long, they've become numb to it. Gallup did a poll last month where people said, 42% of people said it was a mistake to even go there in the first place, and how this event today kind of brings that full circle and refocuses the attention, the American attention back on the reason that we went there in the first place.
People also immune to it,
yes.
Not even feeling like they have any stake in it at all.
Even I mean, I often only see soldiers when I'm in an airport, and it jolts me back and reminds me that there's another kid, and they really look like kids.
So young.
I think
and
this changes
they're
the
going
conversation.
off to war.
Well, Peggy, there was such a focus after 9/11, and so many Americans were so grateful for what our troops had done. And I've got to say, even through the ugliness of the political debates in Iraq, America has remained focused in not repeating the mistakes of the Vietnam era and holding up our military men and women and the sacrifices they've made, despite some bad decisions out of Washington. And I suspect, as Charles said, we will have a refocus again today.
I think so. We'll be talking about the entire region again, Mika, as your father said. But I'll tell you, let me pick up on something Mr. Blow said. The young people, the young soldiers, we all see going through the airports. We all see more in the past decade on the streets and integrated into our lives. They're in our families. We learn something from them, from their competence and from their discipline. Last night, it was the young who came out at Ohio State, in New York in Times Square, at West Point. It was young people feeling pride and delight.
Outside of the White House, young people,
outside
Republicans,
the White House,
Democrats, independents.
everybody, but I love what's going on with the young. I mean, you can see, when you see that tape, they feel pride. I mean, good pride, not bad nationalistic, we're number one stuff. They feel good. We have done the right thing. We did it well. We removed this guy from the face of the earth. It's a wonderful thing. So I find it very moving. I just love seeing these tapes.
With the same understanding, and it's something that Mika has underlined since we came on at 5:30 this morning, David Ignatius, that the battle continues. This is not the end. But you actually wrote a book with Dr. Brzezinski, or you participated in a book with Dr. Brzezinski that had conversations between Dr. Brzezinski and Brent Scowcroft. We don't have Brent with us right now, but have a conversation with Dr. Brzezinski this morning.
Let me put a question to as big as I often did in the process of writing this book, which is simply this. We are watching celebrations around America, this sense that we've accomplished our mission, a sense of joy and exuberance. To what extent, Dr. Brzezinski, do you think we can connect that feeling we have as Americans with what's going on around the world? You've written about a global political awakening that we're seeing spreading across the Arab world, across the whole of the world. That's the big thing that's happening. How is killing Osama bin Laden by tough, smart American special forces yesterday going to fit with that larger narrative?
I think that's a terrific question. I think that really gets at the heart of the problem. You're absolutely right. The Islamic world is awakening. It's awakening politically. It's becoming politically activated. And this is one of those moments in which we can either engage that awakening and embrace it in some fashion and steer it in the right direction, or it can turn against us. And I think we have to be both delicate and decisive. Delicate in understanding its aspirations, decisive in making it clear that anyone who deplores the killing of bin Laden, and I just saw on the screen an indication that some parties in the Islamic world are deploring, condemning the killing of bin Laden. Anyone who does that is in effect endorsing and associating himself or herself with 9/11, with the mass murders committed against Americans. And this is a moment of choice, not just for us, but it's a moment of choice for them. But at the same time, in that context, we recognize that they also have rights, that they want to be part of the modern world. The time of change has come to them, and that we're going to be helpful. And then we have a whole agenda helping the Egyptians consolidate, encouraging the Saudis to transform, finish this messy and inchoate business in Libya, promote an Israeli-Palestinian reconciliation that makes Israel a permanent, legitimate, acceptable part of the Middle East forever, giving it security which it deserves on the basis of justice for the Palestinians. We can work with the Turks more closely to influence the events in Syria, because they have a lot of influence. This is a moment for really decisive strategic self-definition of our position and pursuit of an objective which is in our vital interest, which is the stabilization of our presence in the Middle East.
Mike Barnicle.
David Gregory, I'd like to ask you something about an item you referred to a few moments ago in talking to your children about how you were reluctant to spell out exactly what happened on September 11th. We've been showing scenes from last night outside the White House, and Peggy mentioned Penn State. I was in Times Square at 2 o'clock this morning, where hundreds, thousands actually, of largely young people gathered. And a fire truck came through Times Square at about 2:15 in the morning. The American flags rippling in the breeze as it came through that cocoon of neon and noise that is Times Square. What is your sense of what goes on in this country now, given the fact that the young people we see, many of them in college, think, I'm going to have a college degree and no job. Their parents, 30, 35 years older, thinking, my paycheck is not worth what it was 5 years ago. My house is not worth what it was 5 years ago. And then suddenly, This adrenaline shot to America occurs yesterday. What's your sense of what happens from here?
You know, it's an important question, Mike, and I think there are these moments that are true national moments that transcend our political debates, that become about what we're capable of as a people, where we rally around each other, where we rally around the government in the name of the people, avenging the loss of 9/11. But then ultimately it can fall away because our political leadership ends up letting the moment pass and not building on the moment. But if you think back to the aftermath of 9/11 and what seemed possible politically, the kind of agreement there was across the aisle in Washington and around the country, it does give you hope. And I think it is a reminder that there are intense debates that go on in this city and in the country about our role in the rest of the world and what it ought to be. But it's very difficult to live in a sense of perpetual war. And divisions overtake that sense of national unity about what our leadership does when it's really hard, when there's a really hard moment for the country, and who we want to be, and what image we want to project to the rest of the world. That appeared to get out of balance for the American people over the course of the Bush presidency. But all the while, a president like Barack Obama understood that the American people still felt vulnerable. The American people still wanted justice to be done and would rally around a moment like this, just as the president will realize that there is a reminder to the American people that's due as well, which is that this was just one man, that there is a threat that still goes on, and that there's a huge apparatus within our government that will have to remain focused, even while we go about our business, on preventing, identifying, and confronting this kind of threat that's still out there that has defined an entire generation of our politics, of our national security, and our sense of national identity.
All right, David Gregory, we thank you so much for coming in tonight, and thank you for your coverage last night. Like millions of Americans, I certainly followed you throughout the night, and I thank you for it, your work. I want to right now just read briefly, Mika, and then have you throw this to your father. We have a statement from the permanent mission of Pakistan to the United Nations, pushing back obviously on many American concerns about how Osama bin Laden could have found refuge in the suburbs of the capital of Pakistan in a huge reinforced home. Compound. Three-family compound in the shadow of a police training center. This is the quote coming from the Pakistani government just released. Osama bin Laden's death illustrates the resolve of the international community, including Pakistan, to fight and eliminate terrorism. It constitutes a major setback to terrorist organizations around the world. Al-Qaeda has declared war on Pakistan. Scores of Al-Qaeda-sponsored terrorist attacks have resulted in the deaths of thousands of innocent Pakistani men, women, and children. Almost 30,000 Pakistani civilians lost their lives in terrorist attacks in the last few years. More than 5,000 Pakistani security and armed forces officials have been martyred in Pakistan's campaign against Al-Qaeda, other terrorist organizations and affiliates. It goes on, then says that Pakistan's stated policy is that it will not allow its soil to be used in terrorist attacks against any country. Pakistan's political leadership, parliament, state institutions, and a whole nation are fully united in their resolve to eliminate terrorism. Mika, this is a government back on its heels. Yeah. In a very, for good reason, defensive crouch this morning.
And I wonder, Dad, how we strike a balance so delicately with Pakistan, given the negative forces within it and given the reality of where bin Laden was found and killed.
It's a terribly complicated and delicate situation for them, but also for us. My instinct at this moment would be not to challenge that statement, not to mock it, not to criticize it. Yeah. Because we have a stake in Pakistan not exploding. We don't know what the reaction will be in the country at large or in some portions of it. I don't think it's in our interest to make Pakistan more vulnerable, not to contribute to a political upheaval. Now, obviously, there was some sort of an informal accommodation between the Pakistani government and bin Laden and his associates. Obviously, the government knew he was there. I suspect they probably put some restrictions on him, in fact, operationally. This is why there weren't that many more statements by him in recent times. So I imagine he probably wasn't using that compound as the headquarters for terrorism worldwide. I suspect, I really don't know. There was probably some sort of limit on it. But they knew he was there. In effect, it was a kind of de facto umbrella under which he was living. But given the stakes involved, I think it's important for us to take the position. We did what we had to do. We'll do it again if anybody else tries it. The Pakistani government has to be aware of that. And we accept their sense of relief that he's gone. And then let's see what happens in the field. We also have to wait and see what happens in Afghanistan itself. My guess is there won't be that much difference there, because Taliban is really not dependent on Al-Qaeda. It was a kind of an informal alliance of convenience.
So, Dad, before you go, one of the last times you were on this show, you very bluntly graded President Obama's foreign policy. And I'm just wondering, and you graded it in terms of the vision he laid out versus as a candidate versus the vision that he was actually carrying out as president. Does this change anything, or at least open up a world of opportunity for this president to carry out his vision?
Well, first of all, I think the grade I gave when both of you pressed me was incomplete.
Well,
and this particularly, on this issue, completes something very important. And he deserves credit for it, and the U.S. Armed Forces deserve credit for it. This is a terribly important phenomenon. It's an event. It's symbolic. It's significant. The president was terrific last night. It is not the same thing as a comprehensive long-term strategy. And I think he has now an opportunity, because his prestige is naturally higher, and he is rightly being complimented for the leadership he has provided. But it's an opportunity now to move forward with a strategy that addresses some of the key problems inherent in our very complicated relationship with a huge population, particularly religiously motivated, and in a particularly sensitive region in which we have vital moral interests. For example, the peace process and security of Israel and the Palestinians. We have vital economic and geopolitical interests. And it happens to be a region inhabited by the people affected by what happened last night. So this is a strategic moment of opportunity that has to be seized and not allow it to be dissipated.
Dr. Zbigniew-Brzezinski, Dad, thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow night at the Atlantic Council dinner. Thanks very much for being on the show this morning. I called him at 11:30 last night and booked him.
Right.
I don't think he was happy with the call.
I don't think he was either, but we're glad he answered the call. Right now, let's bring in the chairman of the Homeland Security Committee, Republican Congressman Peter King of New York. Peter, you lost more constituents on September 11th than any other congressman, obviously. What are your thoughts this morning?
This is a great moment for the United States, and let me, as a Republican, give President Obama tremendous credit for this. This was a significant military operation. He had to pull the trigger on it. He carried it out. I supported President Bush's policies. The fact is, it was President Obama who carried this mission to conclusion. I think it's important for all Americans to stand behind him and give him the credit as Commander-in-Chief for what he did. And at a very personal level, knowing so many family and friends, family members, friends, here in the district who lost members of their families, lost close relatives, associates, people they work with. I can tell you this morning there was a tremendous sense of relief among them. I've gotten calls from many of them. They just feel gratified, not so much happy as gratified, and finally there's some sense of closure and justice to this horrible moment that occurred almost 10 years ago.
We're looking at images of Times Square. We've got three New Yorkers here, obviously, Charles and Peggy and Donnie Deutsch. A great night. Great night for New York City, for America, for the world, but especially for New York City. As Peter King, like all of you, new people, so personally affected. by 9/11.
New York and this country, you can go back obviously to 9/11 and obviously how we know the world changed. And if you look at the 10 years since, as a country, I think we've started to rightfully so doubt ourselves a little bit. Whether it's all of a sudden wars that we can't close out, whether it's, wait a second, I bought my house and the mortgage is blowing up, and wait a second, are we this great nation? You and I have talked a lot about this on our show. And I think, and Mike talked about this earlier, what happened yesterday in New York and across this country is for the first time in 10 years, we did a collective fist pump as a country. Yes, we can. And I think if everybody watching is thinking about the way they were affected at that moment when you heard, I know a friend of mine called me, and we all got this surge, I think that's going to be profound. Guys who basically, maybe a guy who's been out of work for 2 months, and maybe was having trouble getting out of bed looking for that job, maybe he's out a little faster today. And I think that has, for all 300 million Americans, starting in this city, a pump that will be culturally profound, that yes, we can.
Let's talk generationally as well. It's been such a you have a son the age of my son. It's been a rough 10, 11 years for this generation, and we saw the jubilant crowds, and I want to get Peter King in here as well, obviously. But our children saw something they haven't seen over the past decade.
I think what they saw last night was the visual return of competence.
It's not just our children, it's all of us. All of us have not seen it.
Understood that these young people in their 20s, they were children when 9/11 happened. It was a terrible blow. It rocked them. They'll write novels about it in the future. And they saw us last night, after this time, after persistence and patience, come back hard and in a meaningful way. It was the return of competence, I think.
Peter King,
and that's what they were waving flags about.
Peter King, it means a lot, doesn't it? A lot of parents had to sit down and talk to their kids 10 years ago and explain what happened. It was a new reality for all of us. America was not safely protected by 2 oceans.
No, it really was. Our world changed on September 11th, and it's been a rough 9.5 years. It really has, and it's going to be rough as we go forward. But last night, I think, was a great opportunity for Americans to see what our greatness can be, for young people to see that America is still alive and vibrant. And I heard what Donnie said about what people heard. I got a call about an hour and a half before the president spoke last night. The White House called me to tell me what he was going to say, and it took about 3 seconds for it to really sink in as to what they were telling me after all these years to actually realized we were going to get, we had gotten Osama bin Laden. And,
And Peter, the manner in which we got him, Peter, the manner in which we got him, I had heard about an hour and a half before what the president was going to talk about. I thought it was a random drone attack.
This is going to be a movie.
Peter, could you have ever imagined, as chairman of Homeland Security, that it would be Navy SEALs firing a weapon, shooting Osama bin Laden at point-blank range?
Well, that's the best way to have it done. I mean, I know a lot of Navy SEALs. I know how much they wanted to do something like this, but no, it was almost too much to hope for. After 9.5 years of frustration, it was too much to hope for, but thank God they did carry it out. And it shows that this is going to be a long, hard war. I mean, think of all of the false leads they had. Think of all the missions they ran where they were not successful, because either bin Laden had gotten away or we got wrong information. But they never gave up. And I think that should also be a signal to young people in our country today. This is not an easy war where we just drop one bomb. There's going to be a lot of frustration. It's going to go on, whether it's in Afghanistan, no matter where it is. The war against Al-Qaeda and its affiliates is going to go on for a long time. And right now, as jubilant and as satisfied as we are right now, we also realize that this increases the threat to the United States. So we have to really be on our guard, probably more than we have at any time since September 11th. So it's sort of again, it's a wake-up call as to, even at moments of great jubilation, there's also great stress. But as a country, if we stick together, we can handle it.
Peter King, thank you.
And we're going to win.
Chairman, thank you so much for being patient and staying with us. We greatly appreciate it and wanted to hear your voice again as a congressman who lost the most constituents on that terrible, terrible day 9.5 years ago. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Joe.
All right, and Charles, We have Senator Schumer here, but I cut you off earlier. Please jump in about what this means to New York.
Well, to New York, and in particular to your point about young people. I mean, my daughter's first reaction in hearing this last night was that I lost two people in my grade lost parents on 9/11. That was her initial reaction to hearing them say this on television. And I think that the jubilation among young people is palpable, but it's also fragile. You know, this idea that they exhaled last night, and I think a lot of people want to exhale, but this may not be a moment of exhaling, because it may not necessarily.
It's so funny, though, that you guys are focusing on the young people. I think it's the middle-aged, the other people that needed the jolt. The young people naturally have it.
It's different.
We as a country, I'm going to go back to unemployed people. I'm going to go back to a nation that all of a sudden oil spills on our waters out of nowhere. Right. And I'd love to hear what the great senator from New York has to say about this, that I think it reaffirms the middle generations about who we are as a country, and gives us the jolt. The young people, it's basically in their DNA.
Well, here's the bottom line. There have been people, and the older people, middle-aged people have heard it, who've said, we're going to destroy your way of life. Hitler, Khrushchev, and Stalin, we will bury you. And that's what bin Laden said. When bin Laden came on the scene, and the horrible day of 9/11, we wondered, what are we up against? It's not a country anymore. It's not set armies. It's random terrorists killing civilians. And his intent was not simply to kill civilians, but to bury the way of life in the West. And he's dead, and we're here. Yeah. And you know, this morning I have to decide, I'm going to give a speech on how New York can grow. That's what...
You just smiled more when you just said that. There's a new
we're
approach.
Here and he's not. And particularly, and so it affects them, it affects the families, because every day, I talk to some of these families, every day it hit them. Why is that evil man who took my husband, wife, child alive, and we're
supposed to be able to get those guys. Wait a second.
And
wait
he's gone. And there's one other point here. I'll tell you who else it sends a message to. All those terrorists out there whose mind bin Laden has affected. He's dead. They thought he was invincible. They believed this propaganda that he and his way could beat the West. And I think it's more than just a wake-up call. I think in a certain sense it's a turning point. The war on terror is not over, but maybe this was the Saratoga or the Gettysburg where things turn. They are not ascendant, which they thought they were until yesterday.
Well, they are not ascendant, and we see what's happening across the Middle East. You don't see burning American flags in Syria, in Egypt, in Libya. They have been Al-Qaeda's view, Osama bin Laden's view of the world has been rejected, Mika, and I think the senator's exactly right.
Yeah. This is serious and good stuff.
It is, and it's certainly a step. At the same time, there's still so much more that needs to be done. I have a statement, and I'll have you comment on that, from General Colin Powell, who says this, among other things. An evil person has been eliminated. Osama bin Laden is dead and buried at sea. Justice has been done. His death brings a sense of relief to the families of 9/11, the families of all those brave American troops who have fought this war over the past 10 years. I congratulate the intelligence community and the assaulting troops for this flawless operation. Osama bin Laden was just one man. The Al-Qaeda threat remains, and we must be vigilant and aggressive against them until they are totally destroyed. That is a long time coming.
Let's talk about the intel community. And David Ignatius said we got the nickname of the Courier in 2004.
Right.
The intelligence community worked on it for 5 years, figuring out, okay, who is connected to this nickname. They found out in 2009 and started working on it over the past 2 years. It's remarkable what the intelligence community, who has been abused for the past 25 years, did in this case.
You know, these people, I meet a lot of them. They're the best. They're like soldiers. They go into these agencies for patriotic reasons. They don't get the glory. They don't get the pay. They do it because they believe, and they're amazing people, you know. And Leon Panetta, who was my roommate for 11 years, is one of the smartest, toughest, and most moral people I know. He would get home at 2 in the morning after working, sleep till 6, and then every morning go say Mass at St. Peter's, the local Catholic
And by the way,
church.
let's talk about Leon Panetta.
He's a fine man.
When Leon Panetta first went to the agency, it did not start well. I can tell you when he, last week when the intel community heard he was moving on, I called my friends in the community who had been harshly critical the first month or two, and they tipped their hat to him. They said he did a hell of a job. He got his sea legs, and he protected the agency and helped us move forward.
And you know, another place, hopefully there'll be some changes, Pakistan. Obviously, our relationship with Pakistan is rocky. Pakistan is probably the #1 foreign policy problem we face over the next decade. And there have been two sides. There's been parts of Pakistan, even in the military and intelligence, that want to help us, and there have been parts who have been on the other side. I mean, it says something that we didn't tell Pakistan about this till after it was launched. But maybe again, this success of this mission will strengthen the hand of those who say we should have a pro-United States, pro-Western course.
Speaking of pro-United States, Mika, I saw your eyes light up on this. The way this was done, it wasn't a drone, a shot to the head, Navy SEALs, you said movie stuff. That for brand America is huge. That image that is kind of everybody's head right now. There's a huge difference. Obviously, taking him out, period, is where you want to be. But the way it was done for brand America.
Yeah, and even the way he was buried at sea. No real dignity. He's not a sailor, and so there could be no grave.
Mika, it's the top of the hour.
It is the top of the hour. If you're just joining us and you haven't heard the massive breaking news overnight, Osama bin Laden, the mastermind behind the September 11th attacks, is dead, ending a 10-year search for the Al-Qaeda leader and the most wanted man in the world. We have Senator Chuck Schumer with us, Donnie Deutsch, Charles Blow, the New York Times, and we'll continue the conversation as we set the scene for you. President Obama announced in a White House address last night that he authorized an operation to kill bin Laden. He sent 4 helicopters to swoop in at a compound in Pakistan, located about 40 miles outside the capital city of Islamabad.
At my direction, the United States launched a targeted operation against that compound in Abbottabad, Pakistan. A small team of Americans carried out the operation with extraordinary courage and capability. No Americans were harmed. They took care to avoid civilian casualties. After a firefight, they killed Osama bin Laden and took custody of his body. For over 2 decades, bin Laden has been Al-Qaeda's leader and symbol, and has continued to plot attacks against our country and our friends and allies. The death of bin Laden marks the most significant achievement to date in our nation's effort to defeat Al-Qaeda. Yet his death does not mark the end of our effort. There's no doubt that Al-Qaeda will continue to pursue attacks against us. We must, and we will, remain vigilant at home and abroad.
All right, the information that's coming about how this is carried out is incredible. A senior Obama administration official says the operation goes back 2 years. 2 years, and there were no leaks, by the way. Nobody was tipped off to this. The White House says that back in 2009, President Obama directed CIA Director Leon Panetta to locate bin Laden. Then in August of last year, intelligence officials briefed the president on a possible lead to his whereabouts. In the past 2 months, there were 5 national security meetings on bin Laden, and on Friday, President Obama gave the final order to launch the operation. Now, in Pakistan, U.S. officials say a small elite team from Navy SEAL Team 6 conducted a helicopter raid on bin Laden's compound and stayed inside the area for only 40 minutes. U.S. forces killed bin Laden's son and 2 couriers. There was also a woman who was used as a human shield. Officials say bin Laden was shot during a firefight in the left eye and killed. He apparently put up a fight and ultimately was shot in the head. Bin Laden's hideout in the Pakistani city of Abbottabad, located about an hour drive away from Islamabad, is home to a large military base and a military academy of the Pakistani Army, if you can believe it. The area is surrounded by hills with mountains in the distance. According to a senior Obama administration official, bin Laden's compound was on a massive plot of land and relatively secluded. The facility, valued at over $1 million, was surrounded by walls 12 to 18 feet high with barbed wire at the top. It included 2 security gates and a few windows, and 3 families lived there without any phone or internet access.
Okay, let's go to Jack Jacobs right now. Colonel Jacobs, a remarkable military operation last night. What can you tell us about it?
Well, I had plenty of time to plan for it. The information is that we got the original information about the possibility that this was an Obama, pardon that, this is an Osama bin Laden location back in August. So we had plenty of time to map it out, check it out, get the intelligence, and to plan for the attack, plan for possibilities, plan for withdrawal. The more time you have an opportunity to plan for it, the better it'll run, the more backup plans you can have, and there was a very small number of people who were involved in participating in this exercise, a remarkably small number of people who were involved in participating in this exercise. Indeed, there was a helicopter, an MH-53J, that was used for this operation that had mechanical difficulties, had a crash land, and was destroyed by our commandos so that it wouldn't fall into anybody's hands. And all the people who were involved in it went back on a single aircraft.
It is remarkable. And you look at the compound there. The massive compound, so large.
I tell you something. You wonder how this could possibly be put together, and nobody in Pakistan knew that it was being put together there. It just defies belief.
It certainly does. We've been listening. NBC News has been listening to, and here we're looking at images of the compound right now. But Senator Schumer, we have been listening at NBC to reaction across the Arab world from Arab media. Remarkably muted. Detailing the facts of what happened. No condemnation. In fact, an awful lot of praise. Only a few radical Islamist outputs offering any criticism at all. This is a former spiritual leader who lost his following over 10 bloody years, where he killed more Muslims than Americans.
Yep. Interesting what you say about the media world. At about midnight, my press guy got a call from Al Jazeera, would I like to go on? Well, they've never asked me to go on before. So maybe that says something. I didn't go. But, yeah, look, this is a major, major change in the way the world thinks. And this idea that the West and our ideas of freedom and democracy are gone, and guys like bin Laden can take them out, that's been, a dagger's been put through that heart, figuratively, I guess, speaking. And, yeah, we still have to fight this war on terrorism. He's affected his mind. But let me just say another thing here. We are so good. This was not just luck. We are so good at monitoring what's happening. This morning I talked to some leaders in Homeland Security and the FBI about whether there's any more chatter on the wires about increased terrorist threats and stuff like that. They hadn't seen any, but the odds are damn good that if there were something, they would find it. And this big house you talked about, what is one of the things that alerted our folks to it? No internet connection, no electronic connection in $1 million house. Why? They knew they couldn't talk electronically. They had to have these couriers, and of course this courier finally gave it away. But that slows them down dramatically.
It does.
It's like the old days of smoke signals or people running Pony Express or something.
It reminds me of what Thomas Friedman wrote about right after the attacks, when he said Americans need to fight back, and they can fight back by going out to football games on Friday nights, going to the theater, and understanding, and Friedman wrote this a decade ago, that every night for the rest of his life, Osama bin Laden will know that he is a hunted man who eventually will be killed.
We can feel good about this. You know, 9/12, you may not remember this, I called on Americans to wear the flag, and in memory of those I knew who were lost and all the others, I put this flag on. I've worn it every day since, and boy, do I feel proud to wear it today.
Chuck Schumer, thank you so much.
Senator, thanks very much for coming in.
We greatly, greatly appreciate it.
Joining us now from Capitol Hill, we have Republican Senator from Alabama, Senator Richard Shelby. Of course, we had booked for a lot of different reasons this morning.
Yeah, Senator Shelby, obviously our thoughts and prayers are with the good people of Alabama. My son was in Tuscaloosa when Those tornadoes came through. Horrifying experience for everybody there. And so our thoughts and prayers are with you all, and we will continue our focus on that. Let us begin, though, this morning with your reaction to what news broke across the wires last night.
Well, this is a great success for the CIA and also for the Navy SEALs. This is a big victory. They should be congratulated. I had the opportunity to chair the Intelligence Committee for nearly 5 years. We put in a lot of reforms. Now you're seeing the results of these. This is a signal victory. This is not the end of the war by a long time, but they're to be congratulated. This is someone that Osama bin Laden, we had been hunting for years. We found him. They executed their plan well, and they're to be congratulated big time.
Peggy?
Senator, you know, we've been talking here on the set about the muted reaction of the Arab world. It is my sense, we can go back to 9/11, the entire Arab world just about said, this is terrible what was done to America, and they were feeling very, you remember, a lot of them so supportive of us. They knew who bin Laden was at that time. Things got a little murkier since, but I got a feeling with the reaction today, they still know who bin Laden is. He was a little monster of history, and no one is going to mourn him, and they're not going to do anti-American demonstrations. So do you see it a little bit like that?
Well, a little, but let's be cautious here. There will be a reaction to this because you have Osama bin Laden operatives all over the world. Look at Yemen today. They've been spawned since 9/11. So we have to be on alert. We got to be aware that this is a big step in the right direction, but the war is not over. And we have to really be alert in America right now.
Mike Barnacle.
Senator, earlier we were talking about the continuity within the intelligence community and the United States Senate in politics. From the Bush administration's attempts to get Osama bin Laden to the Obama administration's attempts, finally successful to get him yesterday. We live in a world where a lot of people are turned off by the polarization of politics and the language of politics. Could you speak a bit to the fact, we think it's a fact, that there is cooperation and continuity at the highest levels, you mentioned the Senate Intelligence Committee, in the defense of this country, that there is continuity there, that there is cooperation among people of different parties?
You're absolutely right. This is, the thread runs through. The security of this nation should be and is number one, and this has been manifested here in the last few hours. But we have reformed the intelligence communities, the community, and this is a result of this, I believe. We support them. We back them, and now we revel in what they've done, and they've done a great job.
Senator, let's talk about Alabama.
Sure.
And the tragedy of Alabama. I was heartened to see the president show up as quickly as he did.
Absolutely.
Everything I've heard on the ground is the federal government has done a remarkable job reacting quickly. What needs to be done moving forward? I have so many people calling, emailing, asking what can be done. What's the answer? What can be done to help the people not only of Tuscaloosa but of Alabama and the Southeast touched by this terrible tragedy?
First of all, you're absolutely right. The federal government has been on the ground. FEMA is doing a good job now. There's been a lot of volunteers from all over the nation coming into Alabama, my hometown of Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Cullman, Rainsville, and you name it. That won't be enough. You know, if you see it from a helicopter, if you see it from the ground, not just Tuscaloosa, my hometown, but that's where a lot of it was, you see literal hell there. And people are probably going through shock right now, but it's going to be rebuilding. I believe our people are strong. I know we're going to stay together, and we need the help of the nation. We need the prayers of the nation to make us stronger and sustain us, because this is not going to be over in a week. It's going to take probably years to rebuild what we have.
And the president said it was the worst devastation he had ever seen.
It was the worst. I've seen hurricanes, I've seen tornadoes, I've seen fires, I've even been in a small earthquake. one time, but this is the worst tornado. I guess it's the mother of all of them.
Senator Shelby, we wish you the best. Our prayers are with your state this morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, we're going to have a live report from Pakistan, where bin Laden was killed. Also, we're going to bring in NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell. Keep it right here on Morning Joe.
Where does capturing or killing Osama bin Laden fall?
I think it is a top priority for us to stamp out Al-Qaeda once and for all. And I think capturing or killing bin Laden is a critical aspect of stamping out Al-Qaeda. He is not just a symbol, he's also the operational leader of an organization that is planning attacks against U.S. targets. We must also reaffirm that the United States is not and never will be at war with Islam. I've made clear, just as President Bush did shortly after 9/11, that our war is not against Islam. Bin Laden was not a Muslim leader. He was a mass murderer of Muslims. Indeed, Al-Qaeda has slaughtered scores of Muslims in many countries, including our own. So his demise should be welcomed by all who believe in peace and human dignity.
That was President Obama last night in an address to the nation late last night, 11:30. And with us now from Abbottabad, Pakistan, the town where Osama bin Laden was killed, is Al Jazeera correspondent Imtiaz Tiab. And Imtiaz, give us a sense of, first of all, what went down in that town with the operation, if you can add any details, and also any reaction there.
Well, yes, I'm here in Abbottabad, which is about an hour and a half away from Pakistan's capital city, Islamabad. This is a relatively well-to-do city. It has a lot of mansions, a lot of VIP people, for lack of a better word, that choose to live here. It's a very beautiful location, ringed with mountains. But locals who I've been speaking to say at around 1 a.m. this morning, local time, they heard 4 explosions and then a very loud explosion, an explosion they say was so loud that it shook some of them out of bed. They say that it turned the sky orange. Now, one of these locals who I was speaking to, his name was Asad Khan, he said he rushed to where all this noise and where all this commotion was coming, and he said what he saw was flames and smoke and security personnel surrounding this area. This area, of course, is now the house that we know that Osama bin Laden was captured and killed at in an operation carried out by U.S. forces. But what he didn't say, or rather what he didn't see, were any U.S. soldiers or any U.S. officials of any kind at this house, but he did see an awful lot of smoke, an awful lot of fires at a house which he say many in the community have had many questions about, simply because the people who live there were very secretive.
And we heard reports this morning that no phones in there, no service to and from that compound. In fact, it was so closed off that instead of getting regular garbage pickup, they would burn the trash there. How large is the community, and how hard would it be for suspicions not to be raised for such a compound being built in the middle of this area?
Well, there's sort of 2 answers to this question. We have to keep in mind that, you know, Pakistan is a country of relative uncertainty. So a lot of houses here in Pakistan are compounds, for lack of a better word. They have high walls, they're very heavily fortified, and this could just be somebody's regular home. But this house was a very interesting home, specifically for these neighbors here, the people who lived in this community. They say that we're having conflicting reports over just who this man was, but that they only really saw one man living there, and that the only real interaction with this house was by a man who claims to have gone there on a daily basis selling bread and a chicken to this house. So again, a lot of questions and a lot of being asked rather here in this community over just who these people were. This house, they say, has been owned by this one family for a decade now, but now here we are hearing that the United States became aware of this, or at least appeared in U.S. intelligence as of September of last year. So at least for months now, Osama bin Laden has presumably been living in this house, possibly even years. But of course, it's raised a lot of suspicions and questions, at least with locals here. But what we're also hearing is that it certainly didn't raise any questions about the military, which has a large academy here. In fact, one of the most prestigious military academies in all of Pakistan is less than a kilometer from this house where Osama bin Laden was captured and killed. So many questions. Some of these were raised by the neighbors, but here we have this military academy less than a kilometer away from this house.
I'm just curious, does this suggest, you know, there's such a mystery to Al-Qaeda, there was a mystery about bin Laden, how primal are they, how Neanderthal, how advanced, how are they living, is he living in a cave? Does this kind of, in some way, show the fact that they were just there in a compound with doesn't seem to be incredible security? Should this give us more peace that these people are more backward than we even imagine? One would think that they would have had him set up a bit better, for lack of a better word. So should this make us feel better?
Well, many had assumed that Osama bin Laden, at the very least, had been living in the tribal regions of the country. But Abbottabad, again, is only about an hour and a half outside of the capital of Pakistan. It, again, is a very affluent city, for lack of a better word, and it is home to one of Pakistan's most prestigious military academies. And yet, at the same time, Osama bin Laden is known to be living in this house. Now, we have seen some pictures of inside this house shot on amateur mobile phone video. It's a relatively ramshackle looking place. We've seen sacks of sugar, but again, not a very sophisticated hideout, if you were, for the most wanted fugitive in the world. By no means a sophisticated place, and yet we don't know exactly how long, but possibly for months at least, Osama bin Laden has been living here. So it does beg a lot of questions, just how he wound up here, how he managed to elude captivity for so long. And, you know, again, the questions being raised over just what sort of intel led to his capture and killing early this morning.
All right, MTS, thank you so much for that insight and perspective. Really appreciate it.
Great report.
And here with us now on set, NBC News White House correspondent Savannah Guthrie with new information that you've been getting all morning long.
Yeah, talking to a U.S. official this morning, we're getting a little bit more information about how this went down. The first thing I wanted to tell you is that the president was able to watch this and get what I'm told were live audio and visual updates from the Situation Room as this unfolded yesterday afternoon. Now, this official didn't want to get into the exact technology that enables this, but suffice it to say, the president was in the sit room with his team, hearing and seeing in some form what was going on, and I'm told at 3:55 in the afternoon.
The actual assault.
Correct, the actual raid. The actual raid.
Yeah.
Audio and visual updates is how it was put to me. At 3:55, when word came from the ground that bin Laden was killed, that they had bin Laden, I'm told applause went up in the Situation Room.
And we heard from Reuters, just breaking, Chris told me in my ear across the wires this morning, you know, George W. Bush famously said, wanted dead or alive. Reuters reporting they didn't want him alive. It was shoot to kill order. Kill him.
That was the operation. And can you imagine if they had captured him alive? Guantanamo, let's not even get into what might have unfolded then. Couple other things I wanted to tell you. This U.S. official said there were two what he called heart-stopping moments during this operation. The first was when the helicopter stopped working, which has been previously reported. Apparently, the operation called for for the helicopters not to land, but to hover and lower these special ops forces. But inexplicably, as they were above the compound, one of the helicopters failed. It was able to get to the ground. It didn't crash, I'm told. The raid proceeded. At that point, a third helicopter that was there, they called it Emergency One, came in. They conducted the raid. Bin Laden, I reported this morning, was shot in the left eye. They came out with the corpse, and imagine that moment, decided to blow up that first helicopter, the broken helicopter. They did so. They got on the two helicopters and departed the scene, and this is when the second tense moment came. And actually, I'm told that in the sit room as this happened, when the helicopter went down, everybody was just absolutely, they said it was like Black Hawk Down times a million. There was so much tension in the room. As they left Pakistan, they were still in Pakistani airspace, I'm told, when the Pakistanis, not knowing who these helicopters were, hearing of this massive explosion outside of Islamabad, which was, of course, the first helicopter being blown up, scrambled their own fighter jets. So word had to be sent to the Pakistanis what was going on, because remember, they were not informed ahead of time. So just a little bit of color and a little more information about how this went down. And
incredible.
It just, if we didn't know there was enough daring involved, as with any operation, there were things that went wrong that could have gone so much worse.
You know, after 9/11, you had actually Hollywood people brought in to try to imagine the type of scenarios for future terror attacks. Certainly 9/11 took on, unfortunately, the negative qualities of a Tom Clancy novel that a lot of us had talked about, but the ending of the bin Laden story, you just wouldn't believe it if you saw it on a screen. This was a remarkable event seen by the President of the United States firsthand.
Well, a remarkable display of daring from the top on down, and just to imagine those operatives landing in the dark of night in the ground. They had a pretty good idea it was bin Laden in there, but just incredibly courageous.
I know you've got to go get ready for your show, but as the President was able to watch this, I take it then this is saved, and this is something that can be reviewed, this can be seen?
I don't know the details of that. I also, and this official was very careful, did not want to explain in great detail how the President was able to get these, what was described to me as real-time audio visual updates. And there are, of course, photographs of bin Laden as well. But he was, as we've all been reporting, buried at sea.
Speaking of the President, and the one thing that people have knocked him on is the lack of, for better word, testosterone. Boy, I have never seen a more commanding commander-in-chief than that guy who walked out around 11:30 last night. Now, obviously, the message spoke for itself, but beyond that, the gravitas, the man in control, I think will live with him forever. That was his defining moment, no question about it.
Well, the moment the President had that moment because of very difficult decisions that he made over 2.5 years. Decisions that his own political base did not support, decisions that he probably did not believe as a candidate he would ever have to make, but he made them, and that speaks volumes about the leader. Going against his own ideological leanings to do what he believes he has to do in the best interest of this country.
And I can't help myself, but this is what he was doing over the course of 2 years, in the past 6 months, in the past 2 weeks, while you had, you know, groups of people out there drumming up questions about his birth certificate. They just seem really, what's the word?
Yeah. Separates the leaders and the pretenders.
They seem really...
Savannah, thank you for the information. Absolutely
great
fascinating.
Job, thanks a lot.
And we'll see you at 9 a.m. And I promise today, straight up. Okay? I promise today, because of that report, I promise I'll be good. Let's bring in Andrea Mitchell right now. She, of course, is NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent, host of MSNBC's Andrea Mitchell Reports. Andrea, was watching you last night. Great coverage. Thank you so much for your reporting. What can you tell us this morning?
Well, first of all, I think Savannah Guthrie, you know, our pal Savannah, has all the great reporting this morning on the details of this operation and what this tells us about the way they have been able to manage it, the heart-stopping moments, as she pointed out, and the courage of these forces. The fact that they were willing to go in when they were not sure that they had a path out, but they were willing to go in and at least take him out. Whether or not they were going to be able to get back out with his body was then in doubt until that third chopper came in. And of course, that reminds us so much of what happened with Jimmy Carter in 1979 and of the tragedy, of course, in Iran. And that had to be in all of their minds as well in the situation.
We were talking about the people that were around in 1980, and obviously I'm sure the Secretary of Defense was watching. His mind had to go back to Desert One. I think he was working for your dad in 1980 in the Carter administration. A dark, dark moment, not only for the Carter administration, but for the U.S. military in this country. Another helicopter fails, but this time we finished the job in extraordinary manner.
Indeed, and in fact, the fact that, as Savannah reports, we now have the technology for the President to monitor this in the Situation Room. We've known for a while that this technology existed. We first saw it actually in a Harrison Ford movie, I believe, and looking at terror training camps in, you know, real time from the CIA. But now, of course, that's been translated to the Counterterrorist Center, to the CIA, to all of these joint operations, and to the Situation Room, and that is extraordinary indeed. The other thing about this is, I have a question. You know, we were told all along the conventional wisdom, he was in a cave. Now, clearly, they've known for many, many months that they thought he was in this house. They never had eyes on him in this house, so they inferred from a lot of intelligence, knowing the name, developing it through the nickname over those years, as you were discussing earlier, of that courier, tracking the courier, seeing all of the physical evidence of this unusual house, the burning of the trash, the lack of internet communication, the fact that such an expensive facility had no telephone or internet hookup, told them a lot, but they never eyeballed him. So they acted on faith, but that was a leap of intelligence, but good, solid intelligence. But the fact that they did all of this was pretty extraordinary. It says to me, are we so sure that the conventional wisdom that he was no longer operational because he was so isolated in a cave, was that correct? Or did he have more of a role in some of the other operations in recent years?
And Mike Barnacle, just stunning. The news gets more stunning about the location of this compound. Our friend from Al Jazeera coming on just a few minutes ago from this town saying it was less than a mile away from the most elite military training facility in Pakistan.
And Joe, the fact that this was a year or more in planning for this operation, an incredibly complex operation having to do with logistics, terrain features, the blueprints of the home on the ground in Pakistan. And it begs the question, Andrea, at least to me, FBI Director Bob Mueller is leaving in September. John Brennan, National Security Advisor to the President, of course, is there in the White House. Through all of the noise about politics that we engage in each and every day, there are people who have conducted a nonpartisan foreign policy intelligence operation on behalf of the United States of America for years, and we rarely hear about them.
They are the men and women of intelligence, some known, some many, many more not known. And Bob Gates, let's pay tribute to this man who served under so many presidents, who was the CIA director, who was the National Security Advisor, and really should be leaving with tremendous success. This is also a personal victory for Leon Panetta as he heads over to the Defense Department, if he is confirmed, because he did really target them under orders from Barack Obama.
A victory, Mika, for everybody in the national security community. Remarkable. Hey, Andrea, thank you so much.
Thank you, Andrea.
And as we go to break, Mika, I want us to look at an updated FBI 10 most wanted list. And Osama bin Laden, who, of course, who had been at the top of the list, well, the website's been updated.
That's great.
Deceased.
Great.
We'll be right back.
There's a look at ground zero of the tower that is going up right at the spot where the World Trade Centers once stood. We also found downtown CNBC's Mark Haynes live at the New York Stock Exchange. Mark.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And a good morning it is.
Give us a sense of, I was wondering if he was chewing gum. I don't think he is. How are markets reacting to everything that's going on?
I could chew some gum if you want me to.
No, it's okay. It's good.
So far, we're looking at a very muted reaction. Right after the news broke, futures and things like that jumped, but have since backed down a bit. The futures are indicating a positive open, I don't know, maybe 50 points on the Dow. But of course, there's no way of knowing whether that would have happened regardless of the news out of Pakistan. I think we can link oil pretty solidly to the news, and oil is down $1.50, which is, what is that? That's about 1%. And gold also down, but not by much, about $4.50, which isn't much when you're at $15.50. So on the whole, we are seeing a positive but muted reaction in the financial world to the news. I want to read you a statement which those of us here on Wall Street regard as very important. Howard Lutnick is chairman and CEO of Cantor Fitzgerald, a firm that was virtually wiped out in the 9/11 attack. And he says it's been a long and painful 10 years since the worst attack in America's history. Now no other families will suffer the way that so many families have from his hand. On behalf Of all of those who perished, our heartfelt thanks to the military and intelligence community. Sorry. It's kind of an emotional day down here on Wall Street as well, because of course we took the brunt of that attack. But the market's quiet, but upbeat.
Mark,
Thank you.
It's Donnie. I'm a little surprised. You know, obviously you know better than anybody that uncertainty is what drives the markets, and so the initial instinct would be, okay, we should have a huge pop. Is this maybe, and Mika's touched on this a few times, is the market muted, which basically is almost a negative response, given what you would think would be, maybe because they're concerned about the retaliation out of this, and in a strange way, him nowhere out there was a calm, if you will, and is that what this muted response is?
I guess that's possible. You know, the problem is, as I said before, with the futures up 7 points, there's no way to know what would have happened on the markets this morning if bin Laden had not been killed last night. For all I know, gold might have been down $5 anyway. Oil might have been down $1.50 anyway. So I personally don't think the markets are that impacted one way or another, and I don't think they're any more concerned about retaliation from Islamic extremists than we would have been without the death of bin Laden. So personally, my view is the markets are all about money. And while bin Laden was obviously a very important figure, really not that important from a financial standpoint.
But this morning on Wall Street, just like after the days after 9/11, I would guess, Mark, as you read that statement from Cantor Fitzgerald, it ain't about money this morning in the hearts and minds of a lot of people like you that have worked down there every day for a very long time. This is the closing of a terrible, terrible chapter in the history of Wall Street. But regardless of how the markets close today, there are a lot of people down there who in the short term just aren't going to give a damn because something really great happened for a lot of people like you. You get to close the book on this beast that killed a lot of your friends.
It is. I'll be honest. I'm tearing up about this, but it's a great day.
Thank you for your time, Mark.
Mark Haynes.
Thank you, Mark. We'll be right back.
How do you feel tonight?
Vindicated, and I'm proud of our president for getting the job done, and it's about time.
You know, revenge is not a good feeling, but this is definitely, this is good. I feel good.
My brother was a fireman who got killed at the World Trade Center in the South Tower.
Very sorry to hear that.
So I'm feeling pretty mixed right now.
I'm here because 10 years ago, we lost a lot of innocent people.
I wish I caught him. I wish I had him.
It makes me feel amazing that our country can come together like this again and that we can finish what we started.
Welcome back to Morning Joe. Joining us now from Utica, New York, Gordon Felt, whose older brother Edward was killed on September 11th. He was aboard Flight 93. Gordon, thanks very much for being on our broadcast this morning. You saw probably video of the jubilations in the street of New York and Washington, but for you, this is deeply personal. What emotion does this moment bring for you?
Well, it's a mixture of emotions. You certainly, this dredges up all the pain and anguish over the loss of my brother that we've lived with these past nearly 10 years. But at the same time, there is a sense of satisfaction of completeness in that this chapter, the chapter of Osama bin Laden, is over, that he has been killed. And there is great satisfaction at that.
Satisfaction and completeness. All morning long, we've been talking here on the SAD about whether or not this does something for the family members of those who died on 9/11. It's definitely important to hear it from you that it does something. We want that for you, for sure. The president calls it justice. Justice has been served, but still there's so much more ahead. For families like you who will live forever with this loss, do you think it will help in whatever healing process there still is to go?
Oh, absolutely. We get asked quite frequently whether this puts some closure on our loss, and the answer is absolutely not. My brother's gone. He was murdered. He'll never be brought back to us, to his family. However, our military and what they did last night helped assure the families that there will forever from this point forward be no question that Osama bin Laden is dead. Killing him, recovering the body, saves us the anguish of wondering whether he died in some undisclosed location, whether he was killed by a bomb released from a drone, never to be recovered, always leaving us to wonder where is he, what could possibly happen in the future. But now we know that not only the man, but the symbol of global terrorism will no longer walk the earth.
Gordon, it's Willie Geist. We so appreciate you being with us this morning. Your brother Edward, 41 years old, on September 11, 2001, on Flight 93, traveling for business when the plane was hijacked, and the father of two. I'm wondering, how are Edward's children doing today?
Ed's children and wife are incredibly resilient. They are continue to mourn their loss, but it has not kept them from moving forward in their lives, attending college, and thriving. Yet there will always be a hole in our hearts at the loss of my brother.
How old are the children now?
They're college age.
Wow. Have you been able to talk to them about this yet?
I haven't had a chance to make verbal communications, but we have electronically communicated. Yes.
Peggy Noonan. What are your thoughts this morning?
Well, I think like everybody, I feel like God bless the U.S. Navy SEALs. God bless the CIA. God bless the USA. A lot of gratitude to go around today. But I'll tell you, Joe, one big thing I'm thinking, I think it's really important that the White House and the U.S. military declassify everything around this operation right now in the next few days. It's important in a skeptical world to show them everything that we've got, the video, the pictures, the facts, as Samantha wonderfully shared them, of the attack itself, the pictures of bin Laden, the proof that this happened, the proof of how it happened. We live in a world where anybody can say anything and nobody will believe nothing. So I think they ought to get these U.S. Navy SEALs out there and talking and really relaying exactly what happened. Tell this story, declassify it.
Gordon, you had to deal with the horrific loss of your brother. And in the years that followed, at least in the year that followed, the United States was unified. That had to provide you some comfort. But we have been through, for at least 5, 6, 7 years, a very ugly divided time in this country, centered around this global war on terror. Did you ever lose faith in your government, that they would do the right thing, that they would find justice? Or did you have a belief that this day would come, that justice would be done?
I've always believed that this day would come, that justice would be served. And while our country has struggled politically with some divisiveness, I am satisfied that our government has been resolute, and certainly our military has worked as one to secure the death of bin Laden. And I think it's a day where we should be incredibly proud of our military and very grateful to our government for continuing to search out and kill those that brought terror to our shores.
Gordon Felt, thank you so much for joining us this morning and telling us your thoughts this morning. We wish you the best.
Thank you so much, and our thoughts and prayers will remain with you and the other families. And I want to bring in right now Colonel Jack Jacobs again. Colonel Jacobs, let's talk about, and we have so many people to thank this morning, but let's talk about the remarkable Navy SEALs and the men and women of our armed forces who got the job done.
They will all get the job done anytime it's given to them. Too often we rely on the military as a default instrument of policy. When we need diplomacy, we rely on the military. We need economic instruments of policy to be used, we rely on the military. But this is one instance when we relied on the military, and they can always get the job done. These people have been training for this for their entire professional lives, knew the information they needed to know back in August, and have been working on it ever since. And they're extraordinary folks. So when you meet them, you can tell that they're the best of the best. We're very lucky to have them.
We are very lucky to have them. Willie, what are your final thoughts this morning?
My final thoughts, as I said earlier, are with the families like Gordon Felt, families around the New York area, around the Washington, D.C. area, people who hopefully, at least in this one moment for this one day, have a little closure. But as so many have said this morning, the fight continues. The war against this stuff is not about one guy.
Mike?
My thoughts, the flag, the faces of all those young people in disparate places across this country, the renewal of pride, patriotism, the feeling that America is what we know it is, a country that can get things done the right way. America can seek justice and achieve justice. And I would hope that the pictures we've seen of all of these Americans in the streets would remain in our minds.
Peggy?
You know, for me, it comes down to we did it, we did it, we did it. It's good news for us and for the world, and for all the kids who are watching. Bad guys get caught. Joe?
I just, thanks to the Navy SEALs, thanks to the men and women and the military, thank you for the intel community, for the families who have sacrificed so much over the past decade, and thank you, Mr. President. Great job.
Yeah. All right. Osama bin Laden is dead, shot in the head during a 40-minute assault on his compound in Pakistan. Our coverage here continues on MSNBC with Chuck and Savannah. Thanks very much for joining us this morning on an important day in our country's history.
Tonight, I can report to the American people and to the world that the United States has conducted an operation that killed Osama bin Laden, the leader of Al-Qaeda, and a terrorist who's responsible for the murder of thousands of innocent men, women, and children.
Declaring that justice has been done, President Obama delivers the news Americans have waited nearly a decade to hear. The world's most wanted terrorist, the chief architect of the 9/11 attacks, is dead. Massive crowds greet the news with joy outside the White House and at Ground Zero in New York as celebrations break out from coast to coast. Good morning. It's Monday, May 2nd, 2011. I'm Savannah Guthrie in New York.
And I'm Chuck Todd here at the White House in Savannah. You could, inside the White House, hear the crowds last night, hear the cheers, and then our colleague Athena Jones went out there and would hear the singing. Sometimes it was the national anthem, sometimes it was We Are the Champions, sometimes it was Na Na Na, Hey Hey Goodbye. But it was nothing but jubilation. And one thing we do know, when it came in and they heard and the commanders relayed the notion, they relayed, Geronimo KIA, that was their code name for bin Laden, killed in action, Savannah.
A profound moment for this country, a spontaneous celebration outside the White House. And as we reported this morning, Chuck, inside the Situation Room as well, as the president received live, real-time visual and audio updates as this raid was unfolding. At 3:55 Eastern Time, the word came from the ground that the team had killed Osama bin Laden, and I am told that applause rang out inside the Situation Room. This news is being heard, of course, around the world. We have some newspaper headlines we wanted to show people. There's the front page of the New York Times. Bin Laden killed by U.S. forces in Pakistan. Obama says, declaring justice has been done. The Washington Post with the key line, justice has been done. As we move on, the New York tabloids always have a way to put it.
Yes,
they write, the Daily News, rot in hell. Do we have one more to show? That's it. So obviously we are getting reaction from around the world, and President George W. Bush was one of those who received a personal telephone call from President Obama last night. He then released a statement. President Bush said, "This momentous achievement marks a victory for America, for people who seek peace around the world, and for all those who lost loved ones on September 11th, 2001. He said, "The fight against terror goes on, but tonight America has sent an unmistakable message. No matter how long it takes, justice will be done."
Savannah, we're going to have this covered from a number of angles. We're going to be here for 2 hours. We're going to go from our relationship with Pakistan and all of the details and the fallout from this momentous occasion, but we're going to begin with how this happened. It was a 9.5-year manhunt, ended at 3 in the afternoon Eastern Time on Sunday. That's when those team of elite troops raided bin Laden's compound in Pakistan, came face to face with America's most wanted man. Here's NBC's Jim Miklashevsky with the details of how this went down.
Friday morning, just minutes before departing the White House on his way to inspect tornado damage in Alabama, President Obama gave the order to launch the operation to kill Osama bin Laden. More than 2 days later, U.S. Special Operations Forces attacked bin Laden's heavily fortified compound at Abbottabad, 35 miles north of Islamabad. 1 a.m. Monday morning, Pakistan time. In a scene straight out of an action thriller, U.S. helicopters loaded with American commandos closed in for the kill. On approach, one helicopter had mechanical problems and crash landed, but no one on board was hurt. Within seconds, the two Special Forces teams flooded the compound and immediately came under heavy fire. And it was obvious bin Laden would not be taken alive. U.S. officials say armed with an automatic rifle, the Al-Qaeda leader fired on the Americans, who then shot and killed bin Laden.
Then the first bang came, 3 other consecutive bangs came. Then there was one fifth final bang, which made the whole sky orange. That's when I had to duck also. I thought, this is something really big.
In the exchange, the Navy SEALs also killed 2 Al-Qaeda couriers and one of bin Laden's adult sons. One woman, who the Al-Qaeda gunman used as a human shield, was also shot and killed. When the shooting stopped, the Americans loaded bin Laden's body on a helicopter to be transferred to Afghanistan. Nearly 10 years after 9/11, the operation to kill bin Laden was over in 40 minutes.
What was amazing, Savannah, is that this plan began to take shape 8 months ago. The president held 5 meetings in the last 6 weeks to try to get this closer and closer to a decision to do what happened, to make the order that he made on Friday for what happened on Sunday. And then amazing, harrowing moments. Tell us more about it.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, actually, for years, the intelligence operatives have been tracking bin Laden, thought they got close to him. For months, Congress has actually been briefed about a potential operation. And we're learning a little bit more this morning about how it went down yesterday. As I mentioned a couple of moments ago, I'm told by a U.S. official that the president and his national security team in the Situation Room was able to monitor events on the ground in Pakistan in real time with audio and visual updates. That's how it was put to me. This official tells me there were 2 heart-stopping moments as this happened. The 2 helicopters approached the compound. The initial plan was not for the helicopters to land, as I understand it, but rather to lower the SEALs onto the ground. However, for reasons we still don't fully understand, one of the choppers stopped working. It was able to land. It didn't crash on the compound, Chuck, but it it landed on the ground. The SEALs went forward with the operation. When they came back during that time, a third helicopter that had been there for just such an emergency came. The SEALs came out. They had the corpse of Osama bin Laden with them. They made a split-second decision to detonate that first helicopter that was disabled. It resulted, I'm told, in a massive explosion. I'm told in the Situation Room, as they were hearing and seeing to the extent they could this unfold, it was incredibly tense. The SEALs were able to get out of the area. This is when the second very tense moment happened. As you know, Chuck, the U.S. did not inform Pakistani officials ahead of time about what was going to transpire. As the U.S. helicopters were still in Pakistani airspace, Pakistan heard about the explosion, saw the helicopters, and scrambled its own F-16 fighter jets. Not sure if these helicopters were friendly or if it was a foe. Obviously, the information was conveyed and there was no incident, but two incredibly tense moments in an operation that otherwise went off without a hitch.
And you know, Savannah, the reason why so tense, you know, so many bad memories. Black Hawk Down, obviously infamous in Somalia, and of course the raid attempt that didn't work, the rescue attempt that didn't work back in 1980 for the Iran hostages. And so it's no wonder there was a lot of fingernail biting going around. But still, the jubilation was what was amazing to watch last night. And around the country, word of bin Laden's death prompted these spontaneous celebrations. They were right out here outside the White House. They were in Times Square, but they were also in more unlikely places, like at the Idaho Capitol building, along Seattle's Freedom Bridge, outside former President Bush's home in Dallas. But the most poignant celebrations were at Ground Zero in downtown Manhattan, and that's where we find NBC's Mara Schiavocampo. She joins us there live. I imagine you've been talking to a lot of people coming down there.
Yeah, absolutely, Chuck. You know, people just gathered here spontaneously. And what's interesting about it is Ground Zero is a very solemn place. Every year, crowds gather here for memorial ceremonies on the anniversary of the attacks. But for the first time since those attacks almost 10 years ago, this has become a place of celebration and joy. Hundreds of people gathered here last night for an impromptu celebration, partying until about 4 o'clock in the morning. They came waving flags, singing the national anthem, climbing lamp posts, and chanting things like Obama got Osama and USA, USA. Now, clearly it was a show of patriotism and also a celebration of a victory some 10 years in the making. But for those who lost someone on September 11th or in one of the two ensuing wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, this offered some small measure of closure, some small sense of justice, is what you heard people say, echoing the president's statements that justice has been done in some way. Now, you'll remember, Chuck and Savannah, famously on September 14th, 3 days after those attacks, President Bush came down here and stood on top of a pile of rubble with a bullhorn and declared that whoever was responsible for knocking down the Twin Towers would have to pay for that. So now you have people gathering here celebrating the fact that that day has come. And among the celebrations, the New York City tabloids are weighing in. You showed one earlier, but I just want to bring out another one. This is the New York Post, never one to mince words, but the headline got him. But it's the subheader that I find interesting. U.S. nails the bastard, not holding anything back and echoing the sentiments of a lot of New Yorkers here this morning. Chuck, Savannah?
All right, Mara Schiavocampo at Ground Zero, the New York tabloids, never ones to mince words. Thank you. Well, President Obama said bin Laden's death marks the most significant milestone yet in the effort to defeat Al-Qaeda. This morning, the FBI updated its list of most wanted terrorists, marking bin Laden as deceased.
That's just great. Just grab that a moment, you know? Finally. But the threat remains, and today CIA Director Leon Panetta warned Al-Qaeda will almost certainly try to retaliate. So let's talk about this. We're joined now by MSNBC military analyst, retired Army General Barry McCaffrey, and also former White House counterterrorism official and specialist and NBC News terrorist analyst Roger Cressy. Roger, let me start with you. Obviously, this is the idea of a retaliation is something that's been on the front of all of our minds on this side of the camera. I'm sure it's something you've been monitoring and thinking about. How serious is this threat in the next couple of weeks?
Yeah, Chuck, this is the #1 priority of the counterterrorism community right now. And I don't think Al-Qaeda, if you will, had a contingency plan for a series of attacks in the event bin Laden was killed. I think there are two real possibilities. The first is individuals with no direct affiliation decide to take matters into their own hands and launch a one-off attack. And the likely locales for that are the Middle East and Southwest Asia, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Yemen in particular. I think the longer-term concern to what Director Panetta was getting at is that Al-Qaeda's central organization, to the extent they still have an operational capability, will try to put together a plot that will launch to avenge bin Laden's death. That's a mid to long-term concern. But the good news here we all need to keep in mind is that we're not going to take our foot off the accelerator against Al-Qaeda inside Pakistan. We're going to continue to pound them. So they're not going to be able to do this planning with impunity. That's the good news, even as we celebrate all we have about bin Laden's demise.
General McCaffrey, I have to ask you, as you learn more about how this operation went down, for this Joint Special Operation Command, I assume if you have a target, you believe Osama bin Laden is hiding in this compound, there are an array of ways to try to effect this kill. What can we learn by looking at how this went down, how the United States chose to execute this operation? I mean, it's not a situation where they decided to have a drone drop a bomb. Instead, you had an incredibly daring operation by Special Forces. What do you make of it?
Well, unsurprising but stunning. I mean, the human material in JSOC, these Tier 1 Special Operations units, which include SEAL Team 6, U.S. Army Delta Force, the Ranger Regiment, the Specialized Air Force units, the experience is just unbelievable. Many of these units have conducted hundreds of raids over the last 9+ years. So they're just the best in the world. Tremendous courage, professionalism. I'm sure there was a full-scale mock-up of this compound somewhere where they walked through this operation. But again, you know, it's a small number of people out at the end of their tether. This operation came out of Afghanistan. I'd be surprised if it didn't involve air-to-air refueling of these helicopters, and then they had to be able to respond to emergencies on the ground, which they did. By the way, I would assume that helicopter was actually hit by ground fire, and that caused it to crash. They needed to land anyway to extract their people at the end of the operation.
Hey, Roger, physical evidence, visual evidence of bin Laden's death. A lot of people say it is needed for some parts of the Middle East, that they need to see this so that conspiracy theories don't pop up. How do you understand the U.S. government is going to go about proving death?
Well, Chuck, you're absolutely right. We have to have visual evidence. Word of mouth and the word of the administration is not going to be good enough, because we're trying to influence part of the Islamic world to make sure they understand he truly is dead. So I think what you're seeing now is an internal deliberation at the White House and the Pentagon and elsewhere over what type of photograph do they release? Do they release any video of his body? Anything like that. But there will be some video evidence that does come out. We need to see it, not only the American people, but the Islamic world in general. We want to have proof of death here, and proof of death is very important to support our narrative of how we're going to go forward.
All right, Roger Cressy, terrorism analyst, and General Barry McCaffrey. If they do release a photo, it will be a gruesome one. We reported this morning that bin Laden was shot in the left eye. Thank you to you both for your expertise. Stay with us. We want to get more on the intelligence that led to bin Laden hiding in a $1 million compound just an hour's drive from the capital of Pakistan. Let's get to Richard Engel, NBC's chief foreign correspondent. He's live for us in Benghazi, Libya this morning. And Richard, tell us more about what your reporting is telling us. It's an incredible tale, a years-long hunt for bin Laden.
It seems that it came down to finding a courier, that many people had expected that Osama bin Laden would be in Pakistan, that he would be in a big city. A lot of people had thought perhaps he was in Karachi, a very large place, an urban area where it would be easy to hide. Instead, he was in this compound, a very large home, for lack of a better word, about 35 miles outside of Islamabad, a town that is green, leafy, has a golf course base nearby, also has a military training facility, several army regiments based there. So an elite part of the country, not somewhere where you'd expect someone to be hiding, if anything, hiding in plain sight. This clearly puts Pakistan in a difficult position. People are going to ask, well, how did Pakistan not know that that Osama bin Laden was inside this giant compound very close to its military bases? Evidently, the way the U.S. found out, they tracked a courier. That this compound wasn't connected to telephones, wasn't connected to the internet, but an old-fashioned system of courier physically carrying messages, going back and forth and delivering communications like the Pony Express. And when they eventually followed the courier inside the house and they knew that bin Laden was there or had enough information, they sent in the SEAL teams.
All right, Richard Engel in Benghazi, Libya for us. Don't forget, it was a hot military action, and we've been covering there as well. Richard will be checking back in with you. This is breaking coverage of the death of Osama bin Laden. We've got much more in the Daily Rundown coming up. We'll be right back. Well, we've been getting reaction from a lot of former Bush administration officials. So far, the Obama administration not saying publicly, but we do expect to hear from Secretary of State Clinton in a few minutes. We also heard from former Vice President Dick Cheney this morning, who congratulated the president and the special forces involved in the bin Laden raid, but he also cautioned the American people to remain vigilant.
It really is a great day for an awful lot of people who worked very, very hard for a long time. You think about the bravery and courage of the men who carried out the operation. All of the folks, frankly, a lot of them who obviously sacrificed everything in the pursuit of bin Laden and the terrorists, the people responsible for 9/11. It's also a good day for the administration. I think President Obama and his national security team acted on the intelligence when it came in, and they deserve a lot of credit too.
Former Vice President Dick Cheney and NBC exclusive reacting to the news that Osama bin Laden has been killed in Pakistan. We await a statement from Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. We expect to hear from her any moment now from the State Department. Also, just to get back to beginning around 9:45 last night and how this all went down, White House officials began to notify members of Congress that bin Laden had been killed, starting with House Speaker John Boehner.
And with us now, NBC's David Gregory, moderator of Meet the Press. And David, one of the reasons this didn't leak is because members of Congress weren't told until after the fact.
That's right. And Chuck, I want to bring a little more perspective from some of my reporting this morning, talking to former Bush administration national security officials on some of the key questions that are being raised this morning, particularly for Pakistan and bin Laden's whereabouts. You know, the presumption was that he was in what's called the FATA, the federally administered tribal area, that border area between Afghanistan and Pakistan. And there's been some speculation that perhaps bin Laden was flushed out of that area because of how closely he was being tracked, going back for years, and in a way that was not just continuity with the Bush administration, but it had been ramped up by the Obama administration with drone attacks and special operations going into Pakistan, keeping pressure on him. For that reason, that perhaps bin Laden may have moved to an area where he felt he could be a little bit more secure. The other note here, the couriers who were tracked and were a key piece of this. These are couriers that were being tracked for years, going back to the previous administration, but again, that intelligence finally coming full circle and President Obama acting on it. Again, tough questions, I think, for Pakistan at this point, given where bin Laden was ultimately found and killed in a wealthy suburban area outside of the capital, where a lot of retired military from Pakistan reside as well. So there'll be a lot more to that part of the story.
Yeah, and I actually want to pick up on that point. But note, David, as you mentioned, the intelligence that was gathered all these years and how it was the courier, this trusted courier that Osama bin Laden used that ultimately led them. A lot of that intelligence actually came from detainees being held at Guantanamo Bay. So fascinating to learn of that development. As for Pakistan itself, it is saying this morning they had no knowledge that this is where Osama bin Laden was. The High Commissioner in the UK said, had we known, we would have done it ourselves. This comes at a time when relations are, I don't know if they're the worst they've ever been with Pakistan, but certainly a very bad time with Pakistan.
And Savannah, they've always been tense. Former Secretary of State Powell let General Musharraf know after 9/11 in no uncertain terms, okay, you know, the party's over here in terms of some of your close cooperation between your intelligence service and the Taliban and therefore Al-Qaeda. You know, they used the Taliban and Al-Qaeda as a proxy force in some way on the border with Afghanistan to hedge their concerns about India. They were told after 9/11 that there would be a new day coming. Despite that, as recently as a couple of months ago, Secretary of State Clinton made such headlines going to Pakistan questioning why the government of Pakistan couldn't produce Osama bin Laden, given the fact that it was widely believed that he was hiding there. And I know that we're monitoring the Secretary of State's statement this morning.
Hey, David, one country we haven't brought up in our discussions this morning is Afghanistan, the place where we have 100,000 U.S. troops. In a couple of months, we're supposed to see the first withdrawals. One thing about the death of bin Laden is that it is the closest thing we have to a VJ or VE day. That's why we saw those spontaneous eruptions last night. How do you think this is going to change the debate about the speed of the withdrawal in the war in that other country?
You look at polling, Chuck, 49% of Americans disapprove of the president's handling of the war in Afghanistan. You're right, those withdrawals will begin to happen this summer, and the debate will continue about the purpose of the U.S. In Afghanistan. But have no doubt, this president and other national security officials will keep reminding the American people, this is a region of the world that cannot be left alone, that we cannot turn our back and think the problem has gone away, as was done after the Soviet invasion, and then once the Soviets left Afghanistan and we turned our back on the Mujahideen, who were in fact bin Laden and his cohorts and others. So there has to be vigilance in the area. There cannot be a failed state. The CIA director, Leon Panetta, warning this morning that there could be attacks, people trying to avenge bin Laden. And remember this, bin Laden has been under the gun for a lot of years since 9/11. He has lost that ability to direct Al-Qaeda as a central organization capable of carrying out big attacks. But there are others, franchise operations, individuals. Look at the Christmas Day bomber and others, Zazi, who was arrested coming from Denver. Those who were trying to pull off plots, who considered Al-Qaeda a loosely knit confederation in terms of organization, or bin Ladenism, if you want to call it that, an idea. The idea of striking the U.S., whether you do it alone or as part of a larger syndicate or as part of a larger plot. But what Al-Qaeda was about under Osama bin Laden was the big event. 9/11, the Cole operation, and who knows what else they may have been capable of had the pressure not been ratcheted up after 9/11 and continuing through this administration, ultimately killing him.
Okay, David Gregory, thank you for your perspective, and we want to add a piece of reporting we're getting from our Pentagon team, Courtney Kuby and Jim Miklashevsky, a little bit more about the helicopter that went down on the compound. As I reported this morning, the helicopter was never meant to land, but suffered some kind of mechanical failure, and now we know something more about it. A lack of air is cited. As we understand it, the helo was hovering over the compound, and the U.S. forces were supposed to rappel down, but the compound walls, our reporters say, were too high, and as the helo hovered, there was a lack of air, so the aircraft went down. As we reported this morning, it was not a crash. It was a soft landing. No one was hurt, but of course they then had to bring in that third helicopter and made the decision in that split second, as they had Osama bin Laden's body, trying to helo it out of the compound, they decided to detonate that first helicopter that suffered the mechanical failure, resulting in what was described to me as a massive explosion. We await Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, who will be speaking from the State Department momentarily. Our breaking news coverage on the death of Osama bin Laden continues here on MSNBC. Stay with us. We await a statement from Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. You're looking at a live shot of the State Department. When that statement comes, we will bring it to you live. And we want to get now to someone who, for this day, has special significance. We want to get to Carrie Lamack. She's in Boston. Her mother, Judy LaRock, was one of the 92 victims killed aboard one of the planes that struck the World Trade Center. And Carrie is with us now. She's president of Families of September 11th. Thank you for being with us this morning.
Thank you for having me.
Well, how did you feel when you heard this news at long last, nearly a decade after the day your mother perished with so many others? How did you feel?
Well, yesterday was actually my sister's birthday, so I was with my family, my sister, her husband, my father, and we were celebrating her birthday when I got a call from a friend in government and said, turn on the TV, the president's going to make a statement. So we were shocked, obviously, but that's part of what we've gotten used to as a 9/11 family, whether it's getting a phone call about getting new remains of my mom have been found or any other shocking type of news. This is how things seem to go. And this time we feel a bit of relief because finally we can rest assured knowing no other family is going to go through what we go through every day, which is learning to live with terrorism because of Osama bin Laden.
Carrie, do you feel like you have closure, that this is the beginnings of closure?
No, I don't think you ever get closure when someone you know has been murdered so brutally. I can't use that word. My mom still wasn't there yesterday to celebrate my sister's birthday. She's never met my nephews. She's a grandmother. She doesn't even know that. She hasn't been able to spend time with them or tell them that she loves them. So I can't say that closure is a feeling we have, but a sense of relief, because I actually co-founded a group called Global Survivors Network, which is a group of terrorism victims from around the globe. And what we're trying to do is speak out against terrorism to make sure no one else has to suffer the way that we do every single day. You know, I was really impressed with the president's statement last night when he mentioned that being a terrorism victim isn't just about, for us, for example, 9/11. It's the 9/12s, it's the 9/13s, it's all those days that you don't see us on TV or hear about us. That's what it is to live with terrorism, and that's the difficulty and the pain. And that will continue even though bin Laden's gone.
And Carrie, a programming note as we await Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, who's expected to make a statement from the briefing room. I want to ask you, as we said, it's been nearly a decade. Had you given up? Did you believe that Osama bin Laden would ever be found? And how important is this to you?
Well, I'm from Boston. My mom's from Boston. We're Red Sox fans. We're always optimistic. And obviously, last night we were proven right that he could be found. It is important. That being said,